The god demon war 1,000 years ago. One day, demons suddenly breached the front line and attacked humanity. To fight for survival, humanity counterattacked, sparking a brutal, endless war. Blood stained the ground red, while waves of monsters surged like a tide, gradually pushing humanity into a weakened state. Then a mage appeared. He rode a black dragon, sweeping across the battlefield, casting earth-shattering spells that annihilated hordes of monsters. His dominance made the beasts tremble in fear, while humanity hailed him as if witnessing the arrival of a god. However, at the climax of the god-demon war, that mage mysteriously died. The chosen one, the power-obsessed, the one who resists the lure of corruption. I have swapped him. A strange whisper echoed, signaling a change about to occur. Back in the present, in South Korea, on a subway car, passengers stared at their phone screens, anxiously watching a live boxing match. The announcer's voice rang out, full of heat. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome. Today's major event, the 17th title defense of the world champion, is about to begin. At the venue, the atmosphere burned like a furnace. The crowd roared wildly, cheers drowning out every sound. The announcer continued, voice soaring. From the blue corner, the challenger steps out. He has a hulking frame, muscles rippling like bronze, standing tall in the ring. The crowd screamed with excitement. A few sniffed in disdain and raised hands to show their contempt. The MC went on. And now, from the red corner, the challenger with an unbeaten record, 37 fights, 37 wins, a world champion with a perfect knockout rate, Kim Jin-ho. Kim Jin-ho tore off his robe, revealing a body hard as steel, his icy face radiating an unbeatable aura. The MC quickly interjected. Note this. In recent fights, Kim Jin-ho barely moved his legs. We interviewed Patrick, the challenger, who predicted a leg injury. Maybe today he'll exploit that weakness. After all, Kim Jin-ho is over 40. If the leg injury is real, a new champion could be crowned today. No sooner had he finished than the match began. The referee signaled, and the two fighters immediately took their stances. The challenger Patrick was sweating from the first second, his eyes darting wildly under crushing pressure. He thought to himself, Jesus, what an intimidating presence. He marveled at Jin-ho's power. Truly a champion, Kim Jin-ho stood silent, uttering nothing. A single cold look was enough to make his opponent cower. Patrick gritted his teeth. But what if he only attacks my leg? That's my chance. Whack. A dry sound rang out. Patrick lunged at Kim Jin-ho like a crazed beast, breathing hard, eyes wide and frantic. He snarled in his head. You dare step into the ring with me on that lame leg? So arrogant. I'll break it forever. He swung his arm, trying to grab Jin-ho's injured leg, a smug curl at his mouth as if he'd already secured victory. But at that moment, the MC shouted, down, down. A perfect spinning kick from Kim Jin-ho. Patrick tumbled to the canvas, clutching his face in agony. His features mangled as if smashed, his mouth guard flying, eyes rolling white, unlikely to continue. The MC screamed, Patrick can't get up. An unexpected first-round knockout. Only then did Jin-ho speak, his voice low and provocative. See? That's why you shouldn't use that leg. The scene shifted to the locker room. Kim Jin-ho zipped up his jacket, slammed a locker door, and walked out. The scene shifted to the locker room. Kim Jin-ho zipped up his jacket, slammed the locker door, and walked out. The coach called after him in a hurry. Hey, where are you going? No press conference? Jin-ho turned his head coldly. Handle it yourself. The irritated coach barked. Hey man, no matter what, you have to do something today. Your fans are everywhere like ants, don't you care? Jin-ho didn't bother answering, just nodded lightly. Take care. When the next fight's scheduled, let me know. The coach sighed in exasperation. How many times do I have to tell you before you listen? Fine, then take the car. The weather outside is awful. He startled when Jin-ho tossed back a line. Perfect fits the traffic jam vibe. I'm running. Bang. The slam of the door echoed, making the coach flinch. He muttered. That must be Jin-ho. He was about to open the door to scold him. Kid, it's 30 clicks to your place from here. But when he opened it, a swarm of reporters was waiting, surging forward like hungry sharks. They noisily surrounded the coach. A black-haired man asked immediately, Coach, where is Kim Jin-ho right now? A female reporter pushed in. Share your thoughts on today's match. He was besieged, cursing inwardly. Kim Jin-ho, you bastard, another shouted. So when will you hold the press conference? Another voice cut in. Was the rumor about Kim Jin-ho's leg injury fake? Was it staged? Outside, Rain poured and the wind howled. Yet Kim Jin-ho still ran, his breath forming thin clouds in the cold air. He muttered, "Just as I expected. At least I understand what you were thinking." He recalled his glorious victories. Down. In his debut match, Kim Jin-ho launched his career with a classic knockout. Kim Jin-ho, that's right. Once again, he finished his opponent with a thunderous punch. Down. Victory goes to Kim Jin-ho, he told himself. I feel sorry for him, but until I retire, no opponent will truly rattle me. The coach's voice answering an interview drifted back. Injury? Do you really believe that rumor? Kim Jin-ho claimed he brought the punishment on himself. Got it? Back at the apartment elevator, he was soaked, his eyes showing a hint of fatigue. The elevator took him up to the 34th floor and stopped. At his door, gifts from fans were piled up, blocking the way. He snapped. I told them not to block the entrance. Then he bent down and squeezed inside. A modern two-story home appeared. A luxurious living room with high-end sofas. A fully equipped kitchen, exactly the residence of a star. Jin-ho stepped out of the bathroom, towel drying his hair and tossing the towel aside. Upbeat, all right, fire up the computer. The screen's glow filled the room. He sat down, straightening his posture. Let's begin. The screen displayed the title, Last Savior, a notorious console and PC game famed for brutal difficulty. One that even Korean gamers often give up on. But Kim Jin-ho had played it every day for 10 years straight, never missing a day, honing his skills to face ever stronger foes even though that drive had long faded in real life. The boxing championship belt still had no new owner. Jin-ho snorted. Maybe he still hasn't beaten it today, but here he rediscovers that spark, the spirit of a challenger. On the screen his warrior appeared. Sturdy armor encasing the body, a colossal sword slung over the shoulder, striding with majestic bearing. Today the warrior would face the Demon King Yura. The Demon King wore glossy black armor and a helm that concealed his face, his presence bristling with equal ferocity. Jin-ho muttered, Die, you bastard! Outside, the rain kept falling, growing more violent, the sky lit up by streaks of lightning. But Jin-ho sat inside, indifferent to the weather. What occupied him was the game before him. Demon King Yura was nearly out of health. Jin-ho grimaced and growled. What? At this rate, you're done for. The warrior spoke to Yura, then swung his sword, intending to finish the Demon King. Jin-ho shouted loudly. Jin-ho right now is so anxious, cheering on. Come on, give it everything. What if you can't dodge this? You bastard, he swore as the blade closed in on the Demon King. Suddenly, the Demon King countered, swinging his sword to block the warrior's strike. A tense expression appeared on the fierce warrior's face. Jin-ho gritted his teeth. Even after using a parry move, the warrior's technique is too strong. It pushed back the Demon King's strike and landed a killing blow on him. Jin-ho thought to himself, why are your moves so simple today? And why did your attack land so perfectly? The warrior took a defensive stance after that blow. Suddenly, the Demon King writhed in pain. The warrior had unleashed his final move, carrying the majestic power of a lion, ending the enemy. Jin-ho was immersed in the game, stunned as the battle neared its end. A challenge born from the hunger to win, yet ironically, the fear of victory overwhelmed his mind. The Demon King struggled to rise. Jin-ho's voice rang out. Come on, Demon King, you can do it. With that encouragement and a technical counterattack. But in the end, the Demon King was still defeated by the mighty warrior. The screen displayed, Congratulations, Demon King Yura has been defeated. Thank you for playing Last Savior. Kim Jin-ho, the two-world champion, still had not found anyone who could surpass him despite countless challenges. Furious, he shouted, Damn it, then threw his mouse at the screen, leaving a large crack. Who should I fight next? Or try that crazy bear? Jin-ho kept cursing. Damn it, what a load of garbage. Unbeknownst to him, the sky outside glowed with a golden light identical to the light from the battle 1,000 years ago. Why did it appear here? Had it found someone with a heroic spirit? Boom! An explosion rang out. A bolt of golden lightning struck. Jin-ho sensed something arriving. Huh? He turned and saw golden light rushing toward him. Boom! The lightning hit the apartment, right on the 34th floor where Jin-ho was gaming. He gasped and yelled, My head's spinning. My whole body's on fire. A strange voice called, Hey, hey, number 218. Hey, number 218. Jin-ho opened his eyes to a rainy sky. When did I go outside? He wondered, his mind in chaos. A shout echoed, Charge! Everyone advance! A hand landed on his shoulder. "Hey, number 218. Jin-ho turned around, but he was no longer Kim Jin-ho. A blonde girl with emerald green eyes, Ryu. A prisoner here, glared at him. She snapped. "I've been calling you. What are you doing? Time's up. We have to get out of here now." He blinked in confusion. "Who are you?" Seeing the number 172 on her shirt, he thought inwardly. "Number 172? He asked again. "Where is this?" He looked up. A mass of people in orange uniforms were rushing toward the city gate, as if fleeing. He startled and realized. That is, he vaguely recalled that flag. "I've seen that emblem somewhere before." The girl's shout snapped him. Hey, wake up! Do you want to rot here forever? They say today is the last chance to escape this damned carry-on. Jin-ho couldn't believe his ears and asked in a daze. "What? This is called carry-on?" He doubted it, but seemed to recognize something terrifying. "This is carry-on?" He hesitated, the question trembling with disbelief. Yet deep inside a bad premonition flickered. Ryu's urgent voice cut through his foggy thoughts. "Don't just stand there. Run now. There's no time." Jin-ho no longer looked like himself. He had been pulled into the fantasy world of Last Savior, the game he'd been glued to for hours, and had become a 15-year-old boy from the prestigious Arahan Mage family. Zed Arahan, standing amid battlefield chaos. Zed, in his new form, blinked around in a daze, his head spinning. What the hell is happening? How could I have slipped into some dream? In front of him, prisoners clustered in groups, straining to pull huge ropes tied to the towering city gate. They pulled and shouted rallying cries full of resolve, as if to lend each other strength in this desperate effort, all for a single goal. Escape the damned carry-on prison, a place even birds wouldn't bother to stop by. Encouraging shouts echoed over the wind. "Almost there. Come on, a little more." Zed tried to dig through his memories to understand where he was and what had happened. "No, this feels too real to be a dream. Or was I sucked into the game world I lived and died in?" A hurried voice barked at the crowd, including Ryu and Zed. "Move faster. Run. Don't hesitate." Zed remained lost in the storm of thoughts, his mind a tangled mess. Even these prisoners feel that real. Everything radiated mystery and big questions, but he told himself, whatever else, first find a way out of this hellhole. Suddenly Zed stopped and turned to Ryu with a decisive look. "Wait. Stop for a second." He grabbed Ryu's wrist tightly, trying to hold him still as he was dragging Zed forward like a whirlwind. Yanked back mid-flight, Ryu spun and shouted angrily, "Hey, you crazy bastard. What the hell are you doing?" "I haven't finished talking." Zed cut him off without giving him a breath. "Can't you see? If this really is carry-on, things wouldn't be this messy and sloppy." "It's too sloppy, too illogical," Ryu hurriedly replied, breathless and urgent. "That's because Warden Clark isn't here." Zed frowned, eyes cold. "Warden Clark? Who's that?" "Yes, exactly," Ryu affirmed confidently. "He slipped out in a hurry just now. This is our once-in-a-lifetime golden chance." But just as he kept babbling, Zed suddenly grabbed his collar with both hands and yanked so hard he nearly knocked him over. "Calm down, then run immediately." He dragged Ryu along the ground, heading the other way, deliberately away from the gate and the crowd that was panicking like a broken beehive. Ryu thrashed violently, screaming like he'd been provoked. "What the hell are you doing, you crazy lunatic?" Zed didn't argue, his face ice cold. "Fine. Assume that's true. If what he says is right, then this situation might make sense. But the instinct of someone who's been a champion tells me, never set foot through that damned gate." Ryu shoved his hand hard away in frustration. "Let me go right now, you bastard." The crowd of prisoners cheered in unison, ecstatically excited. The gate's about to burst open. It's almost time. At that moment, the sky split with a blinding lightning strike, tearing the air as if prophesying some looming disaster. The crowd shoved and jostled, surging toward the gate like ants scattering from a broken nest. Meanwhile, Ryu kept struggling wildly, shouting like a madman. "No, you can't do this. Let me go. I have to get out there." Other prisoners smiled radiantly, their eyes glittering with fierce faith in the day of freedom, the day they'd escape lives of miserable captivity. But then everything suddenly turned into a nightmare as they faced the horrific scene before them. Their eyes bulged in terror, fresh blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain. An arm was hacked off and fell with a thud to the ground. A prisoner collapsed, clutching the severed stump, screaming in heart-wrenching pain. The crowd all screamed at once, their voices trembling when they recognized the figure blocking the gate. Warden Clark. It turned out he hadn't fled as rumored, but had set a deadly trap and waited for the moment. The instant the prisoners dared open the gate, he would swing his sword and slaughter them without hesitation. Clark stood there with a malicious smile on his lips. Hehehe, you stupid bastards. He brandished his sword, pointing it at the prisoners, and roared to his men. Slaughter every last one of them for me. Ryu gasped, her voice trembling with shock. Huh? Warden Clark is here? Zed didn't bother with pleasantries, his tone ice-cold. Are you blind? Look, this is an obvious trap. Shut up and run now. Clark and his henchmen immediately sprang into action, swinging their swords in a relentless killing spree, showing no mercy. The prisoners panicked and bolted, desperate to save their lives. Help me! Pitiful cries rang out everywhere, but no one could be saved. Without strength or weapons, they were like sheep led to the slaughter. The rain continued to pour, each drop soaking in blood and highlighting the tragedy of the place. Clark stepped forward, stomping through a puddle now dark with blood, and gave a curt order. Gather all the survivors and line them up neatly for me. Yes, Warden. One henchman barked in a commanding voice. Stand in line and don't you dare move an inch. The lucky survivors were herded and forced to line up straight like soldiers. On the ground, motionless bodies lay scattered, faces contorted in agony. Ryu and Zed were pushed to the front of the line. Ryu froze, staring at the gruesome corpses before her, her stomach churning like a storm. His face went pale and then he vomited violently on the spot. Hands clamped over his mouth to stop the flow. Tears streamed down his cheeks, mingling with an uncontrollable horror. Suddenly, a guard lunged over, his face full of murderous intent. He grabbed Ryu by the hair and snarled. I told you not to move. He turned to the others, threatening. From now on, anyone who so much as twists an inch, I'll kill without mercy. Zed glanced at Ryu, thinking to himself. They're so weak a kid could knock them out. If another bloodbath happens at any time, it wouldn't be surprising. Then I have no choice but to take a desperate gamble. Suddenly, Clark appeared right in front of Zed, towering like a mountain, his ferocious presence overwhelming everything around. Zed blurted out, his voice unconsciously trembling. I was lucky to get away. But wait, do I not have the courage to run? Clark sneered with contempt. Ha! You damned mages. You're nothing but cowardly rats. Just thinking of facing you makes me feel ashamed. He leaned close to Zed's face, his tone dripping with mockery as if bestowing a favor. You'll pay dearly for not dying today, Arahan. He knew exactly who Zed was. Zed froze in place, his mind reeling from what he had just heard. Clark turned and walked away, tossing back a cold threat. Just you wait. The prisoners stood perfectly still, not daring to breathe, only moving once his figure receded. Zed bent down and looked at his reflection in the deep red pool of blood on the ground. It was the first time he'd clearly seen his form in this strange world. This face, this body, so they call me Arahan? A week passed in the prison camp. Today the sky was unusually clear, a deep blue without a cloud, bringing a rare sense of ease, stirring a little work spirit in the prisoners. Zed was forced to carry huge, heavy stones, stacking them into towering columns. His tasks here revolved around building stone towers, a pointless, brutal labor designed to torment the prisoners' bodies and minds. After several days surviving in this hell, he began to learn more about his new body. Zed panted, sweat pouring, thinking to himself, even though this body is as weak as a noodle, it can still be drained to a pathetic degree. Just carrying a rock like this makes me want to faint right here. He gradually pieced together his identity and why he was imprisoned here. He came from a prestigious family, about 15 years old. As for magic, he had secretly tried to use it at night, but the result was a flat zero. Wiping sweat running down his brow, he wondered in bafflement. How could an Arahan be unable to use magic? The Arahan clan is the cradle of top mages. How can this be so strange? Then he suddenly awoke as if realizing the truth. Oh, so that's why he was discarded in this wretched place? The Arahan clan must have an excess of talent and didn't need a useless piece like him. The guard bellowed, cutting off his wandering thoughts. Move all those stones to the other side immediately. He sat astride his chair, pointing like a monarch. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up, you lazy dog. Annoyed, Zed hoisted a stone. Zed muttered under his breath, synchronizing overloaded data. Progress only 78%. He sighed wearily. When will this stupid task ever end? At the mess hall, prisoners gathered for lunch. Some clustered in groups. Others sat alone in corners. The meal was nothing but a watery bowl of soup and a rock-hard loaf of bread. Zed told himself, Since arriving here I've trained every day, but with food like this I'm doomed. No amount of training will help. Ryu called out from a distance. Number 218. Skipping breakfast again? Seeing him approach, Zed replied softly. Ah, here he is. He pushed his only loaf of bread over to him. Eat. Don't go hungry. Ryu lit up with joy, eyes shining like stars, grinning ear to ear. That's amazing. Zed took the chance to ponder. While everyone here avoids me like the plague, this kid is different, keeps clinging to me. In the supreme Arahan Mage clan, rumors circulated about distinctive red Aisa sign of a terrible curse from too much killing. Whoever looks into those red eyes is sure to die instantly. Perhaps that's why people here treated him like a monster and kept their distance. Watching Ryu devour the loaf, Zed continued thinking. She's my age and shares the same cell. Apparently, before we were possessed, we were quite close. Even though I'm useless, why is such a tiny kid locked up in this damned carry-on prison? Ryu turned to him, voice full of concern. Hey, you need to be more careful. Okay? Zed blinked. What did you say? Ryu continued in an even, matter-of-fact tone. Lately, because of you, the workload's piled up. The other prisoners are getting noisy and openly resentful. Why do you keep hauling those stones so hard? Take it easier. Zed gave a soft and thought. No wonder the prisoners passing by have been staring at me with murderous looks like they want to eat me alive. Ryu added in a lowered, whispering voice. Be especially careful of number 589. He's the leader of the prisoners here, famous in the arena. Rumor has it he was thrown in for killing like it's nothing. Zed asked suspiciously, turning to Ryu. Then why is he still sitting here with me? Following me seems pretty dangerous, doesn't it? Ryu replied lightly. Anyway, I think you're not so bad. Couldn't just leave you. Suddenly Zed jumped to his feet and blurted out words nobody could understand. Fine, whatever he wants. But he's in my way, move somewhere else. Ryu gaped, mouth open. Huh? Why are you saying such random, nonsensical things? The sound of rapid footsteps echoed from afar, growing closer by the second. Zed turned to Ryu, eyes sharp. Looks like what you feared is about to happen for real. Ryu slowly turned her head to look, then flinched, eyes widening as if they would pop out, mouth hanging open. Number 589. The one I mentioned. He's really here. He led a band of brutal prisoners charging toward Zed, their momentum fierce enough to swallow everything. He roared first, his voice threatening. Hey, Arahan, I heard the extra work piling up is your fault, right? Zed's expression hardened, his tone calm but defiant. So what if it is? I'm just treating it as extra strength training. No sooner had he finished than a punch flew straight at him. Number 589 aimed right at Zed's face, intending to smash it, but only hit the dining table behind him, shattering it to pieces. Ryu, standing nearby, stammered, her voice trembling. Number 218. Immediately, Zed grabbed the fat 589 by the collar with both hands, his face lighting up with smug certainty as if victory was his. He sprang up, driving a powerful knee like a bolt straight into 589's jaw. Onlookers gaped, stunned by Zed's unexpected counterattack. His henchmen shouted, "Boss!" But when the dust cleared, Zed was shocked to see 589 still standing firm like a mountain, wearing a dangerous, pleased smile. Zed thought in confusion, why did my strike barely affect him? In an instant, 589 seized Zed by the collar and hurled him away like a worthless ball. The throw was so powerful it shook the corner of the room, forcing Ryu to scream his name in panic. Zed. His body collapsed to the floor, aching in pain. At that moment, a cold voice rang inside his head. Notification. Synchronization process complete. Seeing the words appear before his eyes, Zed merely curled his lips into a faint smile after the data assimilation finished. Power had returned now, flooding every fiber of his being. He stood towering before the large prisoners, muscles bulging like heavyweight wrestlers. But Arahan Zed kept a cool smile. A mystical pale blue aura rose from his body, coiling like an eerie mist, as if the long-suppressed strength was slowly awakening. Not a trace of fear crossed that icy face. His hands clenched, blue energy twisting around like a small vortex, sending out flashes like lightning. Then, with a stomp that seemed to strike the ground from heaven, bursts of energy sprayed everywhere, shaking the stone floor. Zed stood at the eye of the storm he had created, clothes torn as if chewed by dogs. But his presence was sky-high, with none of the previous weakness. His eyes burned red like twin embers, his fingers slowly clenching. The sound of pacing footsteps rose and fell rhythmically, as if his body had been fully activated and was ready to charge into battle. Zed sneered and tossed a taunt at the big guy nearby. "Try coming at me again." The man glared at him, eyes rolling, then burst into loud, mocking laughter and replied, "Someone even abandoned by his own clan. Where does our great young master get his confidence?" As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles loudly, as if eager to jump in and smash him. No sooner had he finished, Zed paid him no mind and continued taunting. "Shut up and come at me already. You scared?" Hearing that, the big man roared and charged like a mad ox, bellowing, "Oh, you're coming at me? I'll kill you just like you want." The air was taut as a bowstring. As the man closed in, Zed snapped his leg up and unleashed a fierce spinning kick. But suddenly he stalled, a flash of alertness in his eyes. Something was wrong. Just as the kick left his foot, the big guy had already, like lightning, grabbed his leg. He sneered, thinking victory was assured. "Heh heh, that pathetic brat will learn his place." Before he could gloat further, Zed spun and delivered a crushing kick straight to his head. The big man staggered, blurted, "Huh?" Seeing him lose focus, Zed wasted no time and landed another strike right on his jaw, blood spraying like rain. For the finishing move, he leapt up, spun midair, and drove a powerful kick into the thug's face, sending him crashing down unconscious. Zed turned, his gaze ice-cold with a hint of malice, and said, "That's why I've avoided using my feet." Seeing their leader felled, the rest screamed, "What are you still standing there for? Kill that bastard. Get ready. I'll make him die in agonizing pain." But before they could rush in, Zed stepped over to the sprawled big man and stomped hard on his back, shouting, "Don't move." The prisoners froze in panic. He growled, "If any of you take another step, I'll make him beg for food his whole life." Zed gripped the man's right arm with both hands, as if to break it to intimidate the others. "If you don't want that, go fetch the warden." The prisoners went pale and stared at one another in silence. Seeing his initial threat wasn't enough, Zed tightened his grip, pressed his foot harder into the man's back, and barked, "Is this a joke? Don't believe me? I'll tear off one of your arms." He made as if he might actually do it. One prisoner went white with fear and sprinted to the door, calling back as he ran, "Okay, all right, I'll go get him." Realizing Zed wasn't to be trifled with, the others quietly helped the big man up and left the dining area. Before they went, they shot threats back. "Zed, you brat, next time we won't show mercy." Zed just smirked inwardly. That line belongs to me. After the brawl, he returned to the cell. Prisoner 172 stood there, eyes bright, excitedly asking over and over, "Hey, when did you learn that? That's seriously impressive." But then he looked at Zed and, seeing the once scrawny frame now noticeably taller, asked, "Were you always this tall? I remember you being about my height." Not wanting to reveal his secret, Zed flopped down and replied casually, "Same as you. Keep hauling stones." "You really think lifting rocks will make you taller?" Prisoner 172 chuckled in response. After synchronizing his strength, Zed quietly pondered, "It seems this assimilation process turned my real-world stats into in-game stats. Still, compared to my actual body, it's like a kid's." He opened his status panel to check quickly. The most important thing right now is the actual stat sheet. This is Zed's real-world power fused with the in-game body. I've wanted to see this for a long time. After staring for a moment, he snapped to attention and thought, "Wait, hold on. Is this real? Mana is 0? Damn it, he's supposed to be a mage, right? He's Arahan. How the hell is his mana 0? Zed stared at the status sheet in disappointment, muttering, "Why did they give me such lousy stats and then transfer my consciousness here?" Still, only he could see that panel. Prisoner 172 watched him, pointing and grinning dumbly, asking, "What the heck are you doing?" Within the four walls of the cell, Zed lay back on the bed, hand over his brow, muttering, "Looks like you've been abandoned by the Bampunera clan. Well, that's nothing new for an Arahan. First, calm down and slowly check everything." Luckily, strength, agility, stamina, and perception are all maxed at 100. Even though I was penalized for stunting growth, with this skin and bones body, how am I supposed to make use of max stats? Zed lay there analyzing the body that had been assimilated, wondering, is there a way to increase power faster? Maybe physical training is a route, but the rations here are pitiful. And why are there so many strange attributes I've never seen before? Plus, they're all S-rank. Poison immunity, immortal brawler, these things clearly come from a game. If mana weren't 0, I'd be absolutely broken, not just for show. After thinking a bit, Zed sat up excitedly. "All right, I'll figure this out slowly. Anyway, there's still a way to fix the mana." Suddenly from outside the guard bellowed, "From now on, Everyone whose number I call, step out immediately. Zed hadn't processed it yet when prisoner 172 sighed. They're at it again. Number 114, number 456, number 890, number 2918, step forward. Those called shuffled out, faces exhausted and resigned, heavy iron cuffs on their hands, lined up like soulless corpses. Zed looked around and asked, "Who are those people?" Prisoner 172 answered, "They're death row inmates, out for their last meal. Yeah, before they die, you can eat whatever you want." Zed snorted inwardly, thinking, "Oh, got it. Here we go." Then he turned and asked, "By the way, what's your name?" Prisoner 172 replied, "My name? Now that I think about it, I've only called you by your number." He stood up and smiled innocently. "Ryu, wanderers like me have no clan. What's your name?" Zed nodded. "I'm Zed Arahan." Finally, they knew each other's names and chatted like old friends. After a while, Zed asked Ryu, "Do you want to get out of here?" Ryu blinked. "What did you say?" "What do you mean?" Ryu continued, "I won't stay long. I have things to do." Zed nodded. "Oh, really? Have you figured out an escape plan?" Ryu thought for a moment. The only exit is the main gate, and the warden holds the key. So does that mean we have to take him down and grab the key?" Hearing Zed, Ryu's eyes widened. "Are you insane? The warden may be retired, but he's a 5-ring knight." A quick intro to Warden Clark. He's the embodiment of a knight filled with hatred toward mages in the world of Isla's Savior, where knights and mages despise each other like cats and dogs. Hearing Ryu, Zed pondered, a retired 5-ring knight. "I don't know if I could beat him now." Then he added, "But there's another way. Just steal it from him." Ryu sneered and explained, "Don't you know? Wanderers learn pickpocketing before manners. But there are always tons of eyes around the warden. Chances are rare." After Ryu's analysis, Zed thought a moment, then curled a smile. "I see. I'm starting to think of a way to escape from here." Under the blazing sun, as always, the prisoners kept their heads down and worked at the guard's command. He shouted, "Start working." Then, by order of the warden, "From today your labor load will increase significantly. Everyone stop walking run." Hearing the increased workload announcement, the prisoners froze and shouted, "What? Take it slow. How many more times do we have to do this? Keep the load reasonable." One shouted back. The warden immediately growled, "Are you defying the warden's orders?" The prisoners continued to grumble. "This is ridiculous. Can't they just sit still?" Before he could finish speaking, the warden drew his sword and pressed it to the man's throat, startling him. "Huh?" he snapped. "I'm merely relaying orders. If you have a problem, take it up with him yourself." The man trembled, sweat pouring down. "What the hell is this? Isn't this going too far? What's the reason for this county?" "A reason?" The warden glanced at Zed, then turned away. "You still don't know who's at fault here?" Understanding the hint, the prisoners turned to glare at Zed, faces full of murderous intent. The warden cleared his throat. "Ahem, I need to step outside for a smoke," and then he left. Sensing trouble, Ryu warned softly, "Zed, this doesn't look right." Zed turned, "Stay away from me." He understood inwardly, that bastard Clark, he stirs up riots because he can't act himself. Is he planning to use the prisoners to kill me? Don't tell me it was the same thing yesterday. A so-called official knight resorting to such cowardly tricks. Hearing Zed, Ryu dashed off, looking back at him as he ran, face full of worry. This time, even the guards are involved. I won't let it slide like yesterday. I can't let Zed die. When the warden left, the prisoners slowly advanced. One shouted, "We have to kill that bastard. Otherwise we're as good as dead." Zed gave a cold, bitter laugh, voice icy. "I understand what you think. It's just that this situation couldn't be avoided." The prisoners surged forward, shouting, "Humph, you still acting like an Arahan? Kill him now." Typical behavior of a glorified punk. As they closed in, Zed delivered a devastating kick to the nearest man's jaw, sending him sprawling unconscious. He growled, "But I'm not going to die like this, am I?" Seeing their comrade fall, the man next to him shouted, "Has this bastard gone mad?" Zed fought harder, taunting, "Right on time. I need somewhere to vent my anger." "Perfect." The prisoners roared, "That lunatic thinks he's about to die, so he's gone rabid? I'll kill him now." Zed clenched his fists, assumed a fighting stance, smiling broadly, his spirit soaring. Nearly a dozen men rushed him at once, but he dispatched each one as easily as snapping a cookie. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, muttering, "It's like my dream coming true. I used to dream of this back in the fighting cage. I wish they'd all attack at once instead of one by one." As he fought, he taunted, "Yeah, This is exactly it. This is the thrill of a champion fighter's power 1,000 times over. To Zed, these men were nothing but punching bags for training. He said as he knocked out 2 more in an instant. I mean, give it everything you've got and rush me hard. His eyes blazing red, he ducked a sneak strike from behind, then countered cleanly, taking down each man in a flash. Ryu hid at a distance, watching Zed fight, exclaiming excitedly, "Whoa, what the hell am I witnessing right now?" Suddenly a big guy behind called out, "Hey, come over here a sec." Ryu turned, face a little panic. The prisoners kept surging in one after another, but were all felled by Zed. He shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Keep coming at me all at once." Zed sank deeper into the fight. Yeah, exactly like that, the exhilaration of dodging an attack, the thrill of landing a solid blow, his eyes cold as steel, a murderous smile on his lips. Yes, I'm addicted to that feeling. That's exactly why I chose the path of martial arts. More of it. Blood sprayed everywhere, spattering his face, but it couldn't stop Zed. Now he was like a bloodthirsty killer. From afar, someone shouted, "You, Arahan, you'd better stop causing trouble and just die." Seeing they couldn't take Zed down, 2 of them grabbed Ryu as a hostage to force him to give up. Zed turned around, face full of fury, eyes ice cold. "Can't you see, you bastards?" But that didn't make him hesitate. Zed cracked a sinister smile and said, "Hey, you scum. You've made a huge mistake now. Now you've truly brought disaster upon yourself." Zed stared at the prisoners, his eyes glowing red like fresh blood, his voice icy as he spoke each word. "Trash, listen up." At Zed's roar, the lead prisoner sneered contemptuously. "Ha! Besides that mouth of yours, what else have you got?" As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Ryu's neck, choking him until his face went bright red, nearly passing out. "Consider yourself honored that I even bother to watch you. After all, I'm a second-ring knight," he crowed with pride, then suddenly leapt high, the knife in his hand flashing as he lunged straight for Zed. "And you, pitiful Arahan, not a drop of mana in you. You're just courting your own destruction." As he landed, he swung the knife viciously at Zed's head, swift as a cut. But before it could reach, Zed spun, his gaze razor-sharp. In an instant, he vanished from the man's sight. The man was stunned. Huh? Where did he go? His missed stab buried into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Before he could recover, Zed quietly appeared behind the big man holding Ryu hostage. A thunderous punch landed. The man collapsed unconscious, sprawled like a slaughtered pig. Zed remained cool, turning to ask Ryu, "You okay?" Ryu gasped, nodded, "Yeah, thanks. I'm really sorry." The second-ring knight, seeing his comrades down, panicked and shouted, "What did you do? You can't use magic, can you?" Zed stood there with a faint smirk, replying, "Ha! That wasn't magic. It was." Before he finished, he spun and unleashed a bone-shattering kick straight to the knight's head. The kick was so powerful the man's neck seemed about to snap. He flew several feet and hit the ground like a sack of garbage. After clearing out the prisoners, from a distance Warden Clark and the guards approached. Warden number 218, standing stern with a face as cold as ice, spoke up, "Explain yourself." Before Zed could speak, Ryu blurted out, "Wait, number 218 is the victim here." Zed turned, slightly surprised that Ryu had stepped forward to defend him. He continued, "They took me hostage trying to kill him. I was just acting in self-defense." Clark glanced around at the prisoners sprawled unconscious across the floor, beaten to pieces by Zed. He muttered, "You filthy scum." After a moment, Clark turned to Zed, his voice low, "Let me ask you something. Have you unleashed your power?" Zed shrugged, expression nonchalant, replied, "Who knows?" Immediately, Warden Clark emitted a dense, dangerous black-purple aura that spread everywhere. Everyone felt the terrifying pressure, collapsing as if crushed by gravity, unable to stand. The prisoners trembled, their bodies convulsing. One muttered, "I can't breathe," but only Zed remained standing, completely unaffected. Clark stared at him in surprise. "You're not affected by the leader's aura?" Not everyone can withstand the aura of a first-tier 5-ring knight. Around Zed, a blue glow enveloped his body, visible only to him. Clark wondered inwardly, what is happening? It turned out Zed's S-rank trait, Noble Soul of the Champion, had automatically activated, fully resisting Clark's pressure. Zed snorted and muttered, "Is this some kind of mental immunity trait? It's really an absurd ability. After all, in my world, I'm someone who's reached the top. There's no way a half-baked amateur like you, a 5-ring knight, can control me." Seeing Zed still standing despite not releasing his mana, Clark blurted in shock, You can still stand even without releasing your mana? That useless idiot isn't enough. He drew a deep breath and forced himself to unleash his full aura. The ground split open as power erupted violently, sending the prisoners and the other guards sprawling, gasping for air. But Zed remained unshaken and proud. With the system's dominant trait, Clark's ability was completely useless against him. That's an S-rank trait, not something to joke about. What are you planning to do? Seeing Zed unhurt, Clark froze again. What is this? What happened here? The prison guards, unable to withstand the warden's power, trembled and pleaded, "Warden, please stop." Seeing his men collapse, Clark clicked his tongue, stopped, but remained angry inside. He glanced at Zed. Good thing it ended this way. I nearly lost control and swung my sword in a fit of rage. Clark and the guards turned away, shouting, "Get back to work." But before they could go far, Zed called out, "Wait, actually, I have something to tell you." Clark turned back. "What is it?" Zed continued, "I'm tired of stacking these stone towers, and I'm sick of always worrying about when the prisoners will attack, so I'm planning to end it all." Ryu stared blankly, looking up. Number 218, what the hell? Zed stood squarely in front of Clark and replied, "Actually, I'm going to become a condemned man." Clark was taken aback and confirmed, "Do you know what that means? If this is just a passing whim, I won't forgive you." "No kidding around," Zed said seriously, "worried I'll change my mind? Or should I record it in the crystal orb as proof?" There's no better evidence than that." Faced with Zed's determination, Clark turned to the guards and barked, "Guards, bring the crystal orb here now." It seemed Zed had some ulterior motive, using the condemned status to carry out a plan. He thought to himself, "I'm really excited." With his decision made, Zed requested, "I heard the last meal can be anything you want. Decide the menu now for my final dinner. For my last meal, I'll choose Verity beef, and I want a very large portion, enough to be stuffed." Hearing Zed, the guards suddenly shouted, "What? Verity beef? Unbelievable. How extravagant for a condemned man." To describe it, Verity beef is a premium beef raised naturally on the Verity pastures in the Southern Empire, one of the most prized foods in Isla Savior. Rumor has it it's so delicious it can restore lost strength, even turn the tide of battle. There's even a game quest that requires bribing an NPC with it. Zed thought, "I'm about to enter an important battle, so I should stock up while I can. Honestly, even once I'd like to taste how miraculous it is. After all, the price I'm paying is my life. Isn't that reasonable? Besides, I only trade in S-rank items. And if you pull any tricks, I'll cancel everything." Zed added, "He will go with me. Prepare enough food for two to eat their fill." Ryu panicked. "What? Me too?" After some discussion, Clark agreed, "Do it." To the guard's surprise, Zed remained carefree, mumbling, "Considering taking Arahan's life, at least pay that price. Being this harmonious isn't so bad, right?" Ryu heard this. His face went pale, sweat pouring, stunned. "Hey, what about my proposal? They said it would take a week to get Verity beef because it's so rare." During that time, Zed didn't slack off. In the cell, he trained tirelessly to raise his stats as quickly as possible. Instead of sitting idle, the guards served him while he continued to train. In Isla Savior, there's a special system. If a stat reaches max 100, experience points overflow into other stats. Although in real life Zed's stats were all full, when transferred into Arahan's body some stats were restricted and fell dramatically. Still, Zed kept training to recover his original strength. Except for mana, all his stats reached 100. That means all the experience I earn here can only increase mana. Suddenly a guard approached in a serious tone. "Number 217, number 218, come out." Zed stood up, excited. "So you finally arrived." Meanwhile, Ryu clutched his head in panic. "Oh God, could my life end here too?" In the dining hall, plates of Verity beef were brought out, juicy, aromatic cuts prepared for the two condemned men, Zed and Ryu. After trying a bite, Ryu exclaimed in happiness, "I've never tasted anything this good in my life." Zed turned to him, joking, "Don't forget, this is all thanks to me." After eating, not only was the flavor supreme, but performance also surged. The punishment eased thanks to the premium beef. It felt as if experience that had been blocked all this time was now flooding into the body. First objective complete. Next up, in Warden Clark's office, a guard entered. "Warden, the feast has begun." Clark nodded. "Good. Make sure no one gets near it." Even seeing the chance to kill Zed right before him, he still felt something was off. What exactly happened that day? There was no sign of coercion. How to put it caused no ripple at all. He pondered, speculating, even retired. I'm still a 5-ring knight. No way a young mage who hasn't even unlocked mana could stand up to my aura. Something seriously wrong must have happened that day. This time, I'll personally verify it. After a hearty meal, Ryu sighed in satisfaction. This was truly amazing. Even if I die now, I have no regrets. Zed replied, I can't die just yet. Zed's strength had recovered. He clenched his fists, eager to test his combat ability right away. My body is full of vitality, bursting with power. I could punch a heavy bag all day without tiring. I can't wait to test this strength. From outside came the sound of a door opening. Zed and Ryu turned, smiling slightly. So you finally made it? What now? It's all been eaten. The guard stepped in and said gently, Number 218. No, Zed Arahan. Zed taunted, what is it? Are you sulking because there's no portion for you? Seeing Zed's arrogant demeanor, murderous intent rose in the guard. An arrogant brat who only relies on lineage like you. He reached out and placed a bracelet with a stone that emitted a mysterious, dangerous light onto Zed's shoulder. He wore a malicious grin. I'll make that contemptible face writhe in pain. Warden Clark put his hand on Zed's shoulder, his face radiating murderous intent as he stared at him. Arahanth name from the most elite magical bloodline, where even a sliver of information can be worth a mountain of gold, depending on its value. He thought to himself, if I can exploit something from this brat, I might finally leave this miserable hidden post. As he thought that, the magic device in Clark's hand flashed. Power from the bracelet erupted like chaotic lightning, tearing the space. Zed glanced over and immediately sensed. There it is, a genuine magic artifact. But before he could react further, Clark unleashed his aura. Energy around them seemed ready to explode. The air grew oppressively heavy. He kept pouring in power, sneering with arrogance as he looked at Zed. What do you think? Even you, no matter what. Oddly, though Clark's aura was strong enough to make the ground and rocks tremble, Zed stood there unscathed. He smirked confidently, startling Clark. What? Suddenly Ryu lunged forward, collapsing and grabbing Clark's sleeve as if to do something. Even as a mere civilian who couldn't withstand that terrifying aura, Ryu still tried to hold on to him, his face flushed from the suffocating pressure. Clark snapped, pest, and hurled Ryu aside, sending him sprawling unconscious. Seeing his friend beaten, Zed growled, Hey Warden, show some decency. Facing him was a furious Clark, but Zed remained calm, unfazed by his power. Clark shouted, that arrogant brat. Unable to contain his rage, he grabbed Zed with both hands and pushed his aura to the limit. Around them, a violent purple light flared, as if to crush everything. But Zed only sighed and casually shoved Clark's hands away with both palms as if brushing off dust. You told me to stay calm, right? If you want to kill someone, do it proper. Didn't fumble around like a coward. Startled by Zed's terrifying composure, Clark panicked. He couldn't understand how Zed resisted his mana. I used a magic device, so why didn't it work? My mana was nullified, which means this guy must be at least 1 rank above me. Does that mean he's 6th rank? Confronted with a power that left even him helpless, thousands of questions raced through Clark's mind. Impossible. How can this be? Wait. He stared into Zed's blood-red eyes and guessed. Could this be the Arahan bloodline's power? 5-ring is a realm you train for a lifetime to reach, yet even an apprentice mage couldn't force him to submit. Having thought this, Clark slumped as if all his strength had drained away. The magic device in his hand sizzled, reached its limit, and then died out. Seeing that everything seemed over, Zed asked, Are you done with all that useless posturing? Clark didn't answer. After standing in thought for a while, he turned and left, saying coldly, The death sentence will be carried out tomorrow morning. Even you, great as an Arahan, cannot ignore the law decreed by His Majesty the Emperor. Enjoy your last night. In the warden's room, under the dim candlelight on the table, Clark sat there, hurriedly jotting notes into a book. He pondered, I still don't fully understand everything, but this could be valuable intel for the active knights. Record the events of today. Record the events of today. His eyes were tired, exhausted after pushing his mana to the limit and using the magic device. Still, I have to finish this report. No sooner had he thought that than he collapsed face first onto the table, his hand dropping the pen mid-stroke, unconscious before he knew it. Back in the cell, Ryu had just regained consciousness. Seeing this, Zed asked, You awake? How's your body? Ryu replied weakly, Yeah, I feel nauseous, like I'm about to vomit. Zed scoffed and praised, But you've really got a talent with your hands. Ryu grinned complacently. Heh. See? As he spoke, he held up the key he had stolen from Clark to show off. What do you think of my skill? Zed nodded. Well done. For an ordinary person that could be dangerous. but this guy was surprisingly resilient. Ryu explained it worked because he was focused on you. But are you really okay? Zed replied confidently, I'm perfectly fine. Hearing that, Ryu looked at him puzzled. Weird. There's definitely something I don't know. Seeing Ryu suspicious, Zed dodged. Raise those stones some more. By the way, Zed opened his status panel. His stats had increased significantly. Strength, agility, stamina each rose by 10. The results are amazing. Just as promised, tasty and nutritious. He could clearly feel his body different, taller and more muscular than when he first arrived. My body feels invigorated like never before. I wish I could quickly remove all these penalties. But I guess that's not possible. With that, Zed turned to Ryu. Hey Ryu, we need to leave tonight. As soon as you recover, we go. Ryu asked, do we have to go now? The warden could notice at any moment. Zed replied confidently, don't worry about that. He's probably knocked out by now. Ryu, surprised. How can you be so sure? Of course I know. Zed scoffed. That bracelet he's wearing is such a precious item that I can't even remember its exact name. But it definitely amplifies mana in an instant and simultaneously leaves the body in a severe state of exhaustion. By now, he's probably collapsed somewhere. As Zed predicted, Clark had passed out. His prison escape plan became increasingly simple, especially since the warden showed up at the banquet with the key and then abused the magic device. My plan just got a lot easier after they both recovered. Zed said, let's move. Ryu, fearful, is this really okay? Zed coldly, if you're afraid, stay behind. Hearing that, Ryu cried out, what? You're my ally, you should stick by me. But without the cell key, what do we do now? Zed heard this and told Ryu, step aside for a moment. No one knew what he planned. Suddenly, Zed unleashed a thunderous kick at the cell door. The blow was so powerful the gate shuddered violently and slowly collapsed. Ryu stood behind, stunned. He didn't expect Zed could do that. This kind of strength, are you really a mage? What else is there? The other prisoners saw Zed and Ryu escaping and shouted, he's breaking out. Alert the wardens. Catch him. Zed and Ryu sprinted full force toward the main gate. While running, Ryu warned, Zed, ahead. Zed looked straight ahead and saw the wardens already blocking the main gate. One of them yelled, at all costs, we must stop them here. The others replied in unison, understood. Seeing the path blocked, Zed didn't hesitate and shouted to Ryu, don't stop, keep running. Ryu ran, sweat pouring. Got it. Zed advanced, and a warden stepped forward, swinging his sword straight at him. Zed twisted to dodge neatly and delivered a crushing palm strike to his face, sending the man flying backward, colliding with the wardens blocking the path, throwing their ranks into chaos. Seeing this, another guard lunged forward in anger. But before he could act, Zed struck his throat, leaving him gasping for air. Pressing forward, Zed charged straight into the remaining group. They shouted, kill him. The wardens braced, swords raised to form a defense. Zed flipped and drove both feet into the face of the man in front. The man, stunned and in pain, dropped his sword. Zed's power and speed terrified them all. After landing, another guard still hadn't given up and rushed forward, face hostile. Zed dodged the sharp blade swinging down, leaned with agility, his eyes calm as he controlled the situation. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a devastating spinning kick at the man. Overwhelming strength and formidable combat skill caused the wardens to fall one by one. Zed propelled himself into the air and delivered a killing blow to the head of the man on the ground. The others kept rushing in, panicked but powerless against his strength. The more he fought, the more bloodthirsty Zed became, breaking into a dangerous, exhilarated grin. Damn it, show some enthusiasm when facing your enemies. Closing in, he unleashed a flurry of kicks, knocking two men away at once. Watching Zed's display, Ryu stood aside, stunned. This is insane. When Warden Clark woke up after overusing his mana, he stepped out, dazed, seeing his men defeated. One guard regained consciousness and, trembling, said, Warden, I'm sorry. Number 218 has escaped. Hearing that, Clark frowned, his face full of anger, and shouted, capture him immediately. Under the cover of night, in the village of Morata near the prison, Zed and Ryu hid inside some wooden crates in an alley. Hiding, Ryu watched and said, I think he completely lost our trail. Zed asked, where are we exactly? Ryu explained, this is a small town called Morata, the only village near the prison. Zed nodded, so the guards will come here first, right? Ryu rummaged through an old crate as he spoke. We have no other choice. The other towns are too far, but if we blend in with the locals we might be safe. Zed replied, I'll go along with your plan for now. But what are you really looking for? Ryu pulled out a few shabby old outfits and handed them to Zed. These are perfect, put them on. Zed looked them over. These are the kind of rags a tramp would pick up. This place is full of homeless people. Disguising ourselves as beggars is the safest choice. After saying that, they both put on the tattered clothes. Ryu instructed, I'll go get some necessary supplies. You stay here, wait like a mouse absolutely still. Zed asked, but how will you do that without a single coin? Ryu confidently raised his hand as if showing off. Why would I need money? Zed thought, this guy's way of thinking is really strange. Ryu hurried off, adding, I won't be gone long, so don't go anywhere, because you're my assistant. Zed watched him leave, doubtful. Assistant. Huh? An hour or two later, Ryu returned. I'm back. Zed asked, what did you get? Ryu produced colored contact lenses. Put these in. Zed put them on. His blood-red eyes turned a mysterious blue, hiding the signs of the Arahan clan. Ryu nodded. There, that should do it. Red eyes mark Arahan, so be careful. In these southern lands, in the Bahanan clan's territory, blue contacts are trending. For those weird nobles, eyes are just jewelry. Zed pondered and analyzed. Bahanan is a prestigious clan. My former main character was Torres Bahan, also the identity I use for the final ending. In terms of magic, I chose Arahan, and the swordsman is Bahan. As in that world of two hated factions, their eye colors are completely opposite. After disguising themselves, Zed and Ryu moved to a safer spot. Zed said, anyway, thanks for caring. Ryu replied, on the way back, I found a pretty good place. Follow me, we'll rest there for a bit. Inside an old stable-turned-warehouse, seldom used and hidden in dense woods, Zed and Ryu spent the night. Lying down, Zed sighed. Why on earth did I end up like this? When I open my eyes, it's like I've been thrown into a game. Now I'm hiding in a horse stall to sleep, and on top of that, I'm a prisoner. At least it's a bit interesting, but why does that Ryu keep clinging to me? Zed turned to look at Ryu. Suspicious. He even calls me his assistant. Clark is targeting me. He knows it's extremely dangerous to be seen with me. I still don't know much about Ryu. After all, he's just a street kid who steals for a living. But I need his help now, so I'll stick with him for the time being. Can I really trust him? Despite his doubts, the two decided to travel together for now and then fell asleep. The next morning, the sun rose, and rays of sunlight filtered through the old stable's window. They both woke up. Zed looked around as Ryu complained. Damn, it was too dark last night, so I couldn't see. Did I really sleep in a place like this? Ryu yawned and replied, maybe since we're from upper-class nobility, places like this just feel uncomfortable? Zed snapped. No, I can't be like that. I need to start making money. But if we want to survive, we have to eat first. Ryu wondered, what do we do? Just avoiding the warden's gaze is exhausting enough. Why don't you learn a bit of pickpocketing? Zed refused. Forget pickpocketing. Take me to the place I mentioned. Ryu didn't understand. Huh? Where? Zed answered, the arena. Having said that, the two left. They went to the underground arena, a place where fighters fight every day for sky-high prize money. Inside, intense matches were underway, and the atmosphere was electric. Zed and Ryu had arrived, promising to cause a stir in this place. At the underground arena, Zed and Ryu were glued to the ring where two famous fighters faced off. I cast the arena's strongest fighter and a stubborn challenger. The air was hotter than ever, the crowd wildly excited, cheering as if the stands might explode. Ryu looked pale and sweaty at the scene, turned to Zed in panic. Zed, I think we're in the wrong place. Zed remained calm, eyes on the fight, replying tersely, no, you're exactly where you need to be. On the ring, the challenger gritted his teeth and, summoning all his strength, bit into Ikazu's arm. Fresh blood gushed out, the metallic smell sharp in the air. ICAs staggered from the surprise attack, then spun around and delivered a crushing punch to the man's face, flattening it. But the challenger quickly regained his balance, returned to a defensive stance, eyes blazing with killing intent as he stared at ICAs. Suddenly, ICAs launched a vicious strike from the right, lunging to slam a hard punch into the challenger's left ribcage. If it landed cleanly, several ribs would surely break and blood would splatter everywhere. The crowd below, seeing the tide turn toward ICAs, jeered, fight properly, challenger. I bet my whole fortune on you. Another shouted, kill him. Someone else yelled, this time I'm rooting for ICAs. Under the stands, Zed savored every moment, thinking, I thought this would just be a brawl among scum, but it's much more entertaining. Ryu, terrified, stammered, Zed, this place is terrifying. Let's get out of here. Back in the ring, ICAs took a powerful step, sprinting like lightning toward the unlucky challenger. Before he could collect himself, he took a direct punch to the face, blood spraying from his nose like a fountain as he crashed backward across the floor. Now only prayers could reverse the situation. ICAs didn't stop, striking relentlessly, giving his opponent no time to breathe, fresh blood spraying everywhere like a downpour. Ryu below trembled, clutching Zed's hand. Zed, you see? Killing someone here is nothing, and ICAs is way stronger than those carry-on prisoners. Trying to handle him with petty tricks won't work. Seeing Zed silent, Ryu felt uneasy and turned to look. Zed had disappeared without a trace. He stammered, "Zed?" The crowd all looked up at the stands in unison, puzzled. Zed's voice rang out from there as he called loudly, "ICAs." Zed grabbed Ikaz's hand as he was about to rain more blows down on the now unconscious challenger. Blood from Ikaz's hand kept flowing, staining the floor red. Zed opened his mouth. "Can't you see he's already out?" ICAs glanced over, scowling at being interrupted. But Zed remained unfazed, eyes sharp as he ordered, "Relax." ICAs looked bewildered, staring at Zed as if he didn't understand what was happening, his expression dazed. Ryu finally found his friend, mouth agape as if his jaw would drop, silently wailing, "Why did you climb up there? You crazy idiot?" Zed shot a look at the referee. "Hey, aren't you the ref? Have you been bribed? The outcome is obvious yet you let the match continue? Are there no rules here?" Startled by Zed's barrage, the referee stood dumbfounded, unable to respond. "Who the hell is that? Why are you interfering?" ICAs ripped his hand away from Zed, snarling in irritation. "What the hell is this?" He thought to himself, "If you're nobility, this will be even more troublesome." Now the center of attention, Zed confidently introduced himself. "Me? Can't you tell just by looking?" The crowd held its breath, waiting. Zed sneered. Obviously just a street urchin. The crowd, expecting someone grand, were disappointed and erupted. One man shouted, "He's insane. Is that guy really some lowlife?" Another added, "Damn it, who let someone ruin the atmosphere like this? I'm having a good time." Zed paid them no mind and casually said, "Yeah, it's too noisy. I'll take responsibility." Then he pointed at ICAs and declared, "I'm the one who should fight him, right?" Zed grinned triumphantly. "Just wait, I'll show you something interesting." Ryu shouted, "Zed," then unleashed a torrent of scolding. "How many times have I told you? His power here far exceeds your limits. The whole crowd is on his side. If your chance to win is 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000, no matter how much I beg the gods or pray to luck, there's no way to beat him. This is completely unacceptable. ICAs is untouchable. No way. Better go pick a different fight." After being scolded, Zed was a bit flustered. He knew Ryu was cowardly and feared he'd get killed, but he just scratched his head calmly. "Put everything on me." Ryu, exasperated, "Are you even listening? Are you gonna keep doing this? Stop and get down here right now." Zed cried out, calming Ryu a little. "After this match, let's have a massive beef feast like there's no tomorrow." Ryu sighed in resignation. "Don't bring trouble on yourself." The referee shouted, "The match begins. Zed and ICAs will face each other." The two sized each other up. ICAs muttered, "Even if that bastard's crazy, he stays composed." Then he was surprised. "Huh? Interesting. He looks only about 15, but what's with those eyes?" He assessed Zed. Steady breathing, an unusual stance, not like anyone else. "It seems Zed has a power I didn't expect." Suddenly ICAs trembled. "Why am I so scared? Am I really afraid of a filthy brat like that?" He screamed inside to steady himself. "Seriously, afraid of someone like that?" Then he lunged like a madman at Zed, swinging his fist. But unexpectedly, the one who got hit wasn't Zed but ICAs himself. He bulged his eyes. What the hell?" Looking over, Zed still stood in a guarded stance and pointed out the flaw. A punch shouldn't be retracted a few times. It should be thrown from a ready stance, straight to the opponent's face, along the shortest path, fastest and cleanest. As he spoke, Zed launched a barrage of punches at Ikaz's face, leaving him breathless. Each blow came faster than the last. ICAs was completely overwhelmed, and at times Zed even put his full weight into the strikes. Zed drove his foot hard into the ground to build momentum, preparing the final blow. The force tore through Ikaz's head and sent him flying backward, rendering him unconscious, face battered, teeth broken, and more importantly, he hadn't managed to counter or block a single strike. The crowd erupted. "Unbelievable. What on earth is that guy? Is ICA's holding back? Ryu squeezed his eyes shut and muttered prayers. O god of war, goddess of luck, miracle worker, mother of life, please let him come back safe. The debate snapped Ryu back to reality. What do you mean let him go? Open your eyes and look. Ryu cracked one eye open. That lowlife is dominating him. ICA's can't stand. Ryu stared straight ahead. What are you thinking? Can't trust your own eyes? Really? He already won? Could Zed beat ICA's? ICA's couldn't stay on his feet. But with a trace of strength left, he thought in amazement. What the hell? Zed's form blurred before his eyes. He can beat me? I lost to a kid? Proud of his title as the arena's strongest. Now taught a lesson by an unknown brat. Why couldn't I dodge those awful punches? This is insane. ICA's tried to rally his spirits, but Zed unleashed a final move using ki, knocking him completely out, unconscious on the floor. Silence fell like a sheet. Zed broke the silence. Ref, what are you doing? Shouldn't I be allowed to fight without rules too? The referee snapped awake. Oh, the match is over. He announced the challenger wins. Zed thought to himself. Barely warmed up and it's over already. I should have held back my strength a bit more. Zed went to collect the prize money but wasn't satisfied. Are you kidding me? You said the odds were 62-1, and this is all I get. He pointed at the purse. You think because I look young you can cheat me? I can't believe you can't even do a simple calculation. The arena staff panicked, waving their hands. No way. I calculated it correctly. Zed argued. There's no way the payout is this low. Give me the bets. Recalculate now. Ryu stood to the side trembling, too afraid to intervene. Zed stopped arguing and turned. Ryu, how much did you bet? He accused because Ryu hadn't listened. I told you I bet everything. Suddenly a pair of beautiful legs in bright red high heels approached. Ryu tearfully explained. I really hate gambling. Besides, we need to save money for dinner. The cashier tried to stop them, thinking a fight was about to break out. Don't do this here. A woman spoke up. Hello? She was Herne, the arena owner, coming to see who was worthy of taking down her strongest fighter. Herne flashed a sly smile. Heh, then said, May I have a word with you? Zed swept his gaze and remembered she had been watching him from the stands. Asking, But who are you? Herne smiled. Judging by your stunned look, this must be your first time here. I'm the manager of this arena. My name is Herne. She invited. Can we talk for a moment? Zed flatly declined, no thanks, and walked away, leaving an embarrassed Herne standing there. Ryu felt uneasy and looked back. Herne signaled, and two burly guards blocked Zed's path. He wasn't afraid. Annoyed, warning, you boys want the same fate as him? Should I put you to sleep for a few days? The two stood motionless. Zed thought to himself, I wouldn't even dare imagine this in my dreams. Is it because of absolute loyalty to that woman? From behind, Herne spoke. ICA's, whom you defeated today, is a champion I recruited from the capital. You get the idea, right? Today I'll let you off. We'll meet again anyway. She smiled smugly. Next time we'll talk in a more private setting. I really enjoy strong opponents. You're a rough gem worth polishing, you know? Zed merely glanced at her and said nothing, walking away as if she were air. Herne stood there, her smile hardening, thinking, this kid is more interesting than I expected. The crowd still buzzed, not yet over Zed's performance, while Ryu breathed a sigh of relief and mumbled. Lucky he didn't die, but next time, don't play with fire like that. Leaving the arena as promised, Zed led Ryu to a meat house to eat their fill. Ryu was so hungry he flopped face down on the table and moaned. I'm starving. If you keep me waiting much longer, you'll have to carry me to the table. Ryu sat up, rubbing his belly as he spoke. On the surface, Herne's just the arena manager. But in reality, she's the one who holds the city's power. As long as she's around, sooner or later we'll run into her. Zed replied nonchalantly, to me, she's just a greedy old fox. Ryu burst out laughing in agreement. Exactly. They even call her the old vixen. Zed heard that and thought to himself, she must have approached me to take advantage of me. It reminded me of when I first stepped into the martial world just like this. When I started to stand out, all kinds of forces came calling. Most of them only saw my talent as a way to make money. Back then I was fooled many times, just a hopeful rookie from the countryside. Meeting my current manager was pure luck. He's the one who helped me become a champion. Zed unconsciously remembered his old manager and wondered, I wonder if he's okay now? Thanks to him, I'm no longer that naive country kid people exploited. I've been through it all and climbed to the top. The image of Kim Jin-ho wearing the championship belt flashed through his mind. I am the champion. Then Zed turned his thoughts to Herne's advances and judged. An old vixen? Just wait, the seasoned ones will show themselves soon enough. The server's voice cut through his thoughts and pulled him back to the present. One serving of your meat is ready. Ryu cheered. Wow, it's Verity beef. The meat was neatly arranged on a plate and set before them, ready to eat. Ryu salivated, hand reaching for a piece when Zed stopped him. Ryu, wait a sec. Ryu hurriedly. Huh? What's wrong? Zed explained, eyes fixed on the plate. This meat is fake. The color and marbling are all wrong. He examined it closely. Ryu, do you see? If this were real Verity beef, the marbling would be finer and the color deeper than this. Ryu was surprised. What? Fake? But what exactly is marbling? He thought it over. Something's off. Even the prison warden takes a week to get it. Zed added, if it could be sourced from a neighboring city, it wouldn't take that long. Besides, Verity is extremely rare, right? They couldn't possibly serve that to every customer here. As he spoke, Zed pointed to the next table. Look, that looks like a lower grade cut. Even one grade down makes a huge difference. First, just look at the price. Ryu, now ravenous, blurted in disappointment. Really? But whether it's a lower grade or Verity, isn't it all the same once it's in your stomach? He clutched his belly and pleaded softly. I'm so hungry. But Zed refused to let it go. If I'm paying for Verity and they serve a fake, isn't that a scam? Besides, we don't have much money. As customers, we have the right to clarify this. Then he waved. Hey, over here. The server, seeing their shabby appearance, put on a look of contempt. You've been bothering Yuziat and leave. Okay? He muttered, so annoying. You only ordered one serving and you're wasting our time. Zed, unfazed, growled. This is fake. I ordered a serving of Verity beef shoulder. You bring the correct dish first? On the surface he was calm, but inside Zed was furious. I hate scammers who sell fake goods and act high and mighty. The server scowled and challenged. Huh? You think this is some street con? Zed snapped. Enough. Call the owner here. At that, the server's true colors surfaced. This brat really has no fear. Zed didn't hold back and retorted. Fine. Let this fearless brat speak. The people at the next table stirred. What's going on? You looking for a fight? The server, afraid of escalating things, relented. Shut up and follow me. Zed and Ryu were led to another room to meet the owner, likely his office. The server brought them in and said politely, Boss, I brought them here. In front of them sat a fat man with a mustache, flanked by two burly thugs holding butcher's cleavers, looking like a pack of butchers. They sneered, you lot the troublemaking customers? Zed didn't bother to be intimidated, straightening up. You're the ones with no manners. You're selling counterfeit goods. The owner laughed heartily. Haha. I have to say I like a bold brat like you. He pointed. But you should know how to read people's faces. Zed said coldly, you may not feel the tension, but you definitely don't understand the situation. If you charge at me, which side do you think will die? The owner flew into a rage, laughing with glee. Heh. Arrogant, aren't you? Consider this a life lesson. Prepare to be beaten to pieces. No sooner had he spoken than his butcher henchmen lunged forward with their cleavers. Zed didn't waste words and neutralized them one by one. He landed a punch on the first man's face. The second took a knee to the gut and doubled over. Zed twisted his arm to restrain him and slammed a hard blow to the jaw, then leaped back and struck the back of the third man's neck. The fourth fared no better. Zed moved in to lock the hand holding the cleaver, spun, and clamped down on his wrist, bending and throwing him hard to the floor like a sack of sand. The owner gaped in horror at Zed's strength. His ruddy complexion drained pale, sweat ran down his forehead, and he stammered. Zed stood there, barely winded and still brimming with energy. Around him, the henchmen lay strewn, bruised and battered. The owner shouted in fear. What the hell is this? Ryu stood to one side, watching and celebrating. Serves you right, you bastards. Do you know who this is? He really beat ICAs. That was ICAs. At the mention of ICAs, the owner suddenly remembered the earlier loss and had laughed it off. But is this for real? He asked Zed. So what do you want from me? Zed didn't mince words. Now we understand each other, right? I just want fair compensation. I'm reasonable. He held up two fingers. 2 conditions for compensation. First, return the money you took from us. Second, from now on you will pay for the beef we eat here, and of course at Verity prices. Agreed. The owner was speechless and nodded like a machine. Verity beef wasn't cheap. After Zed left, he blew up in anger. What? Those guys are a bunch of hooligans. On a day like this, night had fallen. A bright crescent moon hung in the starry sky. Ryu flopped back onto the soft bed, feeling the softness spread, exclaiming with delight, Wow, so soft. He acted like a child, waving his arms and legs. I've never slept on a bed this soft before. This is the best. Ryu propped his chin and turned to Zed. But Zed, that was awesome earlier. That's consumer power, just like you'd expect from someone of standing. Huh, Zed crawled into the blanket, smiling. Yeah, if bad rumors spread, the restaurant could go under. For someone with no bargaining power, negotiating is pure hell. Ryu recalled the owner's flushed face and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. I've never seen anyone go that red before. Anyway, thanks to that I'm living comfortably. Zed smiled. Alright, go to sleep. The night deepened, the moon lazily slipping away, and absolute silence settled. In the room, Zed had fallen into a deep sleep before anyone noticed, but Ryu still hadn't dozed off. He opened his eyes, hesitated as if thinking something over, then sat up to check whether Zed was truly asleep. Ryu whispered, Zed, are you asleep? Zed faced inward, sleeping soundly, and didn't respond. Reassured, Ryu quietly slipped out of bed, moving carefully to avoid waking Zed. He walked to the door and began unlocking it slowly. Zed suddenly opened his eyes. It turned out he had been pretending to sleep to see what Ryu was hiding. A few days later, during the day, Ryu woke up and called Zed, then complained, I'm starving. When are we going to eat? You never rest, you just keep training nonstop. Beside him, Zed was pushing himself through physical training. Ryu continued, Mages hate sweating more than death itself. Are you training your body because you have no mana? Zed wiped his sweat and replied, pretty much. Ryu widened his eyes. Pretty much? That was a joke. I can't believe you admitted it. Zed checked the status board for Zed Arahan and thought, but it really hasn't increased at all. No matter how many times I check the status each day, it's the same. At this rate, I'm starting to think I'm cursed. On the status board, his mana stat remained a flat 0. He reasoned maybe going from nothing to 1 is like creating something from nothing, so it will take a very long time. The first point is the hardest. After that, it should climb faster. Then Zed turned and said, Ryu, morning training's done. Let's go eat. Ryu perked up. Where are we going today? Salad? Stewed potatoes? Zed smirked. No, let's switch it up and have beef. Ryu lit up with excitement, eyes bright. Oh, finally we get to eat. He skipped happily to the eatery while Zed walked slowly behind, thinking, we haven't been to the steakhouse in 3 days. The reason's simple, we had to check their operation to avoid trouble. Most importantly, on our first day we polished off 10 servings, so money's not an issue. He turned and asked, Ryu, how much gold do we have left? Ryu answered, we don't have much now. The cost of living in this city is insane. Zed gave a soft HM and fell into thought. I've been at this game for 10 years, do I not know normal prices? Spending that much in a few days is like throwing money out the window. Does he think because I'm noble-born I don't understand how the world works? Zed suspected Ryu. What is he hiding? Greed or gambling? For now, I'll pretend not to notice him skimming money, since there's no sign of betrayal. But I won't let this continue forever. Once I find the reason, I'll know what kind of man he is. Among the owner's staff, a red-haired worker ran in and reported, Boss, they're here. The owner asked, Really? He ran the steakhouse with pride exceeding his competence and had once been humiliated by a common brat. He told the staffer, You're prepared as I told you, right? A table set with steaks was prepared neatly. Steaks arranged around, a grill beside the table, a plate of sliced eggs in the center, and a candle to whet the appetite. The server called out, This way. He courteously invited, We've prepared a lot of meat. Please help yourselves. Ryu excitedly asked, Wow, how much is this worth? The server backed away, greeting them, If you need anything, just call me. Zed found it odd. Why are they suddenly friendly? Ryu said, Maybe because we're back? Zed objected, No way. When I scoped this place earlier, I didn't see anyone who looked like an assassin. The inside of the restaurant is exactly the same as before. So what's all the commotion about? Seeing Zed hadn't touched his chopsticks, Ryu asked, Zed, aren't you hungry? He'd already wrapped a portion and held it out to Zed. This is the special roll just for you, eat it in one bite. Zed murmured, Thanks, but kept thinking, Alright, first we need to watch the situation. He took the food Ryu made and put it in his mouth. If we watch closely, we'll see what they're planning. Suddenly, Zed noticed something in the food and shouted, Ryu, spit it out now. Zed's shout made Ryu, who was mid-bite, stop. Don't eat that piece of meat. Ryu panicked, retching and coughing as he realized the food was poisoned. He collapsed onto the table and moaned, Poisoned? Am I going to die? Zed immediately reassured him, You'll be fine. It's such a small dose you won't die from it. Realizing the food had been poisoned, Zed thought, so this was his plot. He actually dared to poison the meat? If I didn't have absolute poison immunity, we'd have been taken out without anyone knowing. Seems every pain I went through to get that trait was worth it. Ryu still couldn't believe it and, disappointed, turned to Zed. But it didn't taste like anything. Is it really poisoned? How did you know? Zed replied tersely, because I'm an Arahan, just as you'd expect from a noble Elydian, a different level. Hearing that, Ryu asked anxiously, so what do we do now? They clearly tried to kill us. Shouldn't we run? Zed bluntly, why should we run? Ryu stared blankly. Then what do we do? Zed smiled, a plan flashing in his eyes. Make them pay. Zed called the owner over. The man entered and snapped with a sour tone. If beggars come here, you should obediently eat the meat. What right do you have to act high and mighty? Zed sat down, giving a pale smile amid the empty plates and wiped clean dishes. I only called you here to clear up a few misunderstandings. There are some things I want to ask. Seeing the spotless plates, the owner thought to himself, these beggars sure ate their fill. If they'd eaten that much poison, the effects should be kicking in soon. With that thought, he said contemptuously, what misunderstanding? You're just thugs who bully and rob others. As he finished speaking, Zed pointed at Ryu. From somewhere, Ryu produced a wrapped roll of meat with a smile. See? You misjudged us. Let's settle the misunderstanding and make peace by sharing a meal. Ryu offered the roll to him. Have a bite. The owner exclaimed in surprise. Huh? What's this? He looked at the roll, the same meat he himself had laced with poison, and said anxiously, why are you giving this to me? Zed answered, as a gesture of reconciliation. If you accept, I'll drop the second condition from before. We're not bandits or anything. Ignoring Zed's offer, he hurriedly replied, no way. I have no intention of making peace with you. Seeing the owner's anxiety, Zed cut to the chase. Strange. Huh? Do you really want to keep being extorted? Or is there another reason you won't eat? Like that this piece of meat is poisoned? The owner, frightened, kept denying it. Nonsense. Seeing he had no way left to deny it, Zed said, it seems you rather enjoy acting out this little play, don't you? As he finished, Zed flipped the dining table aside, raising the tension in the air. The owner panicked. What are you doing? He looked closely and saw plates and poisoned meat pieces scattered on the floor, and suddenly realized he didn't eat the maya that just left it there. Could he have known it was poisoned? Damn, that can't be happening. Zed sat among the overturned dishes and scattered food with an expressionless face and calmly said, out of respect for you, I only intended to drop by occasionally. But you're a wicked man. You dare poison the meat? Still unwilling to believe Zed and Ryu had figured it out, the owner kept thinking, calm down. There's no way they really realized. Then he shouted, bastards. I told you there's no poison. Do you have proof? Where's your proof? Faced with his denials, Zed unhurriedly put a hand to his eye and removed a contact lens. Proof? Oh, I have proof right here. Right here. He takes off his glasses, and Zed's eyes blaze red. Proof of the Arahan Mage family. Seeing those eyes, the tavern owner panicked. Arahan red eyes. How? Zed slowly stood up, his voice dangerously threatening. You dare deceive an Arahan? You will pay with your life. He collapsed, trembling. No. Someone disappearing without a trace here is no big deal. Hearing the threats, his face changed color, terrified at having deceived someone from a noble family. I'm going to die. Realizing this involved his life, he knelt and begged. Zed, please. I didn't realize the honored one in front of me. I sincerely apologize for not knowing you are a 2-2. Zed took advantage of the threat, leaving him utterly terrified. Why would an Arahan from the west come all the way to this remote southern area? Why didn't you reveal your identity from the start? Why act like a lowly wanderer? He thought and cried like a child. Please, just this once. Just this once. Please forgive this foolish, cowardly person. If you pardon me, I'll do anything. Watching the man beg like a child for his life, Zed recognized the absolute sway of the Arahan title. This authority is terrifying. Maybe I should use it more. Zed thought, then made a demand. You said you'd do anything? Fine. Because I see your sincerity, I'll generously spare you only this once. Hearing Zed spare him, the tavern owner bowed repeatedly. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I will never forget this favor. Zed laid out conditions. First, do not reveal my identity to anyone. He hurriedly replied, of course. Until the day I die, even when I go to the other world, I won't utter a single word. Zed continued, Second, hand over half your wealth. Do that and I'll consider today never happened. Without hesitation, he agreed. Understood. I can give it to you right now. Please wait a moment. After all, if you die, money is useless and it's only half anyway. Zed thought, I've succeeded in fooling this guy. He hurried to comply. We must hand it over before he changes his mind. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Huh? After successfully intimidating him, Zed put his contact lens back on to avoid being recognized. Seeing this, Ryu smiled brightly. Indeed, an Arahan. He doesn't even dare speak. Zed replied, once we get the money, we leave the city tonight. Ryu agreed, yeah, sounds like a good idea. From outside, a familiar red high-heeled shoe stepped in. Where are you two rushing off to? Zed and Ryu were stunned as a familiar voice sounded. Well, hello, Herna. She appeared unexpectedly, leaving them speechless. We meet again. Hehe. Turns out you're quite an intimidating figure, aren't you? Zed fell silent, his face serious, guessing. Could she have known I was an Arahan in such a short time? Did that bastard reveal his identity? From a distance, the tavern owner kept shaking his head as if to signal he was still keeping absolute silence. No way. He's genuinely terrified, Zed thought. That means there's only one place she could have gotten information about me. If Herna discovers I'm a fake Arahan, I'll lose all the money. We need to change locations fast. Without hesitation, Zed requested, let's go somewhere else. Let's talk privately. Herna replied, fine. In another room, the three sat down. The space was quiet without a sound. Zed spoke first, so why are you here? Do you have business with me? Herna smiled faintly and looked at Ryu. Oh my, you misunderstood. It's not me who has business with you. I'm here today to meet my client. Zed hurriedly turned to Ryu. A client? No way. Ryu. His face full of fear and worry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it from you. But before he could finish, Herna interrupted. I investigated at your request. But it turns out I need more money. Ryu panicked. What? You slam the table, jump to your feet angrily and shout. No, this wasn't the original deal. Do you know how much I already paid you? Herna fires back. That money wouldn't even cover my daily meals. Do you think finding a missing person is easy? Someone no one even knows the whereabouts of alive or dead. Furious but powerless, Ryu can only stand and cry, his lips trembling. How could you do this? That was my last hope. Finally, Zed understands why Ryu often goes out at night. I get what's going on here. Wanting to help his friend, Zed makes a proposal to Herna. Wait, do this? You said you had business with me, right? Fold this into that. Herna replies, oh, so if I fulfill this client's request, you'll accept mine? Sounds good. My request is simple. She continues. Fight ICAs one more time. That's all. Sensing something's wrong, Ryu yells to stop him. Wait. Zed, this is clearly a trap. Zed doesn't care and immediately answers. Fine, I accept the rematch. Ryu keeps shouting. Zed, despite knowing it's Herna's trap. Zed confirms, so you'll carry out Ryu's request too? Herna licks her lips lightly, eyes full of scheming danger. Of course. I always keep my promises. The moment arrives. Zed and Ryu move slowly toward the meeting spot. Although he knows Zed agreed to rematch ICAs to help him, Ryu walks on sadly. Zed tries to reassure him. Why the long face? You did get quite a bit of money. Ryu replies, I'm really sorry. From the start, I didn't intend to deceive you. Zed answers, I know. Ryu rushes to explain. Actually, I secretly hired that woman. I knew it was foolish, but I had no other choice. Zed gently, I know that too, that you stashed away some money. Ryu, surprised, you knew? Zed nods, yeah, but only today did I learn you went to Herna. So why pretend you didn't know? Ryu asks. Zed replies, because I don't care. I figure the help you've given me is at least worth that much. After saying that, he warns, but we can't let this happen again. From now on, don't hide anything, tell me everything. The thing I hate most in this world is repaying trust with betrayal. No matter how harsh your past was, don't become garbage. Hearing Zed, tears well in Ryu's eyes from being moved. Okay, I'll remember that. Worried Zed will be in danger, Ryu tries to stop him. Don't take the rematch. Take this money and leave like we originally planned. Zed answers, what about your request to find your brother? Ryu replies, you know the truth. That woman just plans to trick us again. I'm not stupid enough to be fooled by Herna. Yet the fact Ryu still went to her shows how desperate he was. In his desperation, he clung to a rotten rope, even knowing it could snap at any moment. Herna is exactly the kind of person who would betray a desperate child. Feeling pity for Ryu's situation, Zed decides, I know, I was originally going to leave, but I've changed my mind. Ryu panics. What? You really intend to take the rematch? I believe in your ability. But this time Herna is going all out to bring you down. Zed grows more confident. That's precisely why I want to fight even more. Ryu is stunned. What? Why? Zed smiles. When I see garbage, I want to clean it up. And beating an opponent when he's putting everything into it is the most thrilling feeling, right? At the same time, at the Carrion prison camp, the guards hastily assemble to prepare to hunt down Zed and Ryu. A guard shouts, all personnel assembled. Good. Move out immediately. Start with the vanguard team. Roger. The warden slammed the table in fury because Zed had escaped right under his nose, his hand crushing the wood until the surface splintered. You damned sewer rats. They escaped right in front of us. This time I'll personally finish them off. As he spoke, a dangerous, malevolent aura enveloped him, making the air thick and tense. His face showed extreme rage, a terrifying power filled with killing intent and the determination to crush his enemies. Teeth clenched in fury, he roared, Zed Arahan. Time passed swiftly. 3 days later, the match between Zed and Ickes finally arrived. The two of them stood in the arena, surrounded by countless shouts and cheers from the crowd, and the hulking Ickes was thoroughly enjoying the noise. This made Zed curious. Why was that guy so confident? After everything he'd been through, he still wore that expression? Something's up, he thought to himself. Behind him, his friend Ryu couldn't hide his worry, warning, Zed, if things get dangerous, promise me you'll stop immediately. Okay? Hearing that, Zed fell silent and said nothing. Next, so as not to keep the spectators waiting any longer, the referee's announcement rang out. The rematch between Ickes and the beggar officially begins. No sooner had the words fallen than the crowd saw the big Ickes assume a certain stance, causing an uproar. Wait, Ickes is using that stance. Across from him, Ryu's face darkened as he cursed. That bastard. He's copying Zed's stance. From their viewpoint, Ickes had taken a boxing stance and was secretly grinning to himself. Herna guaranteed this match, so I got on the stage. But an Arahan with no Monado isn't that sound off? He was abandoned in prison, so maybe it's true. I'll find out for myself. Clenching his fist and driving it toward his chest, Ickes lunged forward with wind-tearing speed and immediately launched a thunder strike straight at Zed. Seeing that, Zed instantly tilted his head to the side to dodge. However, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes that only made Ickes feel even more smug. He threw his punches in a storm of speed and taunted. What? Surprised? You think you're the only one who can do it? Once I trained it myself, I realized how useful it is. From Zed's perspective, while dodging the big man's attacks, he had to admit inwardly, I have to admit, that's a bit surprising. Then he threw a punch, striking Ickes' cheek squarely and sending the giant staggering back a few steps. But with his beast-like toughness, Ickes seemed not to feel any pain at all. He even burst out laughing as his suspicion was confirmed. What the hell? Are you serious? Turns out you're truly a chicken with no mana at all. For Zed, after that punch, he could confirm one thought. It was confirmed. The belt he was wearing was the Ogre's belt. It reduces physical damage by 90%. Because of that, and with 0 mana, this was clearly the worst possible opponent for me. So that's why he was so confident. As for his friend Ryu, he also realized something was wrong and wondered, what's going on? Zed's attacks have no effect. Thinking that, a little unease welled up in him as he warned, Zed, I bet that woman did something. This match is too dangerous. In response to that worry came the protagonist's confident smile. Ryu, just stand there and watch. Zed's smile left Ryu dumbfounded, unable to understand how Zed could be smiling in a situation like this. Still, Zed offered no explanation and began to focus on his opponent. Across from him, the hulking Ickes continued to taunt. What is this? You planning to give up? Zed answered firmly. No way. I'm just a little surprised. This is the moment I've been waiting for. You think I'd quit? As he spoke, Zed began to change his stance. Seeing that, Ickes felt a flicker of caution. He is changing. Before he could finish the thought, Zed's figure flashed and suddenly appeared right in front of him. Zed then drew his leg up and delivered a high kick straight into Ickes' ear. The kick hit so hard it left his head spinning, his thoughts growing fuzzy. Am I being pushed back? He wondered inwardly before taking a straight stomp to the gut from Zed. For Zed Kim Jin Ho, The strongest on Earth. This was the first time he felt true exhilaration. No one could last more than a minute against him, so he'd never had the chance to use his full set of skills. But look at this guy. After those kicks, he was still standing firm. For Zed, for Kim Jin-ho, this was a first. The more he thought about it, the more excited Zed became, and he couldn't suppress his smile. This is a living punching bag made for me. He rushed in again. Judging from Zed's stance, Ika's guessed a high kick was coming and curled his right arm up to protect his face. But unfortunately for him, he'd never faced this style of martial arts before, so he could hardly predict Zed's next moves. Zed unleashed a barrage of kicks into Ika's body, making his eyes bulge. All he could do was stand there taking it and curse inwardly. Damn it, I can't even read his moves, let alone defend. How is he a mage? The more he thought, the more hopeless Ika's felt. Meanwhile, Zed attacked with increasing ferocity, exclaiming with excitement, "Don't even think about giving up. It doesn't hurt that much, does it?" Zed's mad words pushed Ika's past his limit, and he cried out in surrender. "Please stop. I give up." No sooner had he spoken, Zed drove a knee upward, striking him squarely in the jaw. Then, to the stunned gaze of everyone present, Zed followed with a hooking kick aimed straight at the belt around his waist, splitting the belt cleanly in two. At that moment, the belt's damage reduction effect vanished, and Ika's face went ashen with pain. He immediately dropped to one knee before Zed, but the protagonist had no intention of letting him off so easily. He called out, "What's the matter? Not getting up?" His icy gaze terrified Ika's into blurting, "All right, I surrender. The belt is broken. Referee, end the match now." Before he could finish speaking, Zed's foot shot forward, stomping into his face as a warning. "Not nearly enough. This isn't over yet. Ending it here would be a waste." At that point, Zed's contact lens slowly dissolved, revealing his two red eyes. After seeing those eyes, Ika's immediately fainted, leaving Zed slightly regretful that he hadn't even finished beating him. Is that it? At that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of energy appear in his chest. It slowly spread throughout his body, making Zed feel very strange. What is this? This odd sensation? Like something is running inside my body? He wondered inwardly, and to explain it, a system notification appeared on the screen. Mana increased. Mana from none increased to 1. Reading the notification, Zed laughed so wide he couldn't close his mouth. Finally, my body feels like it's on stimulants. This is better than I thought. Right, this is how it should be. A mage with no mana sounded ridiculous. But wait, why is it so quiet around here? Zed thought as he scanned his surroundings with his eyes. Meanwhile, his friend Ryu rushed up and shouted a warning. "Zed, why did you take your lenses off?" Zed replied with a bewildered look. "Huh, I didn't. Wait, so someone saw my real eyes?" "Obviously," Ryu shouted. Meanwhile, Zed had a guess about this. It didn't seem like they fell off. Did my mana dissolve them? Unaware of Zed's thoughts, Ryu studied his eyes closely and remarked, "Looking again, they seem redder and glowing, right?" Back among the crowd, after a few stunned seconds, someone suddenly yelled, "Red eyes, that's an Arahan. Run. If you look at them, you'll die. Get away." At that cry, the entire audience stampeded in panic. Zed realized things were bad and quickly turned his head. "Damn it, this is bad. The guards will be here soon. Run, Ryu." Ryu retorted angrily. "Damn it, are you crazy? I told you to leave immediately." Before fleeing, Zed didn't forget to glance at Herna, who was watching from the side, and warned, "Hey you, I'll come find you later, so remember to find Ryu's brother." For Herna, seeing her champion get mauled by Zed like that, even though he'd used that damage-reducing belt, made her bite her nails in frustration. "Damn, I should have listened to the warden from the start. Damn it, that bastard. I'll tear you apart, Zed Arahan." She hurried to check the bets on the match to see how much she'd lost. Ikaz was a top fighter brought in from a big city for a huge sum. His contract fee was 600 gold coins over 3 years. But because of this incident, that entire amount was gone. Moreover, the ogre belt was worth 200 gold, and 1,200 gold had been transferred to Carrion's warden, bringing the total loss to 2,000 gold coins. Thinking of that enormous sum, Herna started to lose her mind. She tore at her hair and scolded herself. "Damn it, I should have listened to the warden from the beginning. Oh my precious 2,000 gold coins. That bastard. I'll rip you apart," she shouted, eyes full of hatred. Back to Zed's viewpoint. He had hurriedly grabbed the money and contact lenses and left. However, They hadn't gone far before the two had to hide in a narrow alley, because the streets were filled with the silhouettes of wardens searching for them. With no other choice, Zed and Ryu resorted to their old trick. They crawled into wooden crates to hide, and didn't dare come out until midnight. After scanning the area and confirming no one was around, Ryu finally exhaled. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Wait here. I'll borrow a carriage and be right back." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a footman drove up to them and said, "Miss Herna sent me. She said there's information to relay, so I'll take you to her. Besides, you won't find another carriage at this hour." His words made Zed a bit suspicious. Still, as he said, there really weren't any carriages available at that hour, so they had no choice but to follow him. Once aboard, Ryu leaned in and whispered to Zed, "Hey, Zed, do you think this is okay?" Zed replied with a calm face, "No, this is clearly a trap. Maybe they're waiting to throw us in jail." Hearing that, Ryu couldn't hide his shock and asked, "Then why did you tell me to get on the carriage?" Zed answered, "Didn't we have to deal with this eventually? It's hard to run now." Hearing that, Ryu sighed like a man facing death. "Oh God, am I really going to die this time?" Time flew by, and the carriage took them deep into the forest. In fact, before Zed and Ryu could disembark, Warden Clark from a distance swung his sword at the carriage, shredding it to pieces. Fortunately, Zed reacted quickly and pulled Ryu out in time. Clark then coldly asked them, "Huh, how did you escape?" Upon hearing this, Ryu scanned the enemy numbers and anxiously asked the protagonist, "Hey, Zed, what should we do now?" Before Zed could answer, Clark's accusing voice rang out opposite them. "How dare you steal my key and run off? You're nothing but a rat mage." Behind him, the sly woman ICAs poked her head out and taunted, "Hee, I feel sorry for you. If you'd cooperated from the start, things wouldn't have ended like this." Facing the danger, the protagonist showed no flinch and coldly replied, "Even in a million years I'd still say no. I'm not going to meekly wait to die." Clark tightened his grip on his sword. As if wanting to duel Zed one-on-one, he ordered the others, "Zed Arahan, today is your funeral. Everyone, stand back." Seeing that, Zed said to Ryu, "Ryu, fall back." With that, the spectators slowly backed away, leaving a wide clearing for Zed and Clark to fight. Clark laughed. "Haha, you plan to fight me in a situation like this? You're bold, Mage." Zed replied confidently, "The odds here are 50-50 anyway." Then he silently reminded himself, 50% chance to win. This is my magic to keep from being cowed by stronger foes, and to avoid letting my guard down. Even if he's a level 5 knight, if the odds are still 50-50, I have no reason to be afraid. On the other side, Clark wasn't interested in more talk. He slowly wrapped his sword in a stream of purple mana and growled, "Proud even facing death. Good, then I'll go all out from the start." After saying this, his whole body was engulfed in an aura. With a single stomp, Clark surged forward like an arrow, shouting, "Die, Arahan." As for Zed, the moment Clark launched his attack, he widened his eyes to watch the opponent's moves closely. He thought to himself, "Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. I don't need much. I just want to relive that feeling. In this moment, I'm once again the challenger." At the same time, as if to aid Zed, the system announced, "Trait, Challenger with Strong Will has been activated. All stats temporarily increase by 10 points." At the sound of the announcement, Zed's contact lens slowly dissolved, revealing his red eyes. Then a massive explosion occurred before everyone's eyes, sending chunks of earth and rock flying everywhere. Ryu, hearing the blast, hurriedly turned toward it and shouted, "Zed." As time passed, the dust and smoke slowly began to clear. However, when Warden Clark looked again, he only saw a large slash mark on the ground and no sign of the protagonist, which left him puzzled. At the same time, Herna's warning voice rang out, "Clark, over there." Hearing that, Clark quickly raised his eyes to the sky. At that moment, he saw the protagonist hovering in midair. His hair had turned golden, his whole body enveloped in a golden thunder. This was the electrified state. Seeing him like this, Clark was stunned. Thunder. But how? Before he could finish his thought, Zed launched his attack. His body flashed like lightning as he shot forward, delivering a thunder kick aimed straight at Clark, forcing him to raise his sword in front of his chest to block. The clash instantly released a powerful shockwave that rippled outward in all directions. After that, faced with this devastating kick from the protagonist, even Clark felt uneasy. Eventually his body was both shocked by electricity and shoved backwards several meters before he could come to a stop. Clark, feeling his body ache relentlessly from the thunder, roared, "How is this possible? No way. Is this really thunder?" Thunder is a special power that can bypass the four elements of water, wind, earth, and fire. It's a power every mage covets, the one power even the legendary first head of the Arahan family did not possess. That legendary power couldn't possibly be in the hands of this fool. The more Clark thought about it, the more incredulous he became. And he wasn't the only one. Everyone watching around them gaped, as if they were witnessing a living dinosaur come back to life. Our friend Ryu, seeing this, was rendered speechless. He thought to himself, could this really be the Arahan bloodline's power? Returning to Clark, he stamped the ground so hard that the earth cracked into pieces and shouted, "Those who rely only on bloodline power and make a fuss like you are the ones I hate most." As he spoke, he channeled mana into his sword and swung it forward, creating a crescent-shaped blade of energy aimed at the protagonist. But Zed reacted incredibly fast, leaning back to evade the strike so it wouldn't hit him. Seeing that, Clark swung his sword twice, producing 2 slashes, one horizontal, one vertical, rushing toward him. But Zed calmly dodged them with no difficulty at all. Then he surged forward to attack. Clark spun at the same time, swinging his sword while thinking, "You won't be able to dodge this one." However, contrary to everything he had calculated, his blade couldn't reach Zed. It was halted by a bolt of yellow lightning, preventing the sword from advancing even an inch. While he was still stunned, Zed closed the distance to Clark. Then he gathered force into his fist and delivered a thunder punch literally straight into Clark's stomach. The blow was so powerful it produced a deafening explosion in the air. Clark writhed in pain until his whole face twisted in agony. Zed himself, in a Super Saiyan-like state, stared at him coldly with not a shred of mercy. After that, the battlefield began to radiate countless wild energies. Golden and purple flashes intertwined and sprayed chaotically in every direction. Perhaps wounded pride drove Warden Clark to attack Zed even more ferociously. His sword slashes whistled through the air, but against a seasoned warrior like Zed, they had no effect at all. Right after Zed stepped back a bit to dodge Clark's attack, he lunged forward. While Clark hadn't yet recovered his sword to defend, he threw a hooking punch straight into the warden's jaw, sending his whole body spinning into the air. The blow was so powerful that Clark's mind went chaotic. What? He was supposed to be a mage, right? Why is he charging in for a straight-up brawl like this? Clark asked himself, and his doubt wasn't unfounded. Normally, mages use spells to keep knights at a distance, while engineers close that gap to engage. That's the law of this world, an unchanging principle through history. So why was this guy fighting up close? Thinking that, Clark hurriedly raised his sword before him to block the thunder punch coming from the protagonist. While blocking, he was jolted by lightning and tried to reassure himself. I can't treat him like an ordinary mage anymore. If possible, I must create distance to swing my sword. No hesitation, Clark leapt back to keep distance. But Zed anticipated this. He didn't give Clark the chance to put space between them. He surged forward at lightning speed. Before Clark could react, Zed's fist smashed into his face. The punch hurt so much Clark's cheeks flushed red. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, there's no opening. Unaware of those thoughts, Zed began gathering mana into his fist, then unleashed another thunder punch, striking Clark squarely in the gut. On impact, it produced a destructive thunder explosion, blasting Clark's body backward like a cannonball. Finally, he slammed into a large rock, which finally stopped his momentum. When the dust cleared, Clark began to cough up large gobs of blood, causing the nearby jailers to panic and shout, "Warden!" Not letting them speak, Clark bellowed, "Fall back." Then he glared at Zed with sharp eyes and, in helpless laughter, said, "Ha ha ha, no wonder you're from the Arahan family. Truly formidable. I lost. Kill me." In response, Zed asked, "Do you want to know why you lost?" Clark, seemingly too ashamed to listen, snarled, "I don't want to hear it. Just kill me." Not giving him a chance to say more, Zed answered himself, "There's only one reason. I've worked and trained much harder." From Clark's perspective, Zed's words left his eyes blank. Then, a second later, a raging flame of anger welled up in the warden as he challenged. "Worked and trained? Don't talk nonsense. It's all because you carry the Arahan bloodline. You were born different. That's the only reason. Do you understand the suffering of people like me? Those with no talent? You fool ruined my life." As he spoke, Clark gripped his sword so hard it trembled. Looking at his pathetic posture, Zed fell silent for a moment. A few seconds later he continued. Right now, I'm stronger than you. If you had more experience and reacted better, I would have lost. It's your insecurity that blurred your vision, and that's what held you back. Don't look for reasons for your failure elsewhere. The cause lies with you alone. Turning back to Clark, his anger had subsided. Instead, shame began to appear. He told himself, I never thought I'd be lectured on knightly spirit by some brat mage. With that, Clark sighed and said, enough already. Just kill me. For Zed, Clark's request genuinely put him in a difficult position, unsure what to choose. What a hassle. If I kill him here, the Empire will surely put a bounty on me. But I also can't just leave him here. Just as he thought this, the system issued 2 notifications to Zed. Trait Challenger with Strong Will has been disabled. Skill Transcendence has been removed. As the messages ended, the thunder that had enveloped Zed's body slowly dissipated, leaving him with a touch of regret. So that's as far as it goes? As for Herna, the moment she saw Zed's power vanish, she realized this was a heaven-sent chance to strike, and she shouted to the nearby jailers, what are you waiting for? Now's the time. Kill that Arahan immediately. Isn't that your job? Her sharp voice sliced the air and roused the jailers to awareness. They closed in slowly, surrounding Zed from all sides, but dared not recklessly rush in when they saw Warden Clark still being beaten so badly by Zed. From Zed's point of view, he glanced at the number of opponents and thought, this many enemies could be a big problem. Before our protagonist could devise a counter, a whitening wind suddenly blew in from afar, blurring everyone's vision. With his mana sense, Zed immediately guessed. Someone's casting magic. There's a mage nearby. This is bad. Where's the enemy? Damn it. I have to get out of here now. Zed yelled in his head, straining his eyes to spot the caster. But the winds were too strong. However, a few seconds later the wind gradually calmed and vanished, which surprised Zed, still on guard. What? The storm stopped already? Thinking that, Zed's eyes widened as he realized the scene ahead. In an incredibly short time, somehow all the jailers lay sprawled in pools of blood. Even Herna did not escape the fate of dying. This sent a chill through Zed, raising the hairs on his neck. He thought, they're all dead without even a cry. Even Herna. Could she have been the one who helped me? No, that's not right. If things go south, I could be blamed for everything, Zed observed. Not only the low-ranking guards, even Warden Clark, who was closest to them, fell silent and was killed. Putting that aside, Zed remembered his friend Ryu and urgently called out. Ryu! Hey, Ryu! Are you still alive? Where are you? Say something. In response, Ryu poked his head out from a nearby bush. Seeing his blonde friend safe, Zed breathed a sigh of relief. You're safe. Thank goodness. Ryu climbed out of the bush and stared at the chaos ahead. Then said in alarm, what happened, Zed? Did you make this mess? Zed shook his head in puzzlement. No, I think a high-level mage was nearby. Get out of here now. With that, Zed quickly left. While scanning the ground, Ryu suddenly found a white card and picked it up. Hey Zed, look, there's a card here. It's spotless. Like it was just dropped. Something's off. The two of them had no time to examine the card before hastily leaving the dangerous area. As Zed suspected, the wind was caused by a mysterious mage who was now watching Zed and Ryu depart. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to somewhere in the forest. Now that Ryu was asleep, Zed looked at the card in his hand and pondered. A white card. If I channel a bit of mana into it. Thinking it, the protagonist began to try putting his energy into the card. Sure enough, the card began to change. Its white outer layer slowly dissolved, revealing an emblem inside that looked like a leaf. Just as I thought. This is a magic card, a type of card used by secret organizations to exchange encrypted messages. And this badge is the Black Flame of the Arahan family. The Black Glass Guard of the Arahan family, they are absolutely loyal only to the Arahan housemaster. Their scale and missions are hidden behind a veil of secrecy. They are the Empire's largest and most elite secret organization. Saying that, Zed flipped the card over. On the back was a symbol representing the number 4. Seeing it, Zed quickly recalled what he knew. If I remember correctly, 1 means accept or agree, 2 means refuse or reject, 3 means negotiate or propose, and 4 means observe or protect. Arahan is protecting me? They abandoned me because I had no mana, and now they've changed their mind? Thinking that, Zed's eyes suddenly widened as he realized the issue. Ah, right, my mana stat after defeating Clark. Part of the penalty was lifted, and my mana even increased by 2 points. Does this world have an experience system like a game? Skill transcendence, a magic that enhances physical strength to a superior level while creating a shield. Just as I thought, it's currently disabled. Maybe my stats are still too low. Do I need at least 5 mana points to activate it? Or 10 points stacking 5 tiers would be great. At that moment, Ryu's voice suddenly rang out, cutting through his thoughts. Hey, Zed. Hearing it, Zed put the white card away and turned to say, Huh? You're still awake? Ryu nodded and replied, Yeah, I can't sleep, Zed. What should we do now? To that, Zed said, What do you mean, what should we do? We'll go to Prilda. You said you lost your comrades there, right? Ryu was still worried when Zed said they'd go to Prilda and voiced his thoughts. But earlier you said they couldn't find the coachman's body. That means the rumor must have spread. And soon the Empire will issue a manhunt. More importantly, we can't get to Prilda without a carriage. Walking is too far. Hearing that, Zed's face involuntarily formed a faint smile. Ah, right. We need to adjust our route a bit. Let's go to Tamaya. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the village of Tamaya, the southern front outpost. Somewhere inside the village, a magic circle suddenly flared to life. Then several figures abruptly appeared within the magic circle. They were a group of knights from the Bahal family. At the front of the group, a handsome knight issued an order. Then we will begin searching immediately. I, Torres Bahal, will hunt down those shameless Arahans and execute them. To explain why Torres was here, we must go back to a time when he was summoned by the Bahal family head. When called into the great hall, Torres knelt on one knee and said, You summoned me, my lord. Hearing that, a tall man at the front replied in a deep voice, Yes, you have a new mission. An Arahan who was imprisoned in Carrion prison a few years ago has escaped custody and is now hiding after murdering the warden and many people from the city of Motor. I will have you deal with this matter. As the heir of Bahal, judge for yourself and uphold the family's honor. With those words, the attendant beside him brought forward a scroll of orders to Torres. Seeing this, Torres raised his head, respectfully took the scroll with both hands, and declared, I, Torres Bahal, will give my life to carry out your command. Cut to Zed's location. They were still trudging through mountain passes and streams in the forest. Behind him, Ryu grumbled irritably, Zed, the more I think about it, the crazier this all seems. Not letting him finish complaining, the protagonist ahead sighed and scolded, Hey, you've been saying that for 5 days. How long do we have to keep doing this? Zed's remark only made Ryu more annoyed. He glanced around the ground littered with countless monster skulls and a few unlucky corpses and shouted, Good God, we're definitely the only fools walking straight through the front line. To explain, along the Empire's border there's a front line to block the magical beasts. Each noble house is assigned a sector, and the southern sector belongs to the Bahal family. The place we're heading to is Tamaya village right on the front line where magical beasts frequently appear. The reason we're going to this village, if that's practically an outpost, is because there's a teleport gate there. It's so expensive that most nobles can't afford to use it, but we have plenty of money. Back in the present, Ryu kept walking while still grumbling. You only realize this is crazy after being torn apart by monsters. Zed responded with an amused laugh. Haha, you know this was our best option. Time passed quickly until evening. Ryu tossed Zed a strip of jerky and advised, Hey, you bastard, eat up. You never know when you'll die. Ah yeah, you too. Hee. Zed replied cheerfully, but before he could take a bite, the ground around them began to tremble continuously. This made both of them panic slightly and scan their surroundings. The shaking grew stronger and stronger. As a reflex, Zed and Ryu hurriedly threw dirt and loose stones onto their fire to snuff it out. Ryu, something's coming, Zed said, frowning. Ryu, annoyed because he hadn't finished eating, snapped, Damn it. No sooner had he finished speaking than, after making sure their fire was fully extinguished, the two of them crawled into the nearby bushes and waited silently. Ryu whispered to Zed, Don't tell me it's a magical beast. Zed replied with hope in his voice, I'd rather it be that. Saying this, Zed actually had a theory about the cause of the tremors. The tremors aren't just once or twice. They're many times. There's no way that many magical beasts could slip past the southern front line under the Bahal family's watch. If that's the case, there can only be one cause. Thinking that, Zed focused his gaze ahead. Very soon after, a unit of knights came into view. A white steed with blue eyes. That's a Bahal family knight. I'd guess at least 50 of them. Please move on. Keep going. Zed silently prayed. Unfortunately for him, the knights' noses were extremely keen. As they passed the area where Zed's fire had been, someone in the group spotted it and shouted, "We found traces of a camp." Hearing that, the protagonist couldn't help cursing them inwardly. Damn it, the Knight Order requires mages to be at least level 5 to join. In other words, there are at least 50 knights at Clark's level here. If we keep hiding like this, it's only a matter of time before we're discovered. Now run fast. Not only Zed, even Ryu could sense the urgency. He knew how weak he was. If I keep clinging to the protagonist, it'll only increase both our chances of being discovered. So Ryu whispered, "Hey, Zed, you run. You can do it. They might spare me, but they'll definitely kill you, since you're an Arahan. Don't worry too much, they won't actually kill us, right?" Ryu said uncertainly, his small body shaking uncontrollably. Seeing that, Zed shook his head and said, "You're shaking like a leaf. Don't worry, I have a plan." Saying that, Zed focused his gaze on the group of knights ahead. Time passed quickly. Now the Bahal family knights began to spread out in all directions to scour the area for the two of them. However, before the group had to search much, Zed took the initiative. "Search them. Why so slow? I am Zed Arahan." Of course, Zed wasn't stupid enough to hand over his life. He had a plan in mind. Based on that white card he picked up earlier, it means he was being observed or protected. "I'll verify it myself. If we stay put, we'll just die. Better to act than regret it." With that thought, Zed tried to negotiate. "I want to speak with your commander." Before the words left his mouth, the knight opposite suddenly swung his sword. Luckily, Zed kept some vigilance and leapt back in time to dodge. However, the knight's speed was faster than he expected. "Wait, talk for a moment," Zed shouted. But the knight seemed uninterested. In a second, he lunged beside Zed and swung his sword. Seeing that, Zed hurriedly turned his head. At the same time, a magic circle suddenly appeared at the protagonist's feet. Then, when the knight's sword came down, it seemed to be stopped by an invisible shield, unable to move another inch. This made Zed a bit puzzled. Why did it suddenly stop? Not his is. It's been blocked. Then a cold voice began to ring out. "Return." The voice carried a terrifying pressure, causing the knight to panic and jump back. He formed up with the other knights and shouted loudly, "Who are you?" At that moment, in their eyes, standing between them and Zed was the mysterious mage from before. "I thought they were observing from somewhere, but I didn't expect them to be this close. Even with a perception stat of 100, I couldn't sense them. That's the black glass guard of the Arahan family," Zed muttered. Looking ahead, countless cloaked mages in black appeared on all sides, surrounding the knights in the center. Then the lead mage ordered them, "Turn back. If you cooperate, nothing will happen to you." In response, the voice of that knight Torres rang out. "Who dares block the Bahal family's path?" Seeing that, the captain glanced at Torres and said, "You must be Torres Bahal, descendant of Bahal." As for Zed, seeing the familiar figure before him, his eyes widened. "Torres Bahal. Memories so familiar they feel like part of my body. The person I've been closest to, who stood by me until the end. I know this isn't the time, but seeing him in person really makes me feel nostalgic." Unaware of these thoughts in the protagonist's heart, the knight Torres looked Zed over and asked, "Are you Zed Arahan?" Before Zed could answer, the chief mage continued, "Knights, turn back. If you leave now, nothing will happen." Hearing that, Zed guessed they were trying to protect him. But why would the Black Glass Guard go this far? On the other side, Torres quickly deduced the identity of the cloaked mages. "So you are the secret organization of Arahan I've only heard rumors about. You know exactly who I am and still dare to pull tricks like this. The Arahan clan has crossed the line. You will pay for provoking the Bahal family with your heads." With that, Torres raised his sword high, gathering a terrifying surge of energy, as if preparing to unleash a powerful technique. But there was no way the chief mage would sit idly by and let him use that skill. Not a chance. The mage said calmly, "Enough." Immediately, a huge red magic circle appeared beneath the knights, enclosing everyone. They panicked. "It's a formation. When did they prepare this?" As for Zed, a single glance at the formation let him deduce its properties and purpose. That formation is a trap. They can't step out or avoid it. Predicting the exact placement and setting it before the situation occurs, always the case, huh? This mage isn't level 5 or 6, he's a level 7. Up ahead, the mage warned the knights as well. "If any of you lift a foot, it will explode." Torres replied challengingly, "Do the Arahan truly want war with the Bahal family?" The mage answered coolly, "I told you, turn back. Even the head of Bahal doesn't want that." The chief mage's words were calm, but to Torres they were a grave insult. He tightened his grip on his sword and shouted, "You're finished. You dare insult the Bahal family?" As he spoke, Torres' body was enveloped in a fierce aura. This made the watching protagonist inwardly alarmed. No, if this is the early stage of the game, Torres is at best a level 6 knight. This is clearly a battle he cannot win. If an all-out fight breaks out here, Torres and his knights will be wiped out. At the same time, the blue energy covering Torres' body formed into the image of a giant lion's head. It was the Bahal clan's secret technique, the lion's roar. When it manifested, Torres' presence grew even more overpowering, to the point that Zed had to raise his hand to shield his face from the biting gusts. He thought, no, this can't be. That technique requires at least a level 7 mage. Torres, snap out of it. You're going to get yourself killed, Zed shouted in his mind and quickly turned to the black-robed mage. Black Glass Guard, cancel the magic now. Don't you hear me? I said destroy them. In response, the captain looked at Zed with cold eyes and informed him, that's impossible. We only follow orders from the family head. The order I received was to protect you, not to obey your commands. Hearing this, Zed retorted, then just protect me. Why do you want to kill them, the Bahal unit? That's beyond your authority. With your strength, you can complete the mission without killing him. Cancel the formation immediately. And Torres too. You should stop. Across from him, Torres remained steadfast in his conviction. He shouted, shut up, Arahan. You killed the wardens and innocent people in the south. I will make you pay for your crimes. You're wrong. Let's talk. Zed's voice was pleading. Unfortunately, it failed to move the knight in the slightest. Fine. I'll talk to you when you're on your knees. With that, he seized his sword and charged at Zed, heedless of the fact that the formation beneath the knights might be triggered. Yet oddly, after Torres leapt into the air, the magic formation beneath them still hadn't activated. The protagonist felt a quiet relief. It didn't go off. Could the Black Glass Guard have just followed my order? Hardly had he thought that when Torres' powerful strike arrived, producing a tremendous explosion where everyone stood. Stones and earth scattered everywhere. But, just like before, Torres' sword didn't reach Zed's body. It was stopped by a magical barrier. From the protagonist's viewpoint, staring at the sword that had nearly struck him, he broke into a cold sweat and thought inwardly, damn, if not for the Black Glass Guard, I'd be dead now. He shattered 4 layers of the 7-fold wind barrier. It's not even complete, yet it's this powerful? The more Zed thought, the more impressed he became. Then Torres' powerful attack faded after only a few seconds. The knight suddenly collapsed to his knees, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Seeing that, the protagonist wasn't too surprised. He thought, that's mana backlash from forcing an incomplete ultimate. To witness the lion's roar, what an honor of a lifetime. But was it worth it? With that, Zed slowly stepped toward him and gently asked, feeling any better? Seriously, why did you use a secret technique when you weren't ready? Torres snapped in response. How do you know my family's secret technique? No sooner had he finished speaking than Torres' face turned purple and he fainted outright. This made the knights behind him rush forward in panic to check on him. Sitting nearby, Zed added, it's mana backlash. If you don't treat it immediately, he'll be in danger. Hearing this, the knights didn't hesitate. They immediately sprang forward, using their healing magic on Torres and urging, Lord Torres, please don't leave us. Lord Torres. Watching their actions, our protagonist shook his head in exasperation. Inwardly he thought, it's useless. You can't cure backlash if the healer's level is lower than the victim's. If anyone here has a level higher than Torres, there's only one person. With that thought, Zed glanced at the chief mage standing behind them. Then he spoke up with a request. Hey, Black Glass, heal him. Zed's words caused the cold man to betray a flicker of surprise on his face. He immediately asked back, you really want me to save that knight? Zed replied, Torres is an old friend of mine. This made the black-robed mage even more startled. He challenged, nonsense. A knight is an enemy, never a friend. Hearing that, Zed didn't pursue the friendship angle. Instead, he appealed to their interests. Then I'll ask you majest pragmatic ones. If Torres dies here, Arahan cannot avoid an all-out war with the Bahal family. How does that benefit us? The black-robed mage raised an eyebrow and asked back, don't you realize how his death could benefit Arahan? Besides, this is something he brought on himself. It's unrelated to my orders. Nearby, Torres' condition grew more serious, while the knight's cries intensified. This gave Zed a headache. Damn, we don't have much time left. He thought, forced to use his last resort, you caused this, and now it's connected to your mission. If you don't heal Torres right now, my protection assignment ends here. I keep my word. You've been watching me, so you know I'm not one to bluff. Saying that, Zed grabbed Torres' sword and pressed it against his own throat. It even cut him, leaving a wound on his neck. Zed's threat made even the cold black-robed mage hesitate. He growled. If the family head finds out about this, he will be furious. Zed answered with a casual expression. That's my burden to bear. Now just heal him. With no other choice, though reluctant, the black-robed mage calmly approached to treat Torres. But the knights still didn't trust them and intervened. Stop! Do you dare let a mage touch our young master? Faced with that, Zed wasn't sure whether to call them fools or to blame them for clinging to their honor. He began to put them straight. Step back. Right now that mage is the only one who can save Torres. Or do you want your young master to die? The protagonist's blunt words silenced the knights. At last, they slowly dispersed, making way for the black glass mage. He then used his restorative magic, bringing color back to Torres' face, and his breathing evened out. Seeing this, the knights were so relieved they cried. The air, thank the heavens. His mana flow is stabilizing. As for Zed, when he glanced around, he realized that, at some point, the entire black glass guard had withdrawn silently. The only thing they left behind was another white token a short distance away. Time passed quickly as the scene shifted to the outskirts of Tamaya village. By then, Zed had followed the knights back to their encampment and examined the white token, which bore the number 9. He thought to himself, this is magic token number 9. It means abandonment or survival. Beside him, his friend Ryu curiously asked, Hey, Zed, were those mages with the black glass guard? Was the token from before there's 2? Zed nodded firmly. Yeah, basically they said I handle things myself now. Hearing that, Ryu shrugged. Wow, Arahan's going to lose it. Our solid backing just vanished. Putting that aside, Zed shot Ryu a surprised look and asked, By the way, how do you know about the black glass guard? Ryu was more surprised. How could I not know them? Even kids know that name. Maybe they don't know what they do, but they know they exist. Then Ryu cast a wary glance at the knights nearby and whispered, Anyway, we should stay hidden for a while. Look, they're on high alert. If anything goes wrong, we're done for instantly. From Zed's perspective, he looked at the knights and observed. If they were mages and I a knight, I'd be dead already. Knights value honor above all. No matter how wanted someone is, killing the person who saved you goes against everything they believe in. Knights sacrifice their lives for honor. Mages will kill friends if it benefits them. To me, both extremes are irrational, but that makes them easier to deal with because they're predictable. With knights, you provoke their honor. With mages, you offer them gain. At that moment, a knight approached the two and said, The young master wants to see you. Please come with me. Scene shift to inside the command tent. Torres had recovered. He invited Zed and Ryu to tea and introduced, This is Minar tea, grown by my family. Its aroma is truly wonderful. Zed gladly tasted it, not worried about poison. After drinking, he nodded and said, It is fragrant. By the way, how are you feeling? Torres replied, Thanks to you, I feel a lot better. Zed waved his hand and said, I'm not fond of stiff formalities. Let's speak more casually, shall we? You're 17 this year, right? I want us to be more comfortable with each other. Turning to Torres, Zed's casual remark left the young knight silent for a few seconds before he cautiously asked, So how old are you? Zed replied, This body is about 15. Torres answered, Then I'm 2 years older than you. Zed raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you want me to call you brother? Torres hurriedly waved his hand. No, don't. A mage calling me brother is a bit much. Haha. He burst out laughing, while Zed grinned and said, I wasn't going to call you that anyway. Haha. Their joking exchange made Ryu curiously think. Arahan and Bahal talking like old friends? Putting the small talk aside, Torres got to the point. Well then, before we get into it, I should thank you first. Thank you for saving my life. His voice was full of sincerity, confirming to Zed that he hadn't rescued the wrong person. He's actually thanking a mage. If he's the heir of the Bahal family, his pride should be off the charts. I know Torres' personality well, and I like that about him. Zed thought to himself. Torres continued, Enough pleasantries. Get straight to the point. You say the killing of Chief Tor is a misunderstanding. What do you mean? Hearing that, Zed's expression turned serious. As I said, I'll explain everything. Next, Zed explained in detail everything from the prison camp to how he ended up here. Of course, he omitted that he'd broken through to awaken mana and gained the thunder skill. In short, that's the story. As you probably know, the Arahan family never backs down from a fight. They wanted to kill me first, so I only fought in self-defense. Hearing this, Torres nodded, though not entirely convinced. If what you say is true, then it could be considered justified self-defense. But the key question is, are your statements really accurate? Zed crossed his arms and replied confidently. If I didn't intend to clear up this mistake, I'd have left you there to die. From my position, there's no surer way. Isn't that right? That's true. Then I'll look into whether I misunderstood the situation. Please accept this. It's freshly ground minar powder. A small gift. My apology for the misunderstanding. As he spoke, the young knight set a small pouch on the table. But regarding the gift, Zed's face showed disdain. His expression lengthened as he said, if you're apologizing, rather than that I'd prefer you do me a favor instead. Torres raised an eyebrow, curiosity in his eyes, and asked, you have a request? If it's within my ability, I'll do it. Without hesitation, Zed stated his request plainly. It's certainly doable. I want you to help find Ryu's lost younger sibling. The remark startled Ryu, while Torres cast a sidelong look and warned Zed. That brings you no benefit at all. Not very mage-like. Zed shook his head in reply. I don't care about that. I promised to help Ryu find them. Time quickly passed until the next morning. At that time, Zed was still using the time to train his physique, while Ryu stood silently watching beside him. In his mind, he still remembered last night's events. Who would have thought someone would use the Bahal family's favor just to ask for help finding a lost younger brother of an unknown person? The guy really is strange. After thinking that, Ryu smiled and asked Zed, are you hungry? They have bear tea beef here. Want me to go get some? Zed nodded and smiled back. Haha, let me finish this bout. Then we'll go eat together. At that moment, outside the tent, Torres quietly eavesdropped on their conversation and felt very puzzled. What is he doing? A mage training until he sweats. A mage from those types who see sweat as a weakness? I've heard Zed Arahan has no mana. For a mage, no mana is like a knight without a sword. Yet he still didn't give up. He kept coming forward. Truly a sight to admire. If I were in his place, could I maintain such dignity? I've made up my mind. That mage has more spirit than any knight. He'll definitely become my friend, Torres said, clenching his fist. Next, to treat the two famished devils, Sir Torres invited them to try his famous beef. Looking at the huge slab of meat steaming in front of him, Ryu could hardly believe it. Is that bear tea beef? You really went all out to prepare such a rare thing? Torres happily boasted in response. We're hosting the Arahan. This is the least we can do. It's high in protein and great for building muscle. All right. Everyone sit down. There's no reason to waste time in front of good food, he said cheerfully. Meanwhile, Zed sat beside them, sharing some of the joy and thinking to himself. A round table with no special seat for the important guest, very bahal of them. That only makes me respect him more. On the other side, Ryu quietly warned the protagonist. But are you sure this is safe to eat? What if it's poisoned? Hearing that, Zed turned, smiled, and said, don't worry. Trust me. Try a bite. It's better than anything we ate at that camp. At that, Ryu didn't hesitate and shoved a piece into his mouth, exclaiming with delight, wow, this is amazing. It melts in your mouth. Seeing this, Torres smiled and asked, how do you two like it? Zed replied, delicious. Does he get to eat like this every day? I'm jealous. Then he reminded himself. Still, nothing in this world is free. Serving such an expensive dish must be in exchange for something. Kindness lasts only until the last piece of beef is gone. Just then, a knight suddenly stood up and said loudly, Sir Torres, excuse me, but this makes me uncomfortable. I must take my leave. After he spoke, the other knights also stood up and waved their hands. Same here. I can't sit here any longer. I've put up with Arahan staying at the outpost, but this is too much. I'm sorry. One by one, the knights left, leaving only the three of them at the large table of food. Seeing his men so displeased, Torres looked embarrassed and said to Zed, on their behalf, I apologize for their rudeness. Hearing that, Zed understood and wasn't bothered. Don't worry about it. If you plan to punish them, please don't. It won't help anyone. Torres, surprised, asked, offended like that and you still defend my people? Zed shook his head slightly and explained, since childhood they've seen mages as enemies. Rather than punish them now, we should try to understand and soothe their fear. Understand? Huh? Tonight I learn another lesson, Torres whispered. Turning back to Zed's point of view, the young man didn't want to waste time and went straight to the main issue. But more importantly, you've wanted to tell us something for a while now, right? Torres' eyes lit with surprise as he admitted. So you've noticed? We're planning to leave for Frilda to search for Ryu's sibling. Could we postpone departure by one day? Zed asked, why is that? Torres explained, I want people to see that you're a good person. Just one day will be enough. Hearing that, Zed fell into thought for a moment. He turned to his companion and asked, Hey, Ryu, are you okay? Ryu nodded in response. Yeah, I'm fine. Besides, we're not the ones actually going to search. No matter how many people go, I suspect it's just a show. Hearing this, Zed didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. All right, decision made. Fine, let's do it that way. Time passed quickly. Cut to the southern front, beyond the Tamaya wall. At that moment, a purple lion had just let out a snarl when it was cleaved in two by a Bahal family knight. Seeing that, he boasted cheerfully. Just a low-level fiend. No problem, Torres. In response came a voice of praise. Well done, everyone. We'll continue the search. Move out. Yes, sir. The group answered in unison. From Zed's perspective, he was a bit pensive, thinking, what does Torres expect by bringing me here? Oh well, I'll just go along. But Torres had gathered a 20-member team to form the frontline search party. Because the southern and western fronts had unusually intense fiend activity, the search missions were extremely arduous. Thinking that, a sudden suspicion popped into Zed's head. Wait, could all of this be because of that group? In Bahal, there's a tradition of throwing a post-mission feast to celebrate the army's safe return. So is his plan to put me into that warm, encouraging atmosphere where everyone praises each other for a job well done? Such intense emotion, truly the behavior of a 17-year-old. At that moment, suddenly a knight's voice rang out ahead. Sir Torres, we found strange tracks here. Hearing this, everyone rushed to the spot where the voice came from, and sure enough, they saw a large groove in the ground. The tracks were peculiar, causing Torres to narrow his eyes slightly and ask his subordinate. Look, these prints are strange. Does anyone recognize what creature left them? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Then a knight standing nearby voiced his thought. It looks like the tracks of an undiscovered beast, not listed in the monster compendium. Also, Torres, by procedure we should return to headquarters and report this. Hearing that, the blonde knight closed his eyes briefly, thought a moment and murmured. But returning now would be a bit premature. We're in Area 1, right? Even if it's an unknown creature, it's probably low rank. Seeing that, another hurriedly objected. But even if it's low rank, not knowing what it is makes it dangerous. Zed fully agreed with that remark. He thought, that's right, as the knight said, the wisest course is to return while we don't know what we're dealing with. Then he offered, need any help? His words surprised Torres a little, who asked, wait, you know what this monster is? Zed explained, of course, it's a basilisk. It's a mid-rank fiend, but you're a rank 6 knight with 20 rank 5 knights besides. Handling it shouldn't be a problem. Really? Torres asked. However, the mages at the rear began barking like mad dogs. Sir Torres, will you really trust this mage? We don't even know of a fiend from the south like this, yet a mage from the west claims he knows it. In response to this challenge, Zed smirked and tried to enlighten the group. Is there proof that it only appears in the south? Maybe Arahan just has more complete monster records than you. Immediately the knights bristled and snarled. Arrogant bastard, you're just a half-trained wannabe with no real magic. After Arahan, you dare mock Bahal? Zed replied coldly. You who mock are the ones at fault. A member of a unit would dare speak rudely to the heir of a family? Elsewhere, Torres, unwilling to let the situation escalate, quickly stepped in to restrain them. Enough, all of you. Shut up unless I order otherwise. After saying that, he turned to apologize to the protagonist. Zed, I apologize on behalf of my knights. Because of their mistake, I hoped we could get along. But things haven't gone as smoothly as I thought. No sooner had he said this, almost as if to prove the protagonist right, when a deafening scream rang out. At the same time, a giant snake burst up from beneath the ground. Seeing that, Torres reacted extremely quickly, drew his weapon, and warned the group. Everyone, get into battle positions. Spread out immediately. No sooner had he finished speaking than the Cerberus whipped its tail and struck toward his position, cracking the ground into many pieces. Fortunately, Sir Torres reacted quickly and leapt to the side to evade. Then he didn't forget to check. Zed, are you okay? Before he could finish, Zed shouted. Torres, Behind you. Get out of the way. At that moment, the giant snake opened its huge jaws wide, aiming straight for the blonde man. Thankfully, he had received Zed's warning and was able to dodge in time. TCH, there are actually two of them? Torres said irritably. Next, as if to quickly take care of the two large monsters, he raised his sword overhead, enveloped his body in a blue radiance, and shouted, "Focus all attacks on the one on the right." Hearing that, the knights simultaneously lifted their swords into the air to prepare a combined strike. Then, once his energy had been fully gathered, Torres swung his sword forward, releasing a crescent-shaped slash that flew with wind-tearing speed. Likewise, the knights began to unleash their attacks, creating countless crescent blades that struck the basilisk on the right, causing it to roar in frenzy. However, despite the pain, their attacks weren't even enough to cut the creature's skin. Seeing this, the knight widened his eyes. Our attacks have no effect? Not to mention him, even Zed was equally astonished. These knights are perfectly trained, but not even rank 5 or rank 6 sword force can penetrate that creature's hide. Across from them, the snake seemed driven into a rage. It began to swing its tail covered in sharp spines forward. Seeing that, Zed immediately knew it was about to attack and warned everyone. Now it's its turn. Everyone, get down. At his shout, the knights hesitated for a moment, but Torres then shouted, "All units, by Zed's order, get down." Only then did the knights not hesitate and hurriedly flatten themselves against the ground. However, within the group there was still one fool who refused to obey orders, standing rooted at the front. "Why should we listen to a mage?" he said angrily, which made Zed snap in anger. "I told you to get down, you idiot." Opposite them, the basilisk didn't intend to give the group a chance to react. It whipped its tail forward, firing countless sharp spines like lightning-fast arrows. Luckily, the knights were lying down, so they weren't harmed. If not, they would have been like that tree behind them, pierced into a honeycomb. Looking at the tree, which had turned from brown to dark purple, Torres felt numb all over. The needle spray attack radiated in all directions, yet not a single spike struck the ground. At the most dangerous moment, Zed grabbed the black-haired knight by the head and pulled him down to the ground. "Getting hit by one of those is really painful, you know? I just saved your life." Saying that, he turned to look at Torres and suggested, "Torres, their next attack will aim low, so dodging will be tricky." Torres nodded. "Then we'll just take it down before that happens." Zed continued, "Torres, can I leave the left one to you and the knights?" Torres responded with some skepticism. "What? You expect to fight the other one alone? Do you really know its weakness?" Before he could finish, Zed shouted, "There's no time. Just tell me whether you can do it or not." Seeing the tension on Zed's face, a bead of sweat rolled down the knight's cheek, and he nodded. "All right, we'll take care of it quickly. Don't you go dying on us." Hearing that, Zed thought to himself, in this situation, who's actually worried about whom? Honestly, he's a remarkable guy. Smiling faintly, Zed replied, "All right, I'm counting on you." With that, the knight led his group to handle the basilisk on the left. "Everyone, follow me. We'll deal with the one on the left first. I'll lead the assault." Back with Zed, seeing Torres attack, he had no intention of staying idle. "If my favorite character is fighting that hard, there's no way I'm just going to stand by," he thought, and began activating his traits. The Challenger trait, empowered by will, has been activated. All stats temporarily increased by 10, casting Transcendent Humanity. At that moment, Zed transformed into a Super Saiyan state, his whole body enveloped in yellow lightning. He slowly stepped forward and taunted the basilisk on the right. "Hey, who do you think you're looking at? Your opponent is me." With those words, Zed dashed forward at his blinding speed. For Zed, he also noticed the basilisk's belly was slightly swollen and its movements were somewhat slow. Immediately, he guessed what it was. A basilisk that just finished hunting? Am I that lucky? He thought as he used his dizzying speed, weaving between trunks and finally leaping up into the air. The reason Zed did that was because this monster had only one weak spot on the top of its head, and he had to smash that spot. With that in mind, Zed landed below and unleashed his thunderous fist, striking straight at the giant snake's crown, causing its eyes to roll back, and finally it fainted, collapsing to the ground. Seeing that, Zed silently prayed inwardly. "Okay, please, Ites here. The demon breath. Demon breath is a key ingredient for forging immortal elixirs. Add a bit of holy water and it can turn into an actual elixir. Normally, elixirs grant random stat boosts, but for me only mana can increase. So basically it's a 100% mana potion. Thank you for gifting me this absurd amount of mana for free. Alright, Time to go help the group on the other side, the protagonist said cheerfully. Cut to the Torres Knights location. They were still struggling to deal with the giant snake. Torres raised his sword to block the snake's direct charge. However, his body was shoved backward, trembling as if he could be thrown off at any moment. Damn. I've fallen far behind the other knights. There's no time to waste. Before he could react, from afar a bolt of yellow lightning shot down from above, striking the snake's crown and forcing its mouth to gape wide. And of course the one who arrived was Zed. Looking at the lightning enveloping his entire body, Torres' eyes showed disbelief. What kind of demonic energy is that? Elsewhere, the knights who had rushed to help were equally surprised. Huh? How did he get here? Wait a second, is that light actually lightning energy? At this, Torres couldn't hide his curiosity and hesitantly asked, Zed, is that energy really lightning? Yeah, who wouldn't recognize it? Zed shrugged. Those words made Torres even more astonished. How can that be? I thought you had no mana. To answer this, Zed said, I got a mana ring not long ago. Hearing that, Torres' face went blank. What? You finally have a mana ring? The mana ring around the heart is formed at birth. Sometimes the mana channels take a bit to connect, but by age 6 at the latest all channels should be complete. So you mean Zed, about 15 years old, only now has a mana ring? That's like someone born with 9 fingers suddenly growing a 10th. In the Empire's 1,000-year history, nothing like this had ever happened. Even the heavens trembled at Zed's will, Torres thought silently. Meanwhile, Zed quickly grabbed the red orb from inside the giant snake and said to the knight, Torres, can I take this? Torres readily replied, of course, you killed the monster. All the loot is yours. Before he finished speaking, Zed waved his hand. No, this is more than enough for me, but if I flay it and sell the hide, I could at least get a few pounds of premium beef. Saying that, he quietly marveled at his luck. I've been playing this game for over 10 years, and I've never picked up 2 demon breaths at once. Today I hit the jackpot. I haven't eaten, but I already feel full. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the teleportation gate. The knights were still whispering among themselves about what they'd witnessed. Have you heard about Arahan, the one who joined the hunt with the others? Someone asked. Another voice replied, Yeah, I heard he defeated an undiscovered monster with his bare hands. I also heard he unlocked lightning energy. Isn't that energy supposed to be just a legend? Is that really lightning energy? I mean, a mage with no mana suddenly using lightning? That must be a mistake. They say everyone who was there saw it. Even Lord Torres admitted it, so it can't be wrong. That Arahan is truly different from other mages. Right, he even flayed the monster he hunted. I also heard he trains so hard he sweats during breaks. A mage who can flay an entire hide? A mage who actually sweats? The more I hear, the more he seems unlike ordinary mages. I wish I could talk to this Arahan. I should have volunteered for today's mission. The murmurs of admiration kept rising. Cut to the celebration party. The black-haired knight whom Zed saved that morning bowed his head in thanks. Zed, thank you for saving me earlier. Hearing that, Zed asked, Oh, all right, you're not hurt, are you? He shook his head. No, but I can't believe I hesitated on the battlefield. As a knight, I'll think seriously about this and work harder. His voice was full of resolve. Seeing the knight's attitudes change so suddenly, Ryu asked in puzzlement, Haha, what did you do out there to make the knights change their minds so completely in such a short time? Zed boasted in reply, Maybe they like me now. I bet tomorrow they'll sincerely help you look for your family member. At that moment, Sir Torres approached. Zed, Ryu, could you 2 step outside for a moment? The request surprised them, but they quickly followed Torres outside. Torres said, You did very well today, Zed. It seems the knight's attitude toward you has changed a lot. Everyone involved in the mission says they'll go to Frilda tomorrow to help. Hearing this, Zed, though he'd expected it, couldn't hide his happiness. They must be exhausted after today, but that's wonderful. Thank you, Torres. Torres shook his head and smiled. For a knight, working while tired is natural. In any case, we owe you a life debt. As comrades, I think tomorrow I need to visit my family. The commander must be horrified to hear about today. Zed teased, You'll get scolded? I mean, for getting close to someone from the Arahan family. Torres had expected this, so he wasn't too worried. I've prepared for that. I'll see the commander first, then head straight to Frilda. Ryu, I'll do my best to help you find your sister. We will definitely find her. Hearing that, Zed was happy for his friend. Great. Ryu, the heir of the Bahal family, will personally help you find your relative. This job is safe now, isn't it? At this, Ryu could no longer hold back his emotion and his eyes welled up. Thank you both so much. They waved it off. No need, we're friends. Time flew, and the next day the scene shifted to the city of Frilda. It's a port city, the commercial center of the south. Ryu began to explain about his relative. Her name is Lisa. She's a girl and she's 13 this year. She has long blonde hair down to her waist and is roughly this tall. She's probably grown since then, Ryu said, gauging his sister's height with his hand. But this information made Zed feel a bit uncertain. Is that all? Let's see. She's pretty cute. Torres made that remark, leaving Zed at a loss for words. In the end he turned and said, so, let's ask the knights for help. After all, that's all we have. We don't know where she went, but she's definitely somewhere in Frilda. Search among the slaves, among their households, and throughout the city. You can investigate to that extent, can't you? The group nodded firmly in response. Yes, sir. Seeing this, Zed suggested, let's start with the merchant caravan you used to work for. Ryu exclaimed, it's not far from here. Zed nodded. All right, by the way, are there any clothing shops nearby? Time passed quickly, and Ryu led Zed to the merchant guild where he used to work. Zed, it's right there. That's the Hamel Trading Guild where I last worked, but they framed me for theft and kicked me out. Turning to Zed's viewpoint, he warned Ryu, okay, they might recognize you. I'll go alone. As he said it, he straightened his clothes. Seeing Zed's new shiny outfit, Ryu stammered, okay, sorry. Wow, you really do look like a noble. I know you're actually noble, but you look different. Putting that aside, Zed briskly walked toward the trading guild alone. The attendant outside hurriedly bowed as he approached. Oh, welcome, sir. Thank you for visiting. Are you looking for something? Instead of answering, Zed asked, is this the Hamel Trading Guild? The gate guard laughed out loud. Haha. Young master, you must be mistaken. This is the slave market. What he didn't know was that Zed had been listening to every word and snapped back. Slave market. Didn't you just ask if I was looking for merchandise? At Zed's words, the guard's face suddenly went cold, and his attitude spun around. Hey, kid, you're not a noble, are you? How dare you pull a con like that, brat? Zed shook his head and continued the act. You're wrong. What if I were a noble? The big man nearly burst out laughing. Haha, you dare scam merchants? Listen, kid, merchants live by sharp instincts. To nobles, slaves are just goods, mere merchandise, and nobles never come alone. The moment I saw you, I knew something was off. This your prank did DeVito send you? Zed stared at him coldly and demanded, are you sharp? Or are you just stupid? At that, the big man could no longer contain his anger. You little punk, you need to be taught a lesson. He raised his fist as he spoke, but only minutes later his face was swollen and he was kneeling before Zed. If you don't want to be hurt worse than this, answer my question right now. Accompanying the words, the protagonist delivered a stinging slap to his cheek, then asked, I thought this building belonged to the Hamel Trading Guild? Why are people living here? The big man obediently answered, Ah, the previous owner went bankrupt, so we took over. Zed asked, so who is DeVito? Is he also a slave trader? The big man nodded repeatedly. Yes, he's the owner of the largest slave market in the southern lands. Hearing that, Zed identified DeVito as his next target. So before leaving, he asked another question. One more thing, where did everyone here go? The big man hesitated and asked back. Everyone? Do you mean the merchandise? To reward that answer, Zed slapped him across the face. Merchandise, you bastard. Do you want to say that again? And no, merchandise, the thug shouted, and then a rain of slaps followed, making the big man's head snap left and right repeatedly. After he'd finished beating him, he stopped and began to preach. Slaves are human too. Do you think treating people like objects is right? At the very least, try to be a little decent. It's not hard, is it? Now, show me the way immediately. At that request, the big guy was overjoyed. He hurriedly led Zed inside and pulled the curtain aside. Right here, young master. Looking into the iron cage inside, Zed fell silent. This place was imprisoning people in a place like this. Haha, really? Seeing it made him angry all over again. Then he turned back to the thug and asked, Are there any other prisoners here? The thug shook his head. No, these are all the people here. That left Zed somewhat disappointed. No blondes at all and no sign of child slaves. Child slaves are very expensive. Lisa was probably sold or moved somewhere bigger. Next, we need to track that slave trader DeVito. But then, thinking it over, he said coldly, I'll give you one last chance to act like a human. Bring all the coin from the cellar out here, and the keys to the cells as well. With that order, Zed freed everyone imprisoned inside, and shoved the big man into a cell so he could taste confinement himself. Stay put in there for a while. You need to feel what this is like. Time passed quickly. By evening, all the slaves Zed had rescued were chattering their thanks. May you be blessed for this, sir. To someone as lowly as me, this kindness is beyond my dreams. A brown-haired man said this while gripping Zed's hand tightly. The protagonist simply shook his head and said, "No need for thanks. Just rest easy." He thought to himself, "I distributed all the slave traders' wealth to the freed slaves. The knights have taken them to decent lodgings. While dining with them, I listened to each person's life story. Tales from people who've weathered hardship sometimes hide unexpected information." And that happened again. At that moment, a white-haired old man recounted his story. "My name is Gordon. I used to be an assistant to the Cherville family. After the family fell, somehow I drifted to this place." Hearing his background, Zed was a little surprised and asked further, "You served the Cherville family? I thought they were wiped out. It's good you're still alive." The old man shook his head, saying he survived purely by luck, then told of the Cherville family. If the Arahan family is famed among mages, the Chervilles were revered among smiths. At their peak, people flocked just to own a creation by Gordon. But then they were destroyed by the Empire for treason. Now their name is almost just a whisper in history. This was true not only in history but also in the game Zed knew. There's no heir left to pass on their glorious craft. For the Empire, still fighting monsters, this was a huge loss. Unaware of Zed's thoughts, the old man lamented with regret. "Haha, the golden age is truly gone." Joining the lament, Zed said, "Unfortunately, if the Cherville craft had continued, there'd be countless extraordinary artifacts today." He thought to himself, "That's also a great loss for me." Across from him, the old man suddenly lowered his voice and reminded the protagonist. "Actually, there's something I want to tell you, but only you. Will you promise to keep it secret?" "Of course, I give you my honor," Zed replied. Then, after surveying the surroundings and making sure no one was paying attention to their conversation, Gordon then pulled Zed into the trees and whispered to him, "Actually, the true heir of the Cherville family, Lacto, is still alive." Hearing that, Zed couldn't contain his astonishment and exclaimed, prompting the old man to hurriedly gesture for him to lower his voice. "Please, keep your voice down." Embarrassed, Zed rubbed his head and asked, "So where is he now?" The old man began to answer with a sorrowful expression. His closest assistant died in his stead, changed clothes and burned the body to make sure no one could recognize him. If everything went according to plan, he's currently hiding in Mire. For Zed, this was earth-shattering news. But even if he is alive, his life on the run makes meeting him almost impossible. Thinking that over, Zed nodded and said loudly, "Thank you for telling me. I hope one day I'll have the chance to speak with him." The old man nodded and added, "I told you because I found you trustworthy. Please don't let anything happen to him. Don't worry. I fully understand his situation." Then he added, "Come on, let's head back inside. It won't do to be gone too long." With that, the two of them returned inside. At that moment, perhaps as a result of the search, Ryu let out a long, weary sigh, which caught Zed's attention as he returned. "Hey, aren't you eating? Have you lost your appetite? Don't be so down. The slaves we found today were just small fry. Tomorrow we'll look for more clues at DeVito's place." "Yeah," Ryu replied, still unable to hide his dejected expression. Meanwhile, the old man Gordon, hearing the name, quickly asked, "Wait a moment, sir. Did you just say DeVito?" "Absolutely not. He's on a completely different level from the place where we were held. Don't you know who's backing him?" In response, Zed folded his arms and smiled with utter confidence. "No matter how powerful his backers are, I have the Knights of Bahal by my side." In turn, Gordon revealed even more astonishing news. "Sir, DeVito's network runs throughout the Empire. There are even rumors that his biggest clients are the Arahan family." At those words, Zed's face went blank. He stammered to the old man, "No way. Why would the Arahan family bother to come all the way down south?" Behind them, another old man overhearing the conversation shouted, "There's an obvious reason. A fallen enemy becomes our advantage. Seizing all the slaves would harm the southern noble houses, including the Bahal family." Hearing this, Zed fell into deep thought. If it's the Arahan family, that actually makes sense. Wait, if that's the case, the Black Sword Army might be protecting DeVito. So this isn't merely about dealing with a slave trader. It could ignite a covert war between the Arahan family and the Bahal family. As for Ryu, with his sharp instincts, he too could see the implications and said, Zed, if what he's saying is true, then Ryu trailed off there, but he didn't need to say more for Zed to grasp the meaning. He thought to himself, is Ryu worried I'm going to put myself in danger? Then he smiled reassuringly. Don't worry too much. This is for you, but it's also for justice. I'm just doing what I believe is right. No matter what, we still have to deal with DeVito. Time quickly passed, and by the next day, the scene shifted to DeVito's slave market. Zed was there to investigate. Outside, a guard saw him and called out a welcome. However, immediately after that, Zed pushed the door open and walked in as if no one were there, prompting the big guy to rush after him. What are you doing? The brat didn't answer. Zed glared at them and asked, Where's DeVito? On the other side, of course the guards wouldn't give it up easily. They growled. Do you know where you are? Some noble brat? In a place like this, nobles get their skulls split all the time. Their arrogant words gave Zed a slight headache. Taith, dealing with the Arahan family really spoiled you lot. As he spoke, he slowly removed his contact lenses, revealing 2 blazing red eyes. At that sight, the thugs panicked, dropped to their knees, and begged for mercy. I'm sorry. We didn't realize this was a scion of the Arahan family. Farther back, a cloaked figure who had been standing hunched over as if in greeting caught Zed's attention. Is this DeVito? No, judging by his clothes, he's just a lackey. But his reaction like that means he's definitely with the Black Sword Army. I hoped it wasn't true, but it is. At the same time, from the second floor came a loud, disgusted click of the tongue. TCH, what business does a highborn guest like you have coming to a filthy place like this? I heard you tore up the slave market at the docks yesterday. I thought you wouldn't show your face. Seems you're braver than I thought, or maybe just stupid. As he spoke, he casually grabbed a glass cup from a wooden shelf. Not wanting to waste time, Zed got straight to the point. From today onward, the Arahan family severs all dealings with you. I'm taking every remaining slave. At Zed's words, the slave trader DeVito truly couldn't help himself and burst out laughing. Haha. Sorry for laughing. His attitude made Zed frown slightly. Who scolded? Do I not know my place? You dare look a member of the Arahan family in the eye and hope to survive? A few seconds later, DeVito finally suppressed his smile and replied, Ah, right. So, when will you kill me? Anyway, enough with the small talk. Since you're an honored guest, I won't kill you. Consider this a life lesson. He said this while signaling his men. Immediately, the hounds drew their weapons and surrounded Zed, cutting off his escape. Even the Black Sword Army man at the side clenched his weapon. This made Zed only sigh inwardly. No choice left. Fortunately, there was only one Black Sword Army member here. I don't know how strong he is, but if he's only level 5, I can probably handle it. If I strike first and take him down. Thinking that, Zed clenched his fist. But before he could act, a loud shout rang out. Surround this building. Team 1 and Team 2, storm the building. Kill them all. The one shouting was the Knight Torres, leading his men in a raid. On this side, the merchant DeVito, seeing the raiders, finally panicked and shouted, What is the Bahal family doing here? What's going on? He panicked and collapsed to the ground. Then, immediately after, the head of the Black Sword Army mage was thrown down in front of him. This terrified the merchant, who stumbled back a few steps. Meanwhile, Torres advanced and said to him, Slave trader DeVito, you are arrested for illegal kidnapping, imprisoning the vulnerable, and besmirching the honor of the Bahal family with your filthy deeds in the southern region. As Lord of Bahal, I will sever your limbs as an example, Torres said, beginning to draw the sword at his side. Meanwhile, DeVito, seeing one blue-eyed man and one red-eyed man staring at him with icy faces, grew even more terrified. Those 2 eyes should be focused on hating each other, and now both are fixed on me. It's absurd. Thinking that, he immediately pleaded for his life. Please, sir, spare me. I will never. Before he could finish, Torres's sword sliced across his shoulder, severing one of his arms. For a moment, DeVito stood stunned, not understanding what had happened. Then Torres swung again, and the other arm was forever torn from its owner. Having lost both hands, DeVito realized Torres was not joking at all. Wait, please spare me. Before his plea ended, the sword flashed again, cutting off both his legs. Finally, his head was also delivered to its new home. When it was done, Torres muttered, First floor secured. Beside him, Zed was a little surprised to see them here. Perfect timing. But what about that imperial edict from earlier? In response, Torres sheathed his sword and nodded. Exactly as you heard, the emperor issued a decree to wipe out the slave traders. What a merciful king. Curious about the emperor's decision, Zed asked, so, have they dealt with all the other slave traders? Torres answered, we dispatched night squads to all their locations. This place was the most important, so I came in person. By the way, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you plan to take down DeVito alone, Zed shrugged. Well, first, yeah, there are a few things I needed to check. Regarding Zed's risky decision, Torres chided a bit. Opening your mana at your age is impressive, but your rank isn't high enough to handle things like this alone. Don't overdo it. Then he ordered his subordinates. Go inside, search, and report if you find slaves. Zed folded his arms, thinking about the emperor's decision. An imperial decree? What perfect timing. Still, the Bahal family won't let this go easily. Then he looked at the head of the Arahan family mage. Unlike the others, this one looks resigned. Did he not resist because he couldn't, or because he didn't want to? If the latter, that's a remarkable loyalty to the Arahan family. One by one, the slaves were freed and led outside, while Ryu anxiously scanned the line of people, searching for his sister among them. A soldier reported, Sir Torres, we estimate about 600 people. Torres nodded and instructed, understood. If there's a blonde girl, bring her to Ryu right away. At that moment, Ryu suddenly spotted someone with blonde hair up ahead. He hurriedly called, Lisa. The person in front turned around. However, it was a completely unfamiliar face. The blonde boy could only step back and return to his place. Meanwhile, Zed began to get a bad feeling. About 500 people have already come out, and she still isn't among them? A disgusting possibility. Young girls are valuable and in demand. It's possible she was already sold. Thinking that, he kept it to himself and simply patted Ryu's shoulder in comfort. Ryu, don't give up. Ryu quietly nodded. Down in the detention basement, after the knights finished a thorough sweep, they came back up and reported, shaking their heads. Sir Torres, unfortunately, those slaves were the last of them. At those words, Ryu's face darkened. Time passed quickly. By the afternoon, all the kidnapped people had been gathered outside. A black-haired knight began. Sir Torres, per the imperial decree, we will escort the rescued slaves to the palace. Torres smiled faintly and replied, Yes, do that. You both have worked hard today. Tomorrow we'll continue to crack down on the slave traders. Ryu, you'll find her soon. Thank you for your help. Zed added. At the same time, a small figure in a brown cloak approached a white horse, startling it into a frightened neigh, which made the person nearby jump backward. Seeing this, Torres came over, cleared his throat and warned, Ahem, you shouldn't startle it by standing so close like that. Are you all right? Saying that, he was a bit taken aback, because the girl had blonde hair and was extremely beautiful. Zed noticed and asked, Hey Ryu, was there a girl like that earlier? Up ahead, the girl seemed to have heard both of them, so she turned her head and asked dazedly, Sir? Seeing the familiar face of the girl, Ryu burst into tears and rushed forward to embrace his little sister in an emotional hug. Zed guessed aloud, It must have been the Hoodno one noticed her. We almost missed her. But thank the horse for that. The young man said this while looking at Torres, at which point the knight could no longer hold back his tears. Zed teased, What's wrong? Why are you crying? I'm not crying, Torres said, turning his face aside to hide his emotion. That only encouraged Zed to tease further. Must be something flew into your eye? Huh? Torres tried to hide his feelings and snapped back. You cold-blooded bastard. How can you stay so calm after seeing that scene? You're the one crying. Obviously you are, Torres shouted as Zed continued to tease. Time quickly moved on, cutting to a celebration feast for the successful rescue. Torres raised his beer and shouted, Tonight's on me. Everyone, enjoy yourselves. Hooray. The group shouted in unison. As for the girl Lisa, she stared at the piled platter of beef before her, eyes wide in disbelief. Seeing that, Torres handed her a piece and smiled softly. Eat up, help yourself. Lisa bowed tremblingly. Thank you, sir. Torres waved it off. Ryu is my friend, and so are you, so there's no need for such formality. But you can think of that guy as your real brother. He's cold, but he's a good person. Torres said this, glancing subtly at Zed, catching his attention. Zed thought to himself, 40 years old, traveling with a 15-year-old boy and his 13-year-old sister, kind of odd. Isn't it? Meanwhile, Ryu tossed his sister a piece of beef and confidently shared. If you want more, just say the word. Your brother will get it for you anytime. My friends are crazy rich, you know. I'm probably the only guy who has friends from both the Arahan and Bahal families. His remark made those around him smile softly. The banter between the two young siblings livened the atmosphere more than ever. Maybe this is the first peaceful day since I entered this world, Zed thought to himself. Unfortunately, the revelry hadn't lasted long when a tall knight suddenly entered the room. Zed looked at his face and immediately recognized him. This is Bahal's deputy captain, Phillips. Seeing him, Torres asked with some curiosity, "What are you doing here?" The deputy captain, Phillips, replied, "He's here because of the Lord's proclamation." This made the knight more curious. "A proclamation? I didn't receive any specific orders. What proclamation did the Lord make?" Answering that question, the deputy captain immediately drew his sword, pointed it at Zed's face, and said in a low tone, "The Lord ordered that the Arahan be escorted to see him immediately." At those words, Zed felt a surge of exasperation. "Oh great. I was hoping today would be peaceful, but it seems that won't be the case." Whether he liked it or not, he was forced into a carriage by the knights and escorted to the Bahal family mansion. On the way, Deputy Captain Phillips didn't forget to warn the protagonist. "To avoid getting yourself into trouble, I'll make the rules clear first. First, do not look the Lord in the eye. Second, you must kneel when standing before him. Third, absolutely no questions." Before the iron-faced man finished, Zed shot him a cold glare and almost barked, "Hold on. Who are you to give orders like that?" The knight's face twisted with annoyance as he snapped back, reminding Zed of his place. "Don't forget where you stand. This is Bahal territory. Show some respect, or I'll teach you a lesson right now." Inside the carriage, despite the threats, Zed showed no fear. "You should remember your own place. Don't forget I'm from the Arahan family," he replied. By this point, they had arrived at the mansion gates. Zed glanced at the flag fluttering above and thought, "This is the Bahal mansion, and the game has begun." I don't know what the head of the Bahal family, Fernando, is plotting, but as the heir of the Arahan family, I must maintain the right posture. Somehow I feel that's the only way to get out of here alive. I feel like I'm walking a tightrope. If I bow too low, they'll despise me, but if I hold my head too high, I'll rile them. I have to act with real subtlety. Hopefully I guessed right, Zed thought to himself. Next, the annoying knights led him to the host's reception room, while Deputy Captain Phillips stood guard to the side. Ignoring his sour expression, Zed scanned the room and thought, "This is the 6th floor reception room, just like in the game. Not the 7th floor office, but the reception room, so he's receiving me as a guest. That's not bad at all." That's what Zed imagined. But a second later, an overwhelmingly terrible pressure pressed down on him, making him crouch slightly. A stern voice rang out, "You are the first of the Arahan family to set foot in the Bahal mansion." Turning toward the source, Zed didn't need to think long to guess who had spoken. What the hell, he's right here, directly behind me? Just having the lord of the Bahal family in the same space was enough to break my focus. I didn't even dare to look back. He wasn't using any chi, otherwise my foundation would have reacted already. This is simply the pressure of presence. It's the feeling of surpassing a level 10 threshold, a true swordmaster. Ignoring Zed's inner worries, at that moment a large figure swept past him, then calmly sat in the chair reserved for the family head. He was a man with uniformly blonde hair and beard, a massive build like a brown bear. Just sitting there, he radiated a terrifying aura, making our protagonist swallow hard in anxiety. Still, he bit his lip and showed no fear. After a few seconds of observation, Fernando nodded slightly. "I admit you're bold, Arahan, but this is the Bahal mansion, behave appropriately." With those words, the terrible pressure grew heavier. Yet Zed forced himself to stand, repeatedly reminding himself, "I can't kneel here. Kneeling before the strong is shameful. Any sign of submission and he'll never respect me." Thinking that, Zed only bowed his head slightly as a sign of respect. "Thank you for inviting me." "Invited?" Fernando replied, his tone questioning. Zed hastily explained, "Yes, I was brought here by carriage and escorted into the reception room. Isn't that how guests are received? I came here as a guest, but if kneeling and bowing are the Bahal family's rituals, then I will follow your customs." Zed's sharp reply made the host's eyes widen. Zed himself remained anxious, waiting for his reaction. Then, after 2 or 3 seconds, the big man suddenly burst into loud, hearty laughter. "Haha, you're really bold, aren't you? All right, sit down, can't have a guest standing forever. Minar, bring tea." Only then did our protagonist feel a bit relieved and exhale. Thank God, he truly is treating me like a guest, at least for now. Across from him, the man seemed to read the young man's thoughts and asked, "You seem to be thinking a lot. I called you here out of personal curiosity. Don't overthink it." I heard you visited that trafficker on the Emperor's orders? To that question Zed shook his head slightly. I didn't hear anything about that. It's been resolved. That made the host even more curious. So you acted before receiving orders? Why? From Zed's perspective, he had to be cautious now, not answering carelessly. Many answers might please Fernando, but here he should tell the truth. After all, one can't lie in front of a swordmaster. I know, he began to explain his reasons. Slave trading is against human morality. I acted according to my conscience. At this, Fernando's face grew thoughtful, as if pondering something. Then he asked, you really didn't know DeVito had ties to your family? Zed replied, at first I thought it was just a rumor. But the moment I saw him I knew. Fernando raised an eyebrow. And yet you didn't retreat? In reply Zed said, I only care about right and wrong. Family has nothing to do with it. Fernando warned him that the Arahan clan certainly wouldn't let this go. However, Zed paid no heed to that concern. It's fine, I am doing what's right, so I have no regrets. Even the host couldn't help but admire Zed inwardly. He's admirable, clearly understands he's acting against his own people, especially as an Arahan, and now, just out of curiosity, he may have just plunged himself into even greater trouble. Torres was right. He truly is a mage who understands honor. With that thought, he wrapped up the conversation. That'll do, Zed, stay the night. If you don't mind, I'll invite you to breakfast tomorrow morning. Across from him, Zed felt like he'd struck gold at hearing that, finally free from the pressure of the meeting. Thank you for hosting me, he said, and he lightly brought his hand to his chest in salute, surprising Fernando even more. That's a knight's salute. Aha, I never expected a mage to greet me like a knight. Today's full of surprises. After that, the protagonist was shown to his room, the guest chamber reserved for honored visitors inside the mansion. As soon as he sat down, the physically built player sighed heavily. Phew, thank God. I made it through. He really drained his energy. If Fernando hadn't acted exactly like in the game, I might have fallen apart. It seems being honest instead of evasive helped me survive that mountain of pressure. I'm getting hungry already, the protagonist muttered before a sound came from outside. Next, a servant pushed a lavish tray of food into the room. Enjoy your stay, he said softly, then hurried off, while Zed kept his eyes glued to the spread, praising it. What generous hospitality. His delight didn't last long. His eyes went blank when, somehow, a white card left by the Arahan family's black glass mages lay on one of the plates. The sight nearly stunned Zed. He hurriedly pushed the door and ran outside to look around. However, the servant who'd delivered it had vanished into thin air. He just left and already disappeared? How could black glass get in here? Puzzled, Zed quickly returned to his room, clutching the white card, and channeled his mana into it to discern its meaning. Inside the card was a perfectly formed zero symbol, which for a mage meant return or mission cancellation. The message drained some color from Zed's face as he thought, is it the Arahan head's turn now? Time passed on into the pre-dawn hours, but Zed's mood hadn't improved one bit. If anything, it kept worsening. He grabbed his head. I can't believe I just found a magic card from the Arahan family. How far does their influence reach? The protagonist wondered inwardly. Before he could think further, a voice called from outside. Hey Zed, are you there? The familiar voice made Zed get up and go open the door. The visitor was none other than the knight Torres. Torres, is that you? Torres nodded slightly in greeting. Zed then asked about his close friends. What about Ryu and Lisa? Did you come alone? Torres replied, everything's settled. I couldn't just sit still, worried you might be detained. I just heard bits and pieces. Glad to see you're safe. I even heard you were invited to breakfast. His tone was teasing, but Zed wasn't amused. Peace doesn't seem to suit someone in my position. In response, the knight offered the protagonist a calming reassurance. The housemaster has truly figured out what kind of person you are. He's even planning to lift the announced bounty. A flash lit Zed's eyes and he asked, What? What bounty? Immediately after, Zed used every bit of his brain to think. I never expected that. Everything would have been perfect if that magic card hadn't appeared. If no matter where I go I can't escape the Arahan family, then the only answer is a direct confrontation. Time passed after the meal at the estate, and Torres was dragging Zed all over, showing him the entire grounds of his family. Scene cuts to where the knights train. The knight pointed ahead as he introduced, this is the artist's area. Over there is the training yard. Hearing this, Zed nodded it off, because his mind was still jittery over the Arahan family's threat. Maybe because my head's a mess, but even seeing it in real life instead of just in the game doesn't make me feel much, he thought. Then suddenly, something seemed to catch Zed's attention. He glanced not far away and asked, What's that? Torres followed Zed's direction and said calmly, "Ah, that place is a bit special. You've probably heard the story. The Bahal family's white horses choose their own masters. That's where the white horses that haven't yet found owners are kept." To satisfy their curiosity, the two quickly went to the stables. However, Zed found only a single horse inside, which surprised him. As if to demonstrate to Zed why there was only one horse here, the blonde knight reached his hand out directly. But the moment the horse saw his hand, it recoiled as if it had seen a plague, turning its head away to avoid him. Even Torres felt a bit annoyed by the reaction. Normally these bond within 3 months, but this one has resisted for 2 years. It's picky as heck. It's the only one that even refused the housemaster. At this, Zed's eyes widened like a cow's. Where did this horse get the pride to refuse the uncle? How can that happen? I thought they chose the strongest. Torres could only sigh, then explained, "It's not always like that. It seems each horse has its own standards." Zed nodded in reply. "That's pretty interesting." Turning back to Torres's perspective, he was surprised that Zed seemed intrigued by the horse. "You're thinking about other things, yet that white horse attracts you?" At that, our protagonist smiled. "Bahal's white horses are always cool." "That's right. They're not called divine beasts for nothing." Number 80 stake, right? It's not just someone's property. It's a partner, a teammate. That's why we respect its choice. Torres said this while looking toward the horse, while Zed stared straight into the white horse's blue eyes, and instinctively, Zed reached his hand forward as if to stroke its face. However, before he could act, a disruptive voice rang out. Well, look who's here. Isn't that the Arahan family heir?" The familiar voice made Zed turn his head slightly. Sure enough, the annoying voice belonged to Vice Captain Phillips. Seeing Zed notice him, he added in a taunting tone, "I was thinking Torres might be training, so I stopped by to say hello, but it seems you're here with Arahan." His voice dripped with mockery, and someone like Torres who values honor could not hold back his anger. Immediately, Torres demanded sternly, "He's a guest invited by the housemaster. Show some respect." Across from them, Torres's words were like wind in Phillips's ears. He verbally agreed, but his contemptuous expression didn't retract at all. Of course. So you, Zed, why don't you train with us? Right, there's no quiet meditation room here, so that might be a bit much. How about a sparring match? Are you willing to show us a few moves?" The vice captain said this with a haughty face and a mocking toss of his chin, his provocative attitude on full display. Hearing the request, Torres's brows knitted as he asked, "What do you think you're doing?" Forgetting that the man was our guest, so the other man had already prepared his justification. "Sir Torres, a friendly match isn't necessarily disrespectful, is it? It'd be a great experience for the team, and for you too, Zed. That's what I think." Torres remained firm in refusal. "Zed isn't ready yet. We'll do it another time." On the other side, the barking Phillips seemed not to register Torres's displeasure and continued to taunt while pointing behind him. "Come on, it's just a light match. If you're worried about rank, we have a rookie who just joined a few days ago. And if that's still not enough, the rookie can step aside for you." From Zed's perspective, seeing these stupid knights yapping at him over and over, how could he keep his patience? "Damn it, I'll do it. You want this, right? Fine, let's spar," he said, pointing his finger straight at the blonde rookie. With that, the group moved into the open field to prepare to greet each other with some affectionate punches. Meanwhile, the unlucky rookie was quite confident. He said, "Since it's just sparring, I'll use a wooden sword." Opposite him, Zed began warming up and replied, "You'll regret it. Better go all out." The rookie dismissed Zed's warning and responded nonchalantly, "I hope you're not just all talk." As for Torres, he really didn't understand what Zed was thinking. "Zed, what are you thinking? You recruit every year, but you're not even level 1 yet. You know you can't face a level 5 knight." Back to the rookie, he tightened his grip on the wooden sword and said, "Let me ask you this. Do you really think you have a chance?" Zed calmly answered, 50 to 50, probably. For some reason, that seemed to touch the rookie's pride. His face twisted in anger. "What? 50%? You're optimistic." With that shout, he wrapped himself in an aura. At the same time, our protagonist wrapped himself in storm mana and said through gritted teeth, "I just hope to last long enough to heat things up a bit. Ending too quickly would be boring." Elsewhere, Vice Captain Phillips, despite seeing the lightning mana Zed produced, still trusted his subordinate. "So that's the mana I've heard about? Truly worthy of the dream attribute's name. It feels more intense and chaotic than the others. But even so, the mana he gives off hasn't even reached level 2. Generous as you like, this match will end quickly." With that thought, Standing outside, he loudly shouted, "Match! Begin!" Right after the command, the rookie drove power into his legs and sprinted forward. However, Zed remained standing completely still, which made the knight a bit curious. What the hell is he doing? He's a mage, but he's not trying to keep his distance. He's not even casting a spell. Wait, could it be that I'm so fast he can't react? If that were the case, that'd be boring as hell. But you can't kill a guest. I guess I'll have to hold back. Thinking that, he eased his power a bit. However, the next moment made everyone's eyes go wide. With a single, simple motion, Zed smoothly dodged to one side, even turning to complain to the rookie. Say that again, go all out this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Zed gave the new soldier no chance. He coiled his leg and unleashed a powerful kick that sent the rookie, who had barely raised his sword to his chest, to block flying backward dozens of meters. In his heart he thought, what demonic strength is this? Before he could even assess the situation, Zed flashed and was instantly standing right in front of him. Seeing this, the knight hurriedly drove his foot into the ground to stop himself from sliding further back, swinging his sword continuously to counterattack. However, with Zed's nimble speed, the knight's blade couldn't even reach the hem of his robe. From the protagonist's perspective, after a few seconds of toying with the knight, he took a deep breath and gathered mana within, enveloping his fist in storm energy. Then Zed delivered a single gut punch to the clueless rookie's midsection, making him gag as if he were about to vomit. Before he could, another punch came flying and struck his face. As a result, the knight couldn't do anything. Zed had already beaten him down to the ground. The outcome was utterly unexpected, leaving both Torres and Phillips standing there dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. Nearby, the white horse watched the fight with a strange, attentive gaze. A few seconds later, the other knights snapped back to their senses and rushed over to check the rookie, only to find him foaming at the mouth, like food poisoning. Someone shouted, "Hey, calm down. I think he's unconscious. Damn it, get a healer here now." Elsewhere, one knight started getting aggressive, pointing his wooden sword at the protagonist and shouting, "You bastard. Fine. This time I'll fight you." Before Zed could respond, Torres stepped forward to shield his new acquaintance. "What are you doing? The match is over, stand down." In response, the foolish knight yelled, "Torres, get out of the way. I'm fighting that damned mage." He shouted, and Torres shouted back even louder, "Do you want to spar or do you want to brawl?" From Zed's vantage, seeing the knights keep provoking him despite his victory, he felt surprised rather than worried. Are these people all insane? Now they'll drop preconceived notions about distance and adjust their responses. Both Warden Clark and that rookie failed because they were trapped by their own thinking, not because they lacked skill. Objectively, a level 5 knight should have the advantage. But the situation is unstable too. Many knights are boiling over. Thinking this, and to avoid being ganged up on, Zed put a hand out to restrain Torres, then turned to the group and said, "One match isn't enough, is it? I thought accepting defeat honorably was part of the knightly code." Opposite him, the knights, ignoring Zed's words, grew furious and cursed. "You dare lecture us on knightly code? You filthy thing, what the hell does your damned mage know about honor?" In reply, Zed calmly explained, "I agreed to this match at your request, and not somewhere else but right here in the center of Bahal territory. Do you understand what that means?" He then quietly calculated inwardly. Do they dare duel a mage in the Bahal family's own domain? Right after that, Uncle Fernando suddenly appeared from who knows where and spoke up. Impressive. At Fernando's appearance, the group shouted in unison, "Housemaster!" On this side, Fernando widened his eyes old and fierce and barked, "Everyone, sheath your swords." Hearing that order, the knights flipped as if a switch had been thrown, hurriedly dropping to one knee and calling out clearly, "Yes, sir." The only one still standing was Zed. Although he knew this old man was ridiculously powerful, the fact that the man had materialized like a ghost behind him made Zed's scalp tingle. Even with observation at 100, I couldn't sense him until he was right in front of me. So that's the level of a swordmaster? Ignoring Zed's thoughts, Fernando glanced at him briefly and whispered, "An Arahan facing off in Bahal's training yard, this will go down in the records." In response, Zed quickly placed a hand on his chest and bowed. "I apologize, sir. I know this was rude, but I couldn't refuse the match." Fernando didn't scold him and instead admitted plainly, "Of course not. An Arahan doesn't back down from a challenge." Next, he radiated his presence and began lecturing the knights. "All of you, remember this. Climbing the ranks is important, but experience matters more. Learn from it and make those lessons your own. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," the group shouted together. While Zed couldn't quite grasp what Fernando's pointed words were meant to convey, Then, as if reading Zed's curious expression, Fernando gave him a cold look. Today you taught my knights a lesson. I will not forget today. Though the old man's face remained calm, everyone understood he was seething. Zed didn't realize this was a direct warning and felt like he was lying on a bed of nails. So, meekly, Zed bowed his head and accepted. Yes, sir. Then, just when it seemed everything would settle, nope, somehow the white horse in the stall must have eaten something wrong and suddenly went wild and bolted straight out. It ran circles around the yard non-stop, leaving Zed puzzled about what it was trying to do. But unlike him, the Bahal Knights understood perfectly. No, impossible. Why? Are you kidding me? Zed, curious, asked, what's going on? To explain the horse's strange behavior, Torres's serious voice rang out. This is a ritual. When a white horse chooses its rider, it displays its strength to earn recognition from its master. That means the owner of the white horse is here. After the white horse finished parading its power, it ran up right in front of Zed as if to submit. Torres was ecstatic. Zed, the white horse chose you. Beside him, Fernando's face went ashen dark. His hand clenched as he grumbled. This will leave the former housemaster speechless. From Zed's perspective, he still couldn't believe the untamable horse had picked him and asked, "It really chose me?" From Fernando's viewpoint, clearer than anyone else was how proud the horse was. So he found it hard to believe, but was also relieved it had finally found a master. But why someone from the Arahan clan? Is it out of respect for an ally? Or some quirk of tradition? Perhaps the answer is right before us. With that, he turned to the protagonist and asked, Zed Arahan, will you accept Jinju as your companion and stay by its side for life? At those words, Zed was obviously flustered. Wait a minute. This is way too sudden. He stammered, thinking to himself, together for life? What is this? This isn't a wedding. Behind him, the white horse Jinju brought its face close to Zed's. Each saw their reflection in the other's eyes, and as if sensing its mood, Zed blurted out, do you want me to agree? Jinju gave a soft whicker, taken as assent. At the same time, Uncle Fernando behind them continued to radiate pressure, like he was just waiting for Zed to refuse so he could punch him. With no choice, and to save his own skin, Zed bowed his head in acceptance. Mainly, Fernando's stern expression made him too afraid to say no. Jinju, meanwhile, looked pleased, but in that rosy moment, the snarling voice of Phillips cut through. You cannot allow this, housemaster. This is unacceptable. In our clan's history, only Bahal family members may ride the white horse. We cannot allow such a dangerous precedent. He spoke while kneeling at a 90-degree angle. Even Fernando couldn't refute that and had to concede. Exactly until now, only clan members have been chosen by the white horse, because there was no other option. So only kin were selected. Hearing that, for some reason Phillips found the courage to lift his head and directly confront his housemaster. Have you forgotten the crimes the Arahan clan committed against the Bahal white horse? They mauled those horses like pigs. How can you trust our companion to such beasts? Mages lie as easily as they breathe. How can we possibly trust them? The more Phillips spoke, the more unhinged he became. To settle the matter, Housemaster Fernando promised. Then I swear to you, Vice Captain, if Zed Arahan does not treat our white horse as a comrade, I will personally take his life. The seriousness in his voice made Zed's hair stand on end. Still, Captain Phillips seemed unsatisfied and tried to speak again, but Fernando cut him off. Phillips Robert, I have never doubted your loyalty, but on this matter I will hear no more advice. Faced with that, Phillips, though bitter, had no choice but to accept. Understood. And so time quickly passed until evening. Now Zed was riding Jinju to test the warhorse's speed. He thought to himself, I left because I felt it might be dangerous to keep it here, but this is really fun. I like UUV exceeded my expectations. Let's fly on X stop. Frilda, Zed said with exhilaration, and at super speed he soon met Ryu and Lisa, leaving them stunned. What am I seeing? Not only did you survive inside the Bahal territory, you even brought back a white horse. You're truly blessed. It's an honor to be your friend. Hearing that, Zed smiled faintly and replied, let's go inside and talk. There's a lot we need to discuss. After they went into a private room, Zed told them everything that had happened, from the Black Line Army's magic card to the demonic aura and the story of Lacto Sherville. After explaining it all, Zed didn't state his next goal. I have to go to the Arahan clan now. It can't be avoided, so there's no other choice. So, Ryu, what I want to say is... Before Zed could finish, Ryu interrupted. If you go to the Arahan clan, I'll go with you, Zed. You said last time you would never abandon your comrades. Think about it, it's been a long time since you were exiled. There are probably no close relatives left by your side. and the brothers in the Arahan clan fight dirty. Is there anyone trustworthy in the clan? These words stunned Zed, because after all, he hadn't actually been in the Arahan clan. He'd been thrown into prison as soon as he was transmigrated into this world. Ignoring Zed's somewhat confused expression, Ryu turned to his younger sister and said, Lisa has done a lot of hard work already, so she can shoulder her part. If you hire us as your close aides, we'll help you a lot. Just watch. Looking back at Zed, he actually still had some worries in his head. I thought parting ways with Ryu here would be best, given the dangers ahead. Then he glanced at the two in front of him and nodded. Yeah, thanks. Let's go to the Arahan clan together. That said, of course Zed wouldn't foolishly charge straight into the Arahan clan unprepared. Even if it's the boss, I can't rush in blindly. We need support. Right now, the last surviving smith of the clan has fallen Lacto Sherville, the demonic aura taken from the basilisk, and the holy water needed to turn that demonic aura into a miraculous cure to resolve the issue. We need to go to Myers. Whether the head of Arahan will help us, that's the real question. Time quickly passed until the next morning. At that moment, Zed's group had packed their gear and officially set out. Time quickly passed, scene shifting to a dining table. At that moment, our friend Ryu suddenly, for some unknown reason, slammed the table and shouted, What? The entire ingot? That's 500 gold coins. What on earth do you need that much money for? In response, Zed even thought it might be a little. That amount might still not be enough. Saying that, the young protagonist silently calculated in his head. The kind of spirit pill I plan to refine requires the breath of demon fire and the holy water, and the success rate entirely depends on the divine purity of the holy water. If it's low-grade holy water, pouring in hundreds of bottles would be useless. An average bottle of holy water costs about 10 gold coins, so with this money, I'd get roughly 50 bottles. That's a lot. Imagine spending all that and ending up with nothing. That would be cruel. That's why I went to find Myers, because that priest is reliable. Not knowing Zed's intentions, Ryu didn't intend to stop him, but he was a bit worried and warned. You're really taking all of it? At least leave 1 gold ingot as a backup. In reply, Zed turned and said, No need. Besides, we still have some silver. I'll be out for a while, so I need you to find someone for me. It's that old man I mentioned yesterday, Lacto. He has 1 eye and white hair. At this request from Zed, Ryu almost froze at such scant information. He protested. This place is full of white-haired people with only 1 eye. Hearing that, Zed turned back, left some silver, and gave more specific instructions. Tell them there's a reward, then gather them all in one place for me. On hearing there was money, Ryu felt the matter could be handled easily. Then we'll find him right away. I mean, we don't need that much money. Explaining his reason, Zed said, No, he's someone on the run. A few coins won't make him reveal himself. Ryu frowned and asked, So how do we find him? Zed answered, Exactly for that reason. I'll pay attention to those who don't show up. And he won't use his real name either, so don't call him Lacto or anything like that. At this point, our blonde friend didn't ask more and simply nodded. All right, I'll do my best. So Zed left the task of finding the man to Ryu, quickly grabbed the suitcase filled with gold coins, and stepped outside. As he walked, he thought about the next steps. Originally, I planned to use this money to buy magical components, but after Gordon mentioned Lacto, I changed plans. I'll use this money to craft Ellers and lure Lacto to me to commission him to make magical devices. This is my ideal scenario. If everything goes smoothly, it could significantly make up for my pitifully low mana stat. Thinking that, a commotion suddenly rose ahead, catching his attention. All right, please keep order. Don't push. To the front of the temple, no matter whether you're nobles, merchants, or commoners. First come, first served. Hey, I said no pushing, urged the hurried voice of a guard. Meanwhile, Zed, a bit curious, ran over to eavesdrop. What's going on? Isn't this the temple? Why is it so crowded? Wait, don't tell me news about Johan's divine power has already spread. No way, it's too soon for that. To satisfy his curiosity, Zed asked a brown-haired man in front of him, Excuse me, what's happening here? Hearing himself addressed, the man kindly turned and said, They're selling holy water at half price, so everyone's crowding in. At that, Zed's eyes widened and he shouted, Wait a minute, half price? With Zed's surprised look, the brown-haired man seemed to guess something. From your face, are you a noble's kid? Or give it to the commoners? After saying that, he clicked his tongue, annoyed by nobles who bring money to hoard goods. He had no idea Zed didn't care about that. Instead, Zed began to worry whether he could buy enough holy water to refine his pills. This is bad. This is big. With that deal, I could turn both breaths of demon fire into spirit pills. But there's one problem. Holy water needs to be infused with divine power, so usually only one bottle can be made per day. Given Johan's indifferent attitude toward money, selling holy water at half price is certainly possible, but selling this many while each bottle takes a whole day to produce feels wrong. Thinking that, Zed began to smell something fishy. After a long wait, it was finally Zed's turn to buy holy water. Inside the temple, a man dressed in priestly robes greeted him. "Welcome, son." Zed stared at the man and began calculating in his head. I only saw him in pictures before, so it's hard to recognize him by face alone. Then he decided to test whether this guy was real or fake. Yes, Father Johann, the fake priest, unaware he was being checked, smiled and replied, "Child, how many bottles do you need?" The moment he heard that, Zed's brow tightened, had confirmed the man was an imposter. Must be tiring to keep up the act all day. Huh? The protagonist's throwaway remark left the fake Johann looking somewhat flustered. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. At that point, Zed stopped pretending and slammed his hand against the door, shouting, "There is only one Father Johann at the Myers Temple, and that is Johann Chris. You are an imposter. Where is the real Father Johann?" In response, the imposter quietly reached into his inner pocket and drew a sharp dagger, saying, "Haha, I really don't know what you're talking about. I am Johann. If you have nothing else to do, then please move along, there are people waiting behind you." As he said, unaware townspeople, seeing Zed standing there, angrily complained, "Hey, the line's jammed. If you've got nothing to say, move. My child is seriously ill, we don't have much time. Please hurry." Hearing that, Zed glanced at the piled holy water and the stack of gold at one side, then said, "You really think you can mess with the temple and get away with it? I'll report this to the provincial army immediately." The fake Johann laughed dismissively. "Haha, the provincial army? Go ahead. If I've broken the law, I'll accept the punishment. So unless you want to get hurt, clear out. Don't block busy people's way," he whispered into Zed's ear. With no other option and not wanting to make a scene, he had to return to his lodging and plan his next moves. He didn't even flinch at mentioning the royal army. Could the provincial forces be backing them? The central royal army is strict, but the provincial forces are different theory, more prone to getting entangled in local corruption. This might not be as simple as I thought. There's no evidence, so I'll have to investigate this myself. With that thought, he quickly wrote a note for Ryu and left his room. His goal was to report the matter to the provincial army in Myers. There's a provincial garrison. It has to be there. He thought this as he glanced toward the barracks ahead, and the gate guards, seeing Zed's Jinju horse, immediately guessed which household it belonged to. "Wait, isn't that the white steed of the family?" "I think it is. What brings you here?" the guard asked, raising a hand in salute. Zed replied, "I'm here to report something. Is the general inside?" Hearing that, the guard didn't immediately agree but asked back, "Did you make an appointment?" Zed answered, "I didn't make an appointment." That made the guard uneasy. If that's the case, this is a bit difficult. You'll have to schedule an appointment and come back later." Surprised, Zed asked, "Is he that busy?" The guard shook his head slightly and said calmly, "No, it's just the general's rule. He never meets anyone without an appointment." On Zed's side, his tone grew irritated as he demanded, "Isn't the local army responsible for keeping order here? Are you telling me I need an appointment just to report something serious?" The soldier, at his words, could only reply awkwardly, "Sorry, we're just following orders." From the protagonist's perspective, his brows knit together as he admitted, "So yelling at the soldiers won't change anything. But still, leaving it like this isn't right." At that moment, a voice rang out behind him. The soldier snapped to attention and saluted, and when Zed turned, he silently assessed, "So that guy is the general here." "No way. He's a knight. Look at that soft, flabby body." In Zed's eyes, the general was an obese, slovenly man with none of the bearing of a commander. Across from him, the general calmly approached Zed and said, "Who are you?" Zed bowed politely and said, "I've come to file a report." The general then noticed Zed's horse and asked, "You don't look like you're from the Bahal clan. So why are you riding the Bahal white steed? Did you claim it?" Zed replied softly, "It was a gift." Though he said it, in his mind he judged, this rotten pig of a general is bottomless. He doesn't even care about the report. If not for the horse, he wouldn't have glanced at me. Unaware of Zed's thoughts, General Pullman was somewhat surprised. "A gift? I've never heard of anyone gifting a white steed. What clan are you from? You don't look like a knight." Zed shook his head and said, "I'm just a mage from an obscure family." Hearing that, Pullman wasn't naive enough to accept it at face value. He curled his lip and said, "Ha, a mage, not even a knight, and you were given the clan's white steed? You think you can come in here and lie like that?" He stared at the protagonist as if to apply pressure. Still, Zed managed to keep exceptionally calm and answered, "That's a rare case, but more importantly, shouldn't you hear what I've come to report? Someone downstairs is selling fake holy water at the Myers Temple and posing as the priest. As you know, holy water is extremely valuable." Before Zed could finish his report, General Pullman suddenly shouted to his soldiers, "Seize that bastard." "What? I haven't even finished." Zed wondered inwardly. At that moment, soldiers surrounded him from all sides. The general dismounted and ordered, "Drag Zed into the dungeon and confiscate his white steed." Zed could only sigh, "So you really are in cahoots." He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, my instincts never lie." Across from him, Pullman arrogantly lectured the protagonist, "You'll regret opening your mouth. Kid, what are you waiting for? Take him away." With that, the soldiers quickly bound Zed's hands behind his back and led him off. Before being taken away, Zed didn't forget to warn him, "You're the one who will regret this." The idle threat made the general laugh uproariously. "Haha. Let's see if you'll still mouth off after we break every bone in you." At that point, Zed stopped arguing. He smiled slightly, as if he already had a plan. Meanwhile, at the Bahal estate, the patriarch Fernando was talking with the knight Torres. "The emperor has announced a large reward." Hearing that, Torres cut to the chase and asked, "Is our family the biggest contributor?" In response, Fernando produced a roster and replied, "Yes. Among the imperial citizens rescued from the slave traders, the Bahal family rescued 3,720 people. Next was the Arahan family with 2,580 people. The emperor has always emphasized balance and harmony. Knights and mages rarely encourage this kind of competition, so he truly cares about this mission. The Bahal family's leading role is a meaningful achievement. You will receive a reward as well. The journey is long, waste no more time. Begin preparing to leave." At that, the patriarch's voice suddenly hesitated, and his eyes fixed intently on the list before him. At the same time, a knight entered from outside to report, "My lord, a boy has come to the manor requesting an audience. We were going to turn him away, but he said he's a friend of Sir Torres and Zed Arahan, so I came to confirm." Hearing that, Torres turned and asked, "Is the boy's name Ryu?" The knight nodded in confirmation. "Yes, my lord. Do you actually know him?" Upon hearing this, our friend Torres grew a little worried, glanced at his lord, and then replied, "I do. But why has he come here?" Fernando's expression in front of him turned somewhat grave, prompting Torres to quickly explain, "My lord, I will handle it myself. Please don't trouble yourself." Before he could finish, Fernando interrupted, "No need. Bring the boy in. Zed Arahan must have sent him. He said he had something to tell me. It would be better to hear him out." Inside, on a sheet of paper that Fernando had, a note read, "The crown praises Zed Arahan's merit for aiding imperial subjects regardless of rank. All noble families are expected to follow this example." Facing Fernando, Ryu was terrified. He trembled as he reported, "I am only a lowly servant. I pay my respects to the Lord of Bahal." The Bahal patriarch sat imperiously on his chair, looked down at Ryu, and asked, "Yes, what business brings you here?" The blond youth quickly offered his thanks. Then he handed over a red letter. "Here's the thing, Zed left a note. He wrote that if he hasn't returned by nightfall, I must deliver this to Lord Bahal. Torres took the letter from Ryu and passed it to Fernando. Fernando accepted it with a hand while thinking to himself. The Emperor's edict ends with the name Arahan. Bahal may have won the battle but lost the war. And now a letter from Zed Arahan, the one once praised by the Emperor, though its contents may not be important. It's still worth seeing in person. The Bahal Patriarch slowly removed the letter from the red envelope. Just reading those lines, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. The letter recorded several crimes by someone in the church. A priest from the Myers Cathedral has acted in the name of the church and sold counterfeit holy water, exploiting the faithful to swindle the people, betrayers of their duty. Despite warnings, they cling to their posts, suspected of colluding with the local army and taking bribes. Upon learning this, Lord Bahal was very doubtful. So he wrote all this intending for me to read it. Can this really be the work of a 15-year-old? At the bottom of the letter, Zed had instructed, if I do not return by nightfall, Ryu must deliver this to Lord Bahal. After reading it, Fernando nodded and said, now I understand why he wrote it that way. Ryu remained kneeling, shaking all over as he struggled to speak. Yes, I feared something was wrong with Zed. I know I exceeded my duty, but I dared to come here. I am truly sorry. He sat solemnly on the throne, his voice carrying an awe-inspiring authority. You must have been very frightened, yet you still came for your friend. That is a commendable deed. Hearing this, the boy looked up in confusion and let out a small sound. Though his words were cool, their meaning was warm. The Bahal Patriarch gestured with his golden arm toward the rear and said, it's let ego find something hot to eat. In the meantime, I will write a letter for you, so eat in peace. Ryu watched his retreating back and, deeply grateful, bowed repeatedly while shouting, thank you. Truly. Thank you so much. He froze for a moment, recalling Fernando's words and pondering, just now. He called someone like me respectable. Knights really are extraordinary people. Soon after, Ryu was treated as an honored guest. A servant presented a pastry with a smile and said, enjoy your meal. He replied gratefully, thank you very much. As Ryu devoured the delicious pastry, tears suddenly streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. He was moved, savoring the exquisite flavor in his mouth and thinking, this tastes even better than Vertisan beef. Meanwhile, in a dark, filthy dungeon, the surroundings were pitch black except for a few flickers of light from a small torch. On the floor, blood and sweat were scattered. Petty thugs and guards swaggered and crawled about everywhere. Zed was hung upside down, his bound feet showing streaks of blood and gruesome bruises, his ragged breathing echoing through the cell. It turned out Zed was doing sit-ups while suspended like that. He remained extremely calm and kept training relentlessly. This even made the guard outside respectively wary, thinking to himself, this lunatic. He's been like that for over 2 hours, hung up to be tortured, and yet he's doing stuff like this? Feels like I'm the one about to go insane. Suddenly a man approached complaining, my nose is about to rot off. Recognizing his superior, the guard quickly saluted. General Pullman. Tension. The fat man's face purpled. He wrapped a cloth around his nose and demanded, what the hell is he doing? The guard reported solemnly. We don't really know, sir, but he's been like this the whole time. The previous shift said he was handed over in the same state. Pullman understood and said, so, he's been doing that for hours? The guard glanced back at Zed training and continued, yes, roughly he's tougher than he looks. Pullman then ordered the soldiers to open the cell door. Zed was lowered and bowed to the ground, flanked by 2 guards, while the general's voice rang out. Depending on your answers, I may release you, or increase the torture a notch. That white steed won't obey me, did you curse it? He answered him, nonsense. A white steed only obeys the one it chooses as master. Pullman kept the cloth over his nose, raised an eyebrow and sneered, and now I'm supposed to believe a horse had a knight who chose some damn mage? He curled his lips in a mocking smile. You'll see for yourself soon enough. Being taunted like that made Pullman furious. He glared and snarled, you bastard! He removed his outer armor, rolled up his sleeves, stepped forward and declared, it seems the last round of torture was too mild. From now on, I'll do it myself. No one has ever lasted more than 30 minutes under my hand. Faced with the general's rage, Zed merely smiled calmly as if anticipating the spectacle, which only enraged him more. Oh, look, he can still smile? Pullman picked a long, sharp dagger from the rack of weapons on the ground and strode toward him, eyes glaring as he threatened. I'm eager to see how long your arrogance lasts. No one has survived what I'm about to do. I'll drive this dagger into your knee and twist it deep to the bone. This is my only chance to make you talk. As he spoke, he jabbed the dagger into Zed's firm thigh, but that didn't frighten him. He only sneered and shouted, "Get lost." Prodded for so long, Pullman lost patience and bellowed, "You bloody brat!" He hurled all his strength into launching the long, sharp dagger at Zed's thigh, preparing for a brutal torture. Suddenly a soldier rushed in from outside to report, stopping the dagger 3 centimeters from Zed's thigh. "Sir, something's happened. A letter has just been sent to Bahal." The interruption ruined Pullman's momentum. Angrily, he flung the dagger toward the soldier and shouted, "Damn it! What the hell is wrong with you? I told you not to disturb me while I'm torturing, didn't I? Have I not said that?" The guard bowed quickly and hurried to explain. "Sorry, sir, but this is urgent. It's a letter from the head of the Bahal household." Enraged, the general ripped the letter from the soldier's hand and shouted, "If this isn't important, you might as well be ready to die." Pullman opened the letter and read aloud clearly. "What does this letter say? The one you've captured is the owner of the white steed and a friend of Bahal." The gist of the letter sent was as follows. "The person you are detaining is the owner of the white steed, a friend of Bahal, and a son of the Arahan family. Because you are suspected of involvement in corruption, immediately relinquish command and await investigation by the Central Army." He mumbled the final lines. "If you resist the order, you will face judgment from Bahal." Pullman flew into a rage, ripped the letter to shreds, and roared, "What the hell is this? Investigation? Judgment? Do you think he has the right to say that to a general appointed by the Emperor? This is all you're doing, isn't it? That arrogant look. This is what you've been waiting for from the start. Still not seeing sense? Even if he is the Lord of Bahal, he can't brazenly trample a general of the Imperial Army." Zed curled his lip in a self-satisfied smile and replied bluntly, "He can. The reason is obvious." The general twirled the sharp dagger in his hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he said, "A reason? Ridiculous. If I kill you and that fake priest, there'll be no witnesses, no evidence, no loose ends." Zed's body suddenly erupted in fierce streaks of lightning, scorching the rope that bound his hands. Zed said coldly, "People like you will learn something once you've tasted enough pain." He finished and sat upright as a violent surge of electricity coursed through him, making Pullman jump and shout. "Huh?" He stood dazed, unsure what was happening, when a gust of wind shot in and a chain wrapped around his ankle. "What the hell is this?" Even Zed stared in amazement at the strange power that had appeared out of nowhere. Despite Pullman's screams of "You bastard," the white chains coiled around his body and slowly began to consume him. Zed watched in shock as the man was crushed amid frantic screams, then sensed another presence and turned to look. It turned out the chains belonged to the mage. He had appeared beside Zed at some point, but he bore no hostile intent. Zed immediately recognized the man in the black cloak and wondered inwardly, a guard, infiltrating among these low-ranking soldiers? How deep does this organization run? Lost in thought, a voice snapped him back to attention. "Young master." The commander of the black-clad contingent in the center continued. "The Lord has ordered you to return immediately. We will escort you. Please come with us." Seeing them, Zed was startled and asked, "Since when did they? Damn it, how far does this network reach?" He asked the commander suspiciously, "Why the sudden summon?" The commander replied coldly, "That's irrelevant. Orders are orders. Please hurry." Zed hesitated slightly, thinking to himself, "Not yet. I still don't have the elixir, and I haven't found Larko Cherville." Then he said, "Give me a few more days. I'll return on my own." The commander firmly refused, saying, "No, we are only following the Lord's orders." He looked at Pullman, shackled into a lump on the floor, and thought, "No, I need more time. I have to find a way to delay this." Suddenly an idea struck Zed. "You are the Shadow Guards and don't know Arahan's situation? Returning now would be a death sentence. The Lord surely knows that." The black-cloaked men fell silent and listened as he continued. Please convey my message to the Lord. If he wants to survive this storm, I need some time to prepare. If after that he still wants me to return, I will go without a word." The commander used a teleportation spell and immediately went to report to Lord Arahan, returning with the message. "Understood. Please wait here." While waiting for his return, Zed rubbed his chin and calculated. Lord Arahan must have been monitoring my every move through the shadow guards. The real issue is killing that slave trader Dvito, and when we reach Bahal's territory, I need to have answers ready if they interrogate me about them. Very soon the commander returned and bowed, reporting, "Young master, the Lord has agreed to give you more time. Return to the family within 14 days. That is all the time you are granted." At this, Zed's expression turned grave. He pictured the bloody battle at Arahan, with Lord Arahan and those mysterious guards lying in wait for him in a few days' time. Zed's eyes flared with determination. He knew the 14 days began now, so everything had to move quickly to protect himself. Zed propped his hand against his chin, his jade-green eyes staring at the floor. "The clock has started counting down. At least I have an extension. That helps. 14 days, I must act fast." The black-cloaked commander remained bowed respectfully and said in a serious tone, "The case of Pullman and Myers Church has been assigned to you. An investigator will arrive soon. Handle it wisely." Hearing that, Zed replied in surprise, "An investigator? So soon? I thought it would take at least a day." As he said this, Zed looked at the commander and sank into thought. More tricks by the shadow guards? The more I learn, the scarier they become. I want that power. Just when he thought it was over, the commander added, "There's one more thing." Curious, he propped himself up and asked, "What now?" The commander relayed the message. "The Lord wants you to stop hiding the fact that you carry Arahan blood." Zed was baffled and pointed to his eyes, exclaiming, "What the hell? Wait. My contact lens? You mean stop wearing them?" The commander nodded slightly, yes. But Zed couldn't understand and, annoyed, demanded, "Why?" He wondered inwardly. They threw me in jail and now they want this? The commander couldn't explain and honestly said, "We were only instructed to deliver that. With your permission, we will take our leave." With that, he and his black-cloaked subordinates used teleportation magic and vanished. Zed leaned on his hand, standing calmly as he watched the remaining dark air dissipate and said, "Of course they dropped the bomb and disappear like they never existed." About 2 hours later, a silver-haired man named Cox, an Imperial investigator, greeted him warmly upon seeing him and said with a smile, "A young man achieving such feats, exposing corruption within the Imperial Army, what noble family do you come from? The Emperor will surely personally commend your deeds." Without answering, Zed gently removed the contact lens from his eye, revealing the blood-red color of his family's lineage. Recalling the commander's earlier words and thinking, "He told me not to hide my identity anymore." He raised his head and looked at Cox, greeting him formally. "It's an honor to meet you." When Cox saw the true color of Zed's eyes, he flinched. He lifted his head and introduced himself. "I am Zed Arahan, the 7th son of the Arahan family." Cox could hardly believe his ears. After a pause, he asked, "Zed? Are you really Zed Arahan?" Slightly surprised by his expression, Zed still replied, "Yes, that's right." He stroked his snowy white beard and exclaimed, "My goodness, what a surprise!" So the name Arahan written in the Imperial Edict is you. Unlike Cox, Zed had no idea what he meant, tilting his head and wondering inwardly, "An Imperial Edict? What is that?" Noticing the confusion on Zed's face, Cox raised his sleeve and said, "Ah, it seems you don't know." Cox produced a folded sheet of paper and smiled as he explained, "Your name is listed right at the very end. In an edict personally written by His Majesty. The Emperor praised you lavishly." He then pointed with his aged hand to the neatly written line on the paper, the words reading clearly, "The merits of Zed Arahan, who aided the Empire's people, are hereby solemnly commended. Every noble should proactively emulate such conduct." Cox rolled the paper up and tucked it into his sleeve, admitting frankly, "I have long hoped to meet you once, and now fate has arranged this encounter." Still puzzled, Zed asked, "But how did His Majesty come to know of me?" He answered, "The Emperor values deeds more than rank or station. I heard that a few of those recently repatriated mentioned you." Hearing that, Zed gasped and realized, "Wait, Gordon, he said he would repay me, but I never expected it to come so quickly. Gordon's smiling face flickered in Zed's mind, while Cox's voice continued in his ear. His Majesty was pleased to hear of it. This is also a great favor to your family. Zed mouthed the family name to himself, then placed a hand over his heart and said, Investigator Cox, I have a request. I want to resolve the Myers Church case myself to the end. May I? Cox nodded slightly, letting out a long hum before saying, I understand you want to finish what you started. Very well. Hearing that, Zed bowed 90 degrees in respect and replied, Thank you for your understanding. He thought to himself, indeed an investigator from the Army's Central Authority willing to forego potential credit without hesitation. Cox held his hand out and confided, Whether you are an Arahan or not, you are the first person in a long time to thank me. Perhaps I have lived too long. Bring the Central Unit with you. You will confront those who violated Imperial law. If they resist, you are authorized to execute them on the spot. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. After saying this, Cox placed a hand on Zed's shoulder and patted it lightly. Slightly puzzled by his words, Zed blurted, Your generosity exceeds all expectations. Cox burst out laughing and slapped Zed's shoulder repeatedly, teasing, You really aren't like the other Arahanta polite. I like you already. Zed stared at him in astonishment, wondering to himself as his mouth hung open, Are all the other Ararahans really a bunch of lunatics? Almost immediately, the Central Army's flag was raised high and fluttered in the wind, radiating authority like an intricately embroidered emblem on the banner. The entire army assembled in full before the church entrance, the two units taking their assigned positions in neat rows, with Zed standing as commander at the front. Seeing the commotion, the surrounding townspeople crowded around to watch and began buzzing with chatter. What's going on between the Central Army and Myers Church? Haven't you heard? General Pullman's been arrested. Rumor has it there was shady business with the church herd that priest's a real con man. Those bastards. The commander at the front stomped his foot loudly. Zed pinned the brilliant gold badge to his chest and called out in a clear, commanding voice, To the frauds who've exploited the Empire's people for personal gain, I will count to 3. If by then you don't come out, you'll rot to death right in your hiding place. After waiting a few seconds, there was still no movement from the church. No one stepped out. Seeing this, a soldier impatiently stepped forward and asked, Should we drag them out ourselves? Zed weighed it carefully and replied, Weapons and mana aren't allowed inside an Imperial church, right? Too dangerous. The soldier nodded. Yes, but I don't see any other option. A mage stepped up and suggested, Then should we wait for the authorization paper? He flatly dismissed their opinions, stepped forward, and declared, No, leave this to me. Both of them were stunned and echoed, What? Zed turned back coldly and explained, I don't have much time. I'll handle this myself, so wait here. The soldier anxiously protested. No. What if something happens? He insisted on entering the church but reassured him it'll be fine. The soldier fretted and asked the mage, But he can't use magic. What does he intend to do? Another added, Aren't we supposed to follow him? At that moment Cox approached, holding a blank sheet of paper. The moment they saw him, everyone shouted, Officer Coxdoe, you have the authorization paper? Assume you do. At once the soldiers put hands to sword hilts. One of them said, Now that we have the order, there's no reason to hesitate. We'll go in immediately and arrest all the criminals. But Cox bluntly refused. Nosed and down. Everyone looked back in bewilderment. What? He calmly explained, When I gave the command token to Zed, I entrusted him with full authority to handle this case. That is also what he requested. The authoritative token was the badge Zed had pinned to his chest, the command token, the Imperial gold card that can mobilize military forces. The soldiers looked toward him as he stepped lightly into the church and shouted in frustration, But there's an armed group inside the church. We're not intervening. If anything happens, we'll be held responsible. Sir, order us to enter. Zed kicked the church door open with force and entered, while Cox's aged voice rang out, You really know nothing about the Arahan family, do you? Do you know why Arahan is the leading house? Why people fear them? Because they're stronger than other houses, right? Is it just because they're stronger? No, there's something more important. He advanced coldly into the church. In front were the fraudulent priests, each holding a dagger defensively, wary as Zed kicked the door in. Cox continued patiently. Someone of the Arahan line will never go back on their word. No matter what it costs, no matter how dirty the work, they will get it done. That is what makes people terrified. Hearing this, the soldiers and the mage exhaled as if they finally understood. As for Zed, seeing the band of frauds pleased him greatly. A smirk tugged at his lips and he sneered. I told you I could come back, didn't I? You filthy imposters. So open your eyes and watch. The star of the show today is Mized Arahan. With that, he advanced empty-handed toward the frauds and began a bloody fight. The Myers church door slammed shut, and screams and the clang of metal rang out loudly, so loudly that those outside could hear everything clearly. After a while, a soldier, anxious and thinking things were beyond saving, said, It's quiet now. That was fast. I told you he shouldn't have gone in alone. Moments later, a white figure stepped out of the church. Seeing someone, the whole army obeyed the command and shouted, Someone's coming. Prepare to fight. A few seconds later, every soldier's face went blank and they stammered. That is, all the fraudulent priests had been subdued and captured by Zed. Their faces bruised and bodies bound with ropes as they were led outside, followed by our protagonist. Zed tilted his head slightly. His handsome face broke into a satisfied smile as he stepped out like a true hero. Everyone around erupted, their faces bright with joy as they cheered. Cox stood in the middle, delighted, thinking to himself, I knew it. People gaped and asked in disbelief. You really defeated them all without using mana? How did you win without magic? Zed clenched his fist and smiled, answering, It wasn't that difficult. Cox was overjoyed. He stepped forward, burst into loud laughter, and couldn't stop praising, as expected of an Arahan. I'm amazed again. Truly extraordinary. Zed pointed at the bruised con artists and said, Officer Cox, these people sold fake holy water. There must be many victims. Please take care of them. Cox cheerfully replied, Of course. I will handle it personally. It's my duty as an investigator. Zed tilted his head slightly and sighed. There's more. Now the priest can come out. He called loudly over his shoulder, prompting Cox to look toward the church with great curiosity. A timid figure in a white robe stepped out the priest and someone cried in alarm, Wait. That is, sunlight fell across the priest's dignified face, and the crowd instantly cried out with joy. It's Father Johan's alive. A woman wept and prayed. Oh Lord, thank you. The ringleader of the con artists, his face battered and bruised, shot an unfriendly glance at the priest. Suddenly Johann turned and walked toward him. Johann gently laid his hand on the ringleader's head, channeling a green healing spiritual energy into him, leaving the man stunned. The ringleader, moved, called out to Johann, Father. Seeing the man's body glow with green spiritual power, Zed thought to himself in awe, That's holy power. Just looking at it makes you feel warm and peaceful, like something sacred. After receiving Johann's healing, the bruises on the ringleader's face vanished, causing his subordinates to stare in bewilderment. Johann extended the healing to the entire group of con artists and gently admonished them. Repent your sins and live according to the Lord's will. Then he will always be with you. They all bowed their heads and, moved, replied in unison, We're sorry. Thank you, Father. We will never defy the Lord's will again. That day the church was filled with joyous cheers from everyone, and a voice rang out with deep emotion. Father Johann has returned. After things settled, Johann addressed the Central Army and formally introduced himself. Allow me to present myself properly. I am Johann Chris, the 49th priest of the Empire. I am deeply grateful to Zed Arahan for carrying out the Lord's will. I would like to invite you for a cup of tea. Could you stay a while? He gestured into the church. Zed did not hesitate and replied, Yes, of course. At that moment Cox called from behind, Zed Arahan, come here a moment. He turned back puzzled, mouth open. Cox opened his hand to reveal something shining and said, If you don't mind, I'd like to give you this. Looking at it, Zed hesitated and asked, This is an investigator's badge? The thing that allows you to mobilize Imperial forces? Cox nodded and added, Yes. Just present this anywhere in the Empire and they will immediately support you. He was stunned and asked in bewilderment, Why are you giving this to me? You don't even know how I'll use it. Cox placed it into Zed's hand and said softly, I trust you won't tarnish my name. Just promise me one thing. You will use that badge only for the Empire's benefit. If one day you use it for personal gain, you will have repaid my trust with betrayal. Zed clutched the badge in his hand and replied in a steady voice, Yes, I understand. I will never let that happen. Cox was very pleased and laughed loudly, exclaiming, You really aren't like any Arahan I've ever met before. Saying that, he turned and walked off, thinking, It seems a long life truly brings many surprises. Cox raised his hand to command the Central Army and then bid Zed farewell. Everything's settled. We will take our leave. I hope we meet again. Cox led the way, followed by the steady march of the Central Army. Zed immediately bowed 90 degrees in a respectful farewell from behind. He lifted his head, the corner of his mouth curling slightly, his face full of gratitude as he watched the procession fade from view. Inside the ancient church, a solemn atmosphere settled over the entire scene. At a small wooden table with 2 steaming cups of tea, Johann spoke, Thank you for saving us. I've heard everyone affected by this will be fully compensated. You truly did something remarkable, Mr. Zed. He replied politely, Father, you flatter me. Perceiving Zed's intent, Johann cut to the chase and asked, What do you want from me? Being seen through like that made him marvel inwardly, indeed sharp and perceptive. He knows I didn't act only out of faith. Then Zed said, To be honest, I need your holy water, Father. Johann's expression grew serious, filled with wary questioning. Holy water is meant to heal the sick and vanquish evil. What do you intend to use it for? Zed answered honestly, I need it to craft magical implements. I'm not sure that counts as vanquishing evil, but at least it's to save my life. Johann tilted his head and asked, Your life? Zed nodded and explained, Yes, I am an Arahan, but I was expelled from the family because I can't use mana. Now I've been ordered to return home. Do you understand what that means? Johann immediately understood and said, Yes. I've heard the struggle among siblings in your clan is brutal. Johann immediately understood and said, Yes. I've heard the struggle among siblings in your clan is brutal. But do you really think a few magical tools can stop it all and save your life? Zed continued, I just want to prepare everything I can, with everything I have. He lifted the teacup to his lips and sipped, his mind drifting. Right now, the maximum stat boost I can get from potions is 2. And if a transcendent skill requires 5 mana points, I only have 3, which makes it insanely precious. Being able to use it freely versus only when I force myself to the limit is a world of difference. Father Johann sat in thought, watching his reflection in the tea before speaking. Actually, I've heard rumors about you. That you were the one who dealt with the notorious slave trader whom House Arahan quietly backed. I believe it was the Lord's will that an Arahan came to Myers to help protect the cathedral. Perhaps even my helping you now is part of his plan. With that, he rose from his chair, prompting Zed to start and look on. Johann returned and placed an old black box on the table with both hands. He brushed the dust off the box with his hand and said, I've kept this for someone who truly needs it. The potency of holy water depends on how much sacred power it contains. These vials were crafted over a long time, infused with all the power I could give. I hope they will help you, Zed. With that, Johann opened the box to reveal 3 brilliant blue vials of potent holy water. Seeing them, Zed sprang up in surprise and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Such precious holy water, thank you sincerely, Father. Johann smiled gently and extended his hand. And this is a personal gift from Mimi, the blessings of the divine be with you. After the meeting ended, Zed was assigned a room in the old church. Sitting in the small room, he took out the items he'd just received and examined them, musing for a while. Staring at the gift in his hands, Zed muttered in disbelief, Am I dreaming? I can't believe I just received the item I've wanted for so long while playing this game. A priest's badge. This shining badge was Johann's personal gift to him. It's called a priest's badge, in other words, a cleric's approval seal. It may sound insignificant, but in the world of lays it holds enormous power. The church wields its current authority because the emperor poured all resources into building a regime that is morally upright. Thus, a priest's seal is essentially an indirect endorsement from the emperor. With the priest's badge in hand, I won't be hunted or arrested the moment I'm discovered. More importantly, no one can take my life on a whim anymore. Zed thought to himself, just this one badge makes me much safer amid the internal conflict. Johann must understand that, which is why he gave it to me. He looked at the two items in his hands and said aloud, the investigator's badge and the priest's badge. This is probably the best I could have before returning to my clan. Now anyone who wants to kill me will have to pay a very high price. And wherever I go, the Imperial Army can protect me. Just looking at them is enough to put my mind at ease. Zed smiled faintly, his face relaxing into reassurance. Then he turned back to the holy water vials on the floor and continued, now, next up. Zed picked up a vial, continually analyzing aloud. In the game, Johann's holy water only has a 20% success rate. But he said this batch was made very carefully. I have 3 vials of holy water and 2 demon breaths. If it succeeds on the first try, that would be amazing. Let's just try. If it fails, I'll find a way to get more. With that, he bit the cork of the vial to open it. Zed slowly poured the shimmering blue holy water into the blazing red demon breath, the 2 distinct hues gradually blending. He waited for a miracle, a bead of anxious sweat forming on his brow. The holy water was gone. The blue infused the demon breath and emitted a few streams of sacred energy. Sensing the change, Zed let out a soft exclamation of wonder. A few seconds later, the demon breath shattered, revealing an exquisitely carved blue glass bottle, its aura radiating a powerful pressure. Staring at the newly appeared item, Zed's eyes widened and his mouth fell open in astonishment. He was overjoyed and shouted at the created item, "I did it! I actually succeeded on the first try. No more hesitation." Zed tipped the glass bottle and drank it straight, the deep blue liquid flowing into him. Quickly, the system panel flashed a notification. His magic stat increased by +1. Magic rose to level 4. Seeing the message, he exclaimed happily, "All right, just as I hoped, me magic stat has increased." Only 2 vials of holy water remained in the old black box, meaning he could still craft 1 more. Zed clenched his fist and stared at the system calculations. If the next one succeeds too, I'll reach 5 magic points. I still have 2 holy waters and 1 demon breath. If I succeed once more, I'll still have 1 vial left over. Then he proceeded to craft another power vial. After receiving the holy water, the demon breath glowed crimson like a small sun. Watching it, Zed prayed silently, "Please, please." The crafting succeeded and another deep blue vial appeared before him, radiating a brilliant, sacred glow. He shouted loudly, "Unbelievable! I succeeded again." Zed looked at the empty holy water vial in his hand and calculated. So does that mean an 80% success rate? He really did spend a lot of time making these. With that much sacred power, it's almost like gaining an extra life. Better save one for later. With that, he immediately poured the potent liquid into his mouth. Quickly, the system notified him that his magic stat had increased by +1, bringing his magic to level 5. But this time, the system didn't stop at that message. A new display panel flashed up before Zed. The information basically said a new magic ability was now available. A new skill called Transcendence was added. It greatly enhances the caster's physical capabilities and creates a shield effect proportional to the magic stat. Reading it, Zed could no longer contain his joy. He sat up from the bed, punched the air, and grinned excitedly. His excitement went too far and his foot caught on the edge of the bed. He happily leaned back, feeling the changes in his body, a faint smile on his lips. Zed sank into the soft bed, glanced up at the ceiling and exhaled, muttering, "It feels like all the tension is melting away." That was intense. Earlier, if the requirement for Transcendence had been 10 magic points instead of 5. Damn. He chuckled at that, his face full of happiness. Zed's eyes were fixed on the system panel on the ceiling, his lips still smiling as he thought to himself, "Honestly, this is even more fun than when I play the game." Inside the city, tall buildings were built close together, each house painted its own interesting color. Ryu stepped down into the street to stroll, eyes fixed on the paper in his hand as he said, "Oh, by the way, I investigated the white-haired man from the Skarioeve clan you asked about. It turns out there are only about 40, not as many as I thought." Behind them, Lisa listened quietly while Zed said, "Yeah, not that many." Ryu added, "Like you suggested, I used money as bait and gathered them in one place. Exactly 34 showed up. So the person you're looking for must be among the remaining 6. He asked curiously, do you have the locations for those 6? Ryu turned and answered, of course. To be safe, I recorded the exact coordinates for each. I'll head there right away, you'll find them all. Taking the paper from Ryu, Zed couldn't hide his satisfaction and replied, I like your style. Thanks. This makes things much smoother. Ryu laughed politely, it's just basic work. I can handle much more complex and difficult cases too, you know? Pretty capable, right? Hearing that, Zed gaped and regarded him silently for a few seconds. After a moment he said, Ryu, I know you're smart, no need to keep proving it. Zed's words left him stunned, his mouth opening in confusion. Zed stood in front of Ryu and declared firmly, I'll take responsibility for you and your sister to the end of your the first teammate I've ever had. Hearing that, both of them were so moved they burst into tears, sobbing and calling Zed's name. He coldly reminded them, don't get emotional over obvious, thinks it's a sickness. Suddenly a woman approached them cheerfully and said, Excuse me, with those red eyes, are you Zed Arahan? Zed turned to look at her and asked suspiciously, How do you know who I am? The woman, with dark blue-green eyes and a flushed, excited face, blurted out, What? If someone in Myers doesn't know you, they're definitely a spy. You're the young Arahan who punished the con man and protected Father Johann and the church. The whole city is buzzing about it. Only then did Zed notice the crowd gathering and whispering. He turned to them and realized, so that's why everyone has been looking at me strangely. I thought it was because of my eyes, but it's for something else. Among the crowd on this side, a young man in a blue coat called out, That's Zed Arahan. The youth beside him, displeased with the casual address, corrected him. Hey, that person? It's Sir. Show some respect. I heard that just locking eyes with an Arahan will kill you. Is it really dangerous to look at him? They say it's fine if he's a messenger of the Lord. Not every Arahan is merciless. Watching the crowd gossip loudly, Ryu asked in confusion, What's going on? Lisa trembled and clung to his coat, crying, I'm so scared. At that moment everyone around them shouted at the three of them, Thank you for defending Myers Church. Our family will remember your deeds for generations. Thank you. Zed felt a bit awkward and thought, I thought I'd be used to scenes like this, but honestly it's a little embarrassing. Then he turned to Ryu, pointed to one side, and whispered, Let's get out of here. Suddenly a bolt of lightning ran across Zed's mind, making him startle. Sensing a deadly aura, Zed turned and looked toward a man in the crowd and realized, something's wrong with that guy. He looked at the man and quickly recognized him. Scarred eye, white hair, none other than Lacto Cherville. Zed's gaze fixed on the figure moving away through the crowd as he hurriedly shouted, Wait, stop there. He quickly followed Lacto, pushing through the packed people. Hold on, let me through. But after breaking out of the crowd, the man's silhouette had completely vanished. Seeing the street ahead empty except for passers-by, Zed muttered in frustration, Damn it. Seeing him sprint away, Ryu chased after and asked anxiously, Zed, what's wrong? What happened? Zed replied coldly, It's him. He asked in confusion, Him? You mean the one we're looking for? Zed's tone became serious. He was here, but he ran. Ryu, tell me the nearest of those 6 places you mentioned. We have to hurry, Zed urged, and Ryu nodded immediately. Got it. Soon the 3 of them ran in the direction he indicated. At the end of this road, turn left. Meanwhile Zed ran and calculated inwardly. Maybe he's trying to escape this way if he's set on hiding. We probably won't find him. Following Ryu's directions, he quickly reached near the end of the alley. Looking at the plain stone building ahead, Ryu shouted, That building, Room 203. Immediately Zed burst into room 203 of that building and flung the door wide open. But inside was a strange old man with a silver beard. He gasped in shock at the sight of Zed, and Zed whispered in disappointment, This isn't him. Thinking Zed had come to arrest him, the white-haired old man fell to his knees and begged, I'll pay the rent tomorrow. Just give me a little more time. But Zed paid him no mind and dashed straight out the window. Zed jumped straight from the second-floor window and urgently commanded, Ryu, next location. Seeing him leap from that height terrified Ryu, who shouted, "Hey, you crazy man!" He didn't give up and kept searching other rooms using Ryu's information, opening each door wide to check the occupants thoroughly. Next, they had to go to a place that was dark, dusty, and filthy. In the hallway, Ryu's fearful voice rang out. "Next is over there, basement level 1, the room on the left." Zed gripped the doorknob tightly, feeling an intense oppression emanating from inside the room. Sensing the strangeness, Ryu softly called to Zed, and he ordered in a cold voice without further explanation. "Ryu, you go upstairs." Zed's face grew stern as he fell into thought. "We need to hurry, but what's this uneasy feeling? This opponent is the greatest smith and a desert tariff. This really is where Lacto used to be." Thinking that, he couldn't hesitate any longer and immediately used the trap technique. The system announced the casting of thunderfire magic, and electric arcs of power erupted all over Zed's body. His strong hands gently pushed the door open, and suddenly a blinding light burst from within. What followed was a massive explosion that completely tore the house apart, the ground heaving as dirt and rocks flew everywhere. At that moment, the system announced that Thunderfire magic had been nullified and the Immortal Challenger talent level 5 activated. Zed's eyes widened in shock as a brilliant blue flame flared up. Feeling the searing heat fill the space, he realized, this is Sapphire Flame. Hearing the commotion, Ryu rushed over and asked anxiously, "What was that? Zed, are you okay?" Zed didn't answer him. Staring straight ahead, he shouted, "Damn it!" The ruined scene around him and the dying sapphire flames made him think. Sapphire Flame is a high-tier fire attribute. Ordinary fire rarely achieves this kind of destructive power even with artifacts. But he created Sapphire Flame with just a trap? How is that possible? Zed looked up and muttered in disappointment, "Damn. Everything's been blown away." He thought to himself, if not for the Immortal Challenger this time, I would have died on the spot. The Immortal Challenger truly is a trait that can ignore instant death damage. He knew it well, having used it often in the game. Simply put, with this trait, no one can take him down with a single strike. I thought at worst it would be a level 4 or -5 explosion. Yet the Immortal Challenger activated. I believed in this trait, but thinking that I died once just now is unsettling. I must catch him. I have to make him an ally. Later, everyone gathered in Zed's room, and Ryu complained, "This is ridiculous. Why are we suspects? We're victims too. This is so unfair." Zed flopped wearily into a chair and said dejectedly, "Anyway, it was only us at the scene. If we can't prove the explosion was caused by a trap, we'll be the perfect scapegoats. Besides, Arahan belongs to a fire-aligned clan." Recalling the ruined room, he thought to himself, just in case. I tried to find evidence among the explosion's wreckage, but everything was burned. There's nothing left. Ryu, deeply worried, looked at Zed and asked, "So what do we do now? Shouldn't we flee before the Imperial troops arrive? Should I ask for help? Or go to the Bahal clan? The Lord there seems dissent. If we explain, he might help." Hearing that, Zed rolled over and sat up straight, replying, "It's best not to involve Bahal." Ryu, realizing why, asked, "Oh, because of the Black Glass troops?" Zed nodded, "Yeah. They reacted strongly last time too." Outside the room, the flag of the local garrison flew high, rippling in the wind. A small, well-armed squad stood at attention in front of the boarding house, their commander clearing his throat and shouting, "Myers local garrison, General Maiden here. Zed Arahan. Come out immediately." Hearing the order, Zed bolted upright and said, "They're here." Ryu next to him jumped and asked, "Zed, are you just gonna go out like that?" Lisa, terrified by the tense situation, whimpered, "I'm so scared." Contrary to them, he was pinning his cleric badge to his chest. He soothed them quietly. "It's fine, you two stay here. I'll face them alone." Ryu panicked and shouted, "Alone? Wait, Zed." Moments later, Zed opened the door and stepped outside. The commander, sighting him, announced, "Zed Arahan has come out." This was General Madden of the Myers local garrison. He pointed forward and ordered his soldiers, "Subdue him immediately." This was General Madden of the Myers local garrison. He pointed forward and ordered his soldiers, "Subdue him immediately." Seeing the gleaming cleric badge of authority, he hurriedly stopped his men. "Wait, everyone hold your positions." Madden approached awkwardly and questioned him. Zed, is that really a cleric seal? He nodded and replied calmly. Yes, it's the seal bestowed by Father Johann of Myers Cathedral. Hearing such a powerful name, Madden cleared his throat a few times and said, I see. Sorry, I didn't recognize it. Zed smiled and added, It's fine. Misunderstandings can be explained. He grew stern, regained his commanding bearing, and announced, I am Madden, successor to General Pullman at Myers. There was a large explosion in town earlier, and your name appeared in witness statements. Were you present at the scene? Zed answered honestly, Yes. I was caught up in that explosion. Madden, filled with suspicion, pressed. You were caught up in it? So you're saying you're a victim, not a suspect. He affirmed firmly. That's right, absolutely. He pondered for a moment, then continued. May I ask why you were there? It's just a procedural question, so if you don't wish to answer, that's fine. Zed smiled calmly and recounted. There's no reason I wouldn't answer. I was looking for someone and happened to walk in, but it had been set as a trap. I was quite surprised myself. Madden, half doubtful, breathed out, I see. Seeing his expression, Zed was secretly pleased. Thanks to the cleric's seal, no matter how suspicious I seem, he can't just label me a criminal. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise. With the local garrison's support, finding Lacto, who's gone completely into hiding, will be much easier. Thinking of that, Zed asked, General Madden, can you help me? He flatly refused. Sorry, but the Imperial Army cannot intervene in personal matters. We cannot abuse public power without legitimate cause. As if expecting that answer, Zed bent to his side, pulled something out and said, Legitimate cause, huh? Would this be enough of a cause? Madden cried out in shock when he saw the shiny badge held up in Zed's hand. An investigator's badge. How did you get that? Zed? He replied nonchalantly. I received it from Investigator Cox. I was told that presenting this badge would secure support from Imperial forces, right? He nodded repeatedly and loudly. Of course, under Imperial law, we are required to fully cooperate with any request from someone bearing an investigator's badge. Yet in Madden's mind a doubt lingered. A cleric's seal and an investigator's badge. What on earth is this Arahan? Zed seized the opportunity and ordered the troops. Good. And this isn't just my personal matter, it's related to capturing the person responsible for the explosion. This is exactly a task the local garrison should carry out. Madden and the soldiers stood at attention and replied respectfully. Yes, sir. Give the orders. From this moment, Myers Garrison will fully support you. Zed. Seeing that, Zed thought to himself, the investigator's badge carries far more weight. If the cleric's seal grants immunity, the investigator's badge grants command. With that in mind, he said, Then first, we should sketch a portrait of the culprit. Find someone suitable to do that. Madden agreed. Yes, I'll go find someone right away. Then a sound from Ryu upstairs drew Zed's attention upward. He asked him curiously, What's wrong? Ryu shook his head repeatedly to indicate nothing, but inwardly he was thinking, This guy is really scary. The next morning the suspect's portrait had been drawn and posted on the town bulletin board. The notice read roughly, Wanted 50,000 gold reward for information. Report to the elm tree outside the south gate. If the culprit is not found within 3 days, the entire town will be sealed and searched. Posted by Zed Arahan. All the townspeople gathered and whispered in turn, Wow! How ruthless is this guy to put up 50,000 gold. I should try reporting too. Look at the bomber's face from yesterday. Lacto, disguised as someone else, melted into the noisy crowd and looked at the drawing before him, puzzled. Did he mistake me for someone else? No, that can't be. He knows me well. He deliberately altered the drawing. But why? Could it be he wants to meet me? Meanwhile, the townspeople kept discussing the fresh poster. These wanted notices are plastered all over the town, seems really determined. Another chimed in wearily. Tsh. If bad luck hits, we might be in for a bloody showdown. After looking, Lacto lowered his head and slipped away from the crowd, thinking to himself as he walked. Once I meet him, I'll see what he's plotting. I can't even remember how many cities I've drifted through. I'm tired of living as a fugitive. Maybe it's time to end it all. I've lived long enough. Now there's nothing left for me to regret. Suddenly Lacto noticed the crowd and thought, so many people gathered. First, I need to blend in and observe. Out of nowhere, Zed appeared right behind him and whispered, "You really are a professional at disguises." Startled by the voice, he jumped. Sensing Lacto's panic, he gently reminded him, "Act natural. If you draw attention, the soldiers will rush in." He glanced back nervously and asked, "Who are you?" Zed replied quickly, "I'm Zed Arahan. At last we meet." Lacto asked in puzzlement, "Why are you looking for me?" He scanned the surroundings for a moment, then suggested the man follow him. "First, change places, come with me." After they reached a safe spot, Zed removed his hood and said solemnly, "This is my first time meeting you. I am the 7th generation heir of the Arahan family, Zed Arahan." Lacto said nothing. He quietly removed the magic mask, revealing his true face. Seeing that, Zed continued, "I've known your name beforehand, haven't I?" He stiffened and asked sharply, "Kid, if you already know me, why come after me?" Zed smirked enigmatically and answered with a question. "Isn't the reason to seek out a legend pretty straightforward? I've come because I want you to be the exclusive smith for the Arahan family." The blunt offer left Lacto stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Games and reality are truly different. The clearest difference is how you equip items. In a game you just double-click, but in real life you have to put the gear on yourself. You not only compare options, you also have to consider comfort and weight. Magical tools sold on the market are made for adults, so there are many factors to consider. No matter how good the choice, if the size doesn't fit, it's useless. So I want to recruit Lacto. He can craft magical tools that fit my body perfectly, and I can get new devices whenever my stats increase, plus auxiliary gear for different situations. I must make him an ally. With that in mind, Zed declared confidently, "War horses are born to gallop, and swords are made to be used. As the last bloodline of the Cherville clan, sir, what will you live for?" Hearing this, Lacto stared at the ground and fell into thought without answering. Zed placed his hand over his chest and said with conviction, "The greatest smith crafts artifacts for the greatest house, so Cherville's craft is passed to future generations and history goes on. I believe that is your appointed mission, sir." Lacto looked at him gravely and, sad and hesitant, said, "Passing down the craft to the next generation and continuing the flow of history. Sounds like a dream, overwhelming just to imagine, but my clan." Zed's next words shocked him. "I know those accusations are slander. I, Arahan, will erase the long-standing false charges against Cherville. With Arahan's help, it can become reality." Lacto asked somewhat suspiciously, "Do you know the whole story about the Cherville massacre?" He answered honestly, "I'm not clear on the details." Hearing that, the man scoffed coldly and replied incredulously, "You intend to help Cherville without knowing the circumstances. How can you be sure it's slander?" Zed pondered for a moment, looking at him with blazing red eyes. The Cherville incident is a side story, one that happened long before the game's plot began, so I could only piece things together from NPC conversations. Even in the records, all that's said is, they plotted rebellion and were destroyed by the Imperial Army. But still, Zed thought, then smiled and said, "Even if I don't know the full details, I do understand the Cherville family." Lacto asked skeptically, "You know about us?" He shrugged, not denying it. "Yes. Cherville is a clan dedicated to crafting top-tier magical artifacts. They had no reason to rebel." He thought to himself, besides, the Emperor has reached both the Sword Saint and Grand Mage tiers. He is the supreme being perched atop glory. Under him is the Central Legion, made up of knights and mages. At that level, even if Arahan and Bahal joined forces, they couldn't defeat the Emperor. And the Emperor is an immortal existence, the absolute ruler of this world. So there's even less reason for Cherville to rebel. His eyes filled with sympathy as he said firmly, "Please tell me the whole story about that incident." "Sir, I'm convinced it was slander." The man squeezed his eyes shut, sighed long and low, and hesitated for a moment. Lacto suddenly remembered something and asked, "Hey kid, do you know the Martin family?" Zed nodded and answered, "Of course, they're the second-ranking family among mages. The man continued, recounting, yes, they're also our major trading partner. Martin has always wanted to surpass Arahan. He held out his hand and said, right, though in reality that's impossible. Lacto nodded. Exactly, Arahan truly is that formidable. Trouble began when the Billy family got involved. Zed muttered the name Billy under his breath, his gaze fixed on empty space as he recalled. At first they were mediocre mages. Yet suddenly rose Upand. By the end, they even rivaled Martin. Curious, he asked, what happened? Lacto looked down and said sadly, there's no time to explain, and there won't be another chance. Hearing that, Zed finally understood and exhaled. I see. He thought to himself, I have a rough idea of the situation back then. But one thing worries me. Are you sure Arahan had no involvement at all? If they were involved, bringing Lacto along might be a huge mistake. Because Arahan didn't trade with Cherville, they might have viewed Cherville as a thorn. Cherville supplied top-tier artifacts to other houses. If the Black Lens army also intervened, it would be a perfect crime, leaving no evidence. Knowing how terrifying the Black Lens army is, the more I think about it, the more suspicious it seems. No, maybe I'm jumping to conclusions. Didn't judge too quickly. After lingering in thought, Zed said, if mages were involved, Arahan could definitely handle it. Lacto asked gravely, can you stand by that claim? He nodded resolutely and replied, I will keep that promise. So please, come with me. As he spoke, Zed extended his hand forward, lips parted in a sincere invitation. His red eyes flashed, filled with inner determination. Seeing that, Lacto gaped silently for a few seconds, staring at the outstretched hand before him. He hesitated, reached out his hand and thought to himself, I figured, even if it ends like this it's fine, but placing my hope one last time isn't so bad. Their hands clasped tightly, sealing a friendly cooperation. Lacto said, as long as Cherville's craft and legacy can continue, I'll come willingly. Zed, delighted to have achieved his goal, turned and said, then let's set off right away. Now Zed was very happy. He was beginning to gather everything: his first companions. Next would be Bahal's white steed, the investigator's badge, and the priest's seal, along with the last bloodline of Cherville. Everything had been gathered in Zed's palm. He clenched his hand, looked down and silently hoped, what I gained in the south, how valuable will it be in Arahan? Just thinking about it excited him. The corner of Zed's mouth curved into a satisfied smile. Soon after, in the western region, the golden city of Nika. It was a bustling, wealthy city, so lavish that one house even gleamed with gold high above. Ryu strolled the streets, marveling at the city's opulence, and exclaimed with delight, what is this? Zed's group had traveled a long way together and finally arrived here. Ryu looked around in awe and blurted, it's blinding. I can't believe a place like this exists. Seeing his surprise, Zed turned and asked, you've never been to Nika while working for the trade guilds? Ryu answered honestly, no, Nika is tightly controlled by the major trade guilds. For the small and mid-sized guilds I've worked for, it's just a pipe dream. Suddenly Lisa's eyes sparkled. She excitedly grabbed her brother and pointed ahead, shouting, oh my, that building is all gold. Over there too, and there. By contrast, old Lacto calmly looked around and said, it's been a long time since I last returned to Nika. This city is growing at an astonishing pace. Zed bowed his head and asked curiously, you've been here before? Lacto laughed and recalled, I traveled here in my later years. Yet, in under 10 years, it's changed beyond recognition. Watching everyone's stunned reactions to the Golden City, he started to observe everything more closely. Looking at the glittering buildings, Zed noted to himself, colder than the south, but with a lively, relaxed vibe. It's different, but it feels like Gangnam. Suddenly, everyone's attention on the street turned to Zed. They whispered about the horse he rode. Isn't that Bahal's white steed? No way, that's impossible. Look closely. Its eyes are blue. He felt uneasy and thought, in any case, Bahal's white steed is far too conspicuous in Arahan. After a moment's thought, Zed decided they should find lodging and asked, should we look for a place to stay first? They soon found a simple, humble inn and stayed there until evening began to fall. Inside the modest room, Ryu set his backpack on the bed and asked Zed, weren't we going straight to Arahan? He changed into fresh clothes and replied, we still have a week before the deadline. We can't afford to waste time. Hearing that, he curiously asked Zed, "You're heading out again?" Zed nodded, "Yes. There's a place I need to go alone." Ryu, puzzled, asked, "Alone?" Zed patted Lacto's shoulder and said, "It may take a few days, so don't worry, wait here." "And you too, sir?" Ryu, briefly surprised, asked, "Huh? You're not coming back tonight?" Zed answered and instructed them, "No. A week might not even be enough. Buy food around the inn. Remember to get something for Jinju too." Before opening the door to leave, Zed offered one last reminder. "Try not to stray far from this area. You can get lost easily." Ryu nodded, "I'm not a child, but this place really is easy to get lost in." He smiled and waved goodbye. "Be careful." Lisa bowed respectfully behind him. Zed looked at them and smiled in acknowledgement, then opened the door and left the inn. He stepped down into a glittering street redolent of money and luxury, crowded with people strolling about. He scanned his surroundings as if searching for something, silently murmuring, "It feels like the scent of gold and coins is coming from everywhere." But no matter how dazzling a place is, darkness always exists. People arrive in the Golden City hoping to change their fate, and then they fail. I wonder if they end up living in places like that. A short while later, Zed ducked into a small shop. As soon as he entered, the shopkeeper exclaimed, "Oh my heavens, how did an heir of Arahan end up in my little shop? In any case, it's an honor." Ignoring him, Zed pointed to a pair of contact lenses and said, "Give me a pair with black lenses." Startled, the shopkeeper asked, "Huh? Why choose the cheapest, most common color? Isn't that the eye color of ordinary folk?" Zed didn't answer, staring at him with a blank look. The shopkeeper immediately took the hint and said, Yes, I'll fetch them right away." Zed then entered a clothing store. As soon as he stepped in, he looked around for a while, and the owner rushed over but then froze. "Welcome, Zed pointed at a heap of shabby, filthy clothes piled up and implied he wanted to buy them. The owner immediately waved him off. "Those are work uniforms, don't sell them." Before the man could react, Zed had already changed into commoner's clothes and held out the fine outfit in his hand, offering, "No problem. I'll pay with this set." Next, Zed went into a shoe shop and said, "Just sell me a pair of shoes." But the proprietor drove him off with disgust. "You miserable beggar. Get out of here now." After disguising himself as a wretched beggar, he leaned back satisfied and let out a relieved breath. Zed looked at his reflection on the golden wall and exclaimed, "Perfect. I look just like a beggar." He thought to himself, "Then, now I'll go meet him, right?" The king of the dark alleys. Thinking of that name, Zed dashed forward, brimming with excitement. In a poor, filthy quarter, darkness hung over the area, enhancing its grim and dangerous appearance. In a narrow, foul-smelling alley where family crests ran rampant and bugs swarmed everywhere, Zed, disguised as a beggar, sat in a corner of the street, quietly plotting something in his mind. He looked up at a dilapidated building, sensing the moment had arrived, and wondered, now should I start acting? No sooner thought than Donezd immediately strode forward. His eyes were fixed on the ground, brooding, unaware that a bald guy was tailing him. That man had an accomplice. The two watched Zed's retreating figure, waiting for the right moment to pounce. But they weren't the only one. Several more guys had been watching Zed. With his keen senses, he could tell with his eyes closed. These bastards are just standing there, exactly 7 people surrounding me. I can barely see anything beyond a few meters in front of me. Looks like it's time to move. Probably because I'm dressed like a beggar. I'm starving. If I'd known it would be like this, I would have brought some jerky. But then those guys would have swarmed me. As he walked, Zed clutched his rumbling stomach. Suddenly a burly thug stepped out in front of him and blocked the way. Not only blocked from the front but surrounded from behind as well. Having anticipated this, he thought to himself, at last. The rooster-headed thug immediately cleared his throat and demanded, "Where did you crawl out of, you bastard?" Not answering. "If you're a rookie, act like one. Otherwise you won't survive here." Hearing that, Zed felt exasperated with them. What a cheap trick. He showed no fear. Instead he casually said, "Got any food? I'm starving." Insulted, these lowlifes ground their teeth in anger, and the bald one bellowed, "Look at this bastard, already begging for food. The moment he opens his mouth, Where are you hiding it? Another bald thug appeared, rushing forward and shouting, "Don't worry, we'll kill you before you starve to death." But as he swung his punch down, Zed ducked quickly and avoided it without even turning his head. The bald man faltered slightly, then cried out excitedly, "Oh, what's this? This guy's pretty fast." As if on a silent signal, all the lowlifes lunged at Zed at once. The rooster-headed thug charged in shouting, "You damn rat." The bald man was the first to strike again. He leapt up and readied both hands to deliver a crushing blow from behind. Unfazed by these scumbags, Zed merely glanced at them. Then he rushed at the bald man and shoved him back toward his companions. Before he could react, one thug was struck by the bald man's rebound and opened his mouth in pain. The remaining thug naturally couldn't let him act. Zed appeared in front of him and swung an elbow into his head. He screamed in terror, squeezing his eyes shut and throwing his hands up to block his face. But the elbow feint was a ruse. When he was only inches from the face, Zed redirected his hand. His arms flowed out and struck the red-headed thug's neck with a blow he hadn't anticipated. Zed's fluid movements and rapid, powerful strikes left the gutter crew gaping in shock. They recoiled in fear when they realized the demon before them was not to be messed with. But he wasn't about to let them off easily. The corner of Zed's mouth lifted in a pleased smile. The dark alley was filled with the sound of his repeated blows, accompanied by the anguished screams of the gutter crew. After a while, Zed had knocked them all out, their bodies strewn unconscious on the ground. One of them, still conscious, muttered curses. "You bastard, damn you." Recalling his stats, he thought to himself, "My strength is 70 now. Even light hits hurt them." Then Zed propped himself up and looked down at the rooster-headed thug, asking with concern, "You okay? Does it hurt?" The man forced himself up and shouted, "Damn it! What are you? Some kind of lunatic?" He exhaled and lectured them. "That's why I say don't start trouble. Give me a piece of bread and it's settled. Thanks to you, I'm even hungrier now." The bald man helped his comrade up, furious as he threatened, "A rookie dares. You think you're safe after that? You won't survive here. Our organization will kill you and no one will know." Hearing that, Zed snorted and declared, "Oh really? Then I'll just take over that organization." The rooster-headed thug on the ground couldn't believe his ears and blurted, What? What the hell is this crazy bastard talking about?" Suddenly, from nowhere, a sharp dagger hurtled forward, striking at Zeb from behind. He was quite surprised by the attack but was able to dodge it easily. A stranger stepped forward, a malicious curl at his lip as he sneered, "He dodged that? This one's not ordinary, huh?" The moment they saw the head of the pickers, all the low-life thugs gasped and shouted loudly, "Captain!" They all fell back in formation behind the head picker, treating him with obvious reverence. Hearing the words "Captain," Zeb's mouth curled with interest as he thought to himself, "On my first day I already found a big fish. Maybe this will speed up my plan." The rooster-headed guy was extremely smug, sneering contemptuously, "Do you know who this is? The legendary assassin who once shook all of Nika. It's Lord Kinzura. If you want to live, kneel and beg for your life now." Facing the stranger he didn't recognize, Zeb took a defensive stance and retorted sarcastically, "A legendary assassin? How is someone like that only the captain of a bunch of beggars?" Hearing this, Kinzura flew into a rage, moving like the wind as he slashed with his sharp dagger and screamed, "Arrogant bastard." But with his nimble skills, Zeb dodged him again. As he slashed, Kinzura praised with amusement, "He's dodged my strike twice now. Young and seems talented. If he lives long enough, he'll become very strong. What a pity." Hearing that, Zeb was thrilled, thinking, "A world champion just complimented my talent." Suddenly he changed direction and said, "But this attack will be different." Dark blue-green mana flared across Kinzura's body, thickly shrouding the entire alley. Seeing the bluish energy made Zeb briefly startled as he recognized it as mana. Kinzura braced himself like he was about to unleash a powerful technique. Watching him, he couldn't help but think, he's manipulating mana, at least 4th tier or above. I thought the talk of a legendary assassin was probably just bragging, but it's not entirely nonsense. Assassins outside the official ranks have clear limits. Without a hereditary line, reaching 4th tier under those conditions deserves the name legendary. Noticing his odd expression, Kinzura curled a satisfied smile and asked, You seem pretty surprised. This is what happens when you act recklessly without knowing how vast the world is. With that, he vanished into a blaze of green-blue mana. The air filled with Kinzura's savage laughter as he moved around Zeb, making it impossible for him to pinpoint the attacker's position. When Zeb showed no particular reaction, Kinzura exclaimed, "Not moved at all, or frozen in place. We'll see when I check." He finished and delivered a downward strike aimed at the top of Zeb's head. Sensing the killing intent above him, he realized, above, but a second later, Zeb gaped in astonishment. No, 3 of them. As he suspected, about 3 Kinzura clones attacked him from all directions at once. Zeb nimbly ducked and lunged forward to evade. Where he had just stood, a small explosion erupted, carrying fierce force. Immediately after came the metallic ring of 3 sharp blades. The 3 of them looked toward Zeb as he landed, bewildered, and asked, "Huh, you dodged our coordinated attack?" The one on the right demanded, "Who are you? A knight? A mage?" Zeb said nothing, thinking to himself, triplets? These were the 3 assassin brothers of Kinzura. The one with a scar was Ki, the one with 2 eye scars was Dra, and the one without any scars was G. After watching them, he thought, looking closely, they resemble each other but each has distinct mana. They use mana to mask their presence, which is why I didn't notice at once. Damn. Having 100 perception but only 5 mana is useless. Thinking that, Zeb brushed his hands, stood up and said, "Now I have to go all out." No sooner had he finished than all 3 Kinzura brothers lunged to attack. Dra sneered, "This guy's just bluffing." G added contemptuously, "That was just beginner's luck. He can't dodge a second time." Zeb's face grew serious as he used the lightning transformation spell, his whole body erupting with fierce golden lightning. Immediately the system announced spell use. With the lightning's power, the black contacts were scorched away, revealing the Arahan family's blazing red irises. The black contacts were scorched away, revealing the Arahan family's blazing red irises. Seeing that, the 3 Kinzura brothers panicked and blurted, "Red eyes? Damn it! Why is there an Arahan here?" Standing amid Arahan's raging lightning pillar, the low-life thugs shouted urgently, "It's a trap! Everyone run!" Suddenly the system displayed a notification. The Challenger trait, Unceasing Level S activated, temporarily adding +10 to all stats. Stats rose as the lightning flared, illuminating the once dark, gloomy alley. The system continued to show stats: Strength 100 -30, Agility 100 -30, Stamina 100, Perception 100, Magic 5 +10. Support magic unlocked. Lightning transformation, Lightning strike. Zeb's red eyes scanned the system panel appearing before him. He then reached out and formed a powerful lightning orb in his hand, while the low-life thugs yelled, "Spread out. Staying here will get you all killed." In no time the orb in Zeb's hand formed. Most of the low-life crowd had fled, though not far. Zeb clenched his hand, crushed the lightning orb, and the electric currents flashed and shot forward. The 3 Kinzura brothers fleeing across the rooftops suddenly saw the sky flare bright. Dra turned his head to the sky, mouth agape in shock. Lightning descended from the high sky and struck him directly, the destructive force shattering the rooftop into fragments. Zeb strode forward coldly as Dra was lifted by the lightning, slammed face first into the ground, his body still crackling with a few electric arcs. While walking he suddenly stopped, his eyes fixated on his arm as electric currents surged across his body. Looking at the ruined scene, Zeb wondered oddly, is a level 2 spell really this strong? I only have 15 mana. Is this the power of lightning aura? And the spell activated because I performed the in-game motions correctly. Not needing a separate incantation is a huge advantage. Suddenly someone shouted, "Over here! Everyone this way!" Zeb realized with a jolt, "Oh no! City guards?" With that thought, he risked a dash and sprinted past the approaching guards. Quick thinking, Zeb hoisted Dra onto his back, thinking the blast power is decent, but the noise is too loud. We need to get out fast. When the guards came to inspect, they didn't even notice a flap of cloth slipping out of the alley. Right after, a magic orb was summoned, illuminating the dark alley. After examining for a moment, a guard exclaimed, "There's blood here," At that, Zeb jolted. He looked down at the long streaks of red syrup on the ground and muttered, "Blood? Don't tell me that bastard left it?" Zeb turned to look at Dra on the ground and indeed saw a large wound on his head oozing blood. The guards were following the blood trail toward where he was. Zeb pressed himself deep into the wall's edge and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, if possible, I'd like to handle this quietly." Zed hid farther away to watch, thinking to himself that he had planned to resolve this quietly. Then he casually stepped out. Resigned, the strangers jumped and pointed, shouting loudly, "Who are you?" Zed asked sternly, "You're not going to clean this up?" One man stepped forward and said, "You're an Arahan heir, please forgive our rudeness. We heard an explosion while on patrol and were tracking its source." He seemed surprised and said, "But you're not young Master Tunda." Hearing that, Zed suddenly remembered and asked, "Tunda is the 6th heir of Arahan, right?" Then he boldly introduced himself, "I'm the 7th heir of Arahan, Zed Arahan." They didn't know him. Zed thought to himself, "Of course not. I've been imprisoned all this time." The man suddenly shouted, "No, we sincerely apologize." Zed quickly pointed and said, "If you're looking for the one who caused the explosion, I saw him run that way, chase him." Immediately the group turned and hurried off. "Thanks for the tip. We'll pursue them right away." He sighed and said, "Just a few words and it's settled. My status in Arahan City really carries weight." Nice. He looked down at the assassin Kinzura lying motionless on the ground. Then Zed gently lifted a hand to the man's nose to check for a breath. He exhaled in relief. Thankfully they're still alive, then thought that the lightning had been much stronger than expected. Not long after, he helped the assassin Kinzura disappear down a dark alley. The star-filled night sky was eerily silent, and so Zed led him through the night. Suddenly someone called out, "Heir of Arahan, you're finally here." Zed looked up and replied directly, "Come forward." Before him now stood the two brothers of the assassin Kinzura. They bowed their heads in remorse. "Please forgive our earlier rudeness. We deeply regret revealing murderous intent toward an Arahan heir. Could you be merciful and spare our brothers?" Immediately the two dropped their weapons and bowed, begging for mercy. Seeing this, Zed was very surprised and smirked. One of Kinzura's brothers wept and pleaded, "Please, it won't happen again, spare our brothers." Zed thought in surprise that an assassin could shed tears. He responded, amused, "Funyun assassin with such brotherly loyalty. Quick to kill others yet wants to save his brothers' lives?" The man retorted, "We learned assassination to survive." The other, face filled with tears, shouted, "That's right, we only kill wicked beasts who harm common folk like us. We never kill innocent people, I swear." Zed said coldly, "But just now you tried to kill me." One stammered an explanation. "That was because this is our turf. Sometimes others try to take these alleys, and many of our comrades died over it." The other added, "So we overreacted, we truly committed a grave sin." Zed fell silent and pondered, Besides me there must be many others trying to seize the underground power in Nika." He quickly asked again, "So what you said earlier is true, you never killed innocent people?" They confirmed, "Yes, we swear on our brothers' lives." Zed praised, "If that's true, that's respectable. Those contracts probably didn't pay much anyway." They looked pitiable and replied, "What we truly want is for our families and brothers to live in peace." They recalled moments from childhood. Their master had always emphasized this when teaching them the art of assassination. Zed thought, killing is evil, but with commoners trampled by nobles, the Kinzura brothers might be the only hope. He cut in, "There's one condition." They asked hesitantly, "Yes?" Without further delay he got straight to the point. "Take me to your leader, and I'll help treat your brother." They looked stunned. "What? That?" Then they refused. "I'm sorry, but we can't. We won't betray our comrades just to survive." Zed stepped closer and said, "I want to meet your leader to buy information. I don't intend to harm him, so don't worry." They gaped in fear. "Everyone approaches us with words like that, but our leader has never sold information even once." He replied calmly, "I know." They asked in surprise, You know?" Zed looked at the Kinzura assassin slumped beneath him and said, "Even if the deal fails, I won't harm your comrades. I swear on the name of Arahan." He hastily asked, "Why? You don't trust it because it's not a knight's oath?" The other trembled with worry. "It's just that people like us find it hard to trust nobles' words." Zed fell silent and thought, Fine, if they agreed immediately, I doubt their sincerity. He set the Kinzura assassin down. There was no other choice. Then he raised his hand and demanded, "Tie me up." They were astonished and exclaimed, "What?" Zed raised both hands as if surrendering and said, "You can hold a blade to my throat." Blindfold met. His seems the only way to make you trust me. They hesitated, but, seeing it wasn't promising, Zed used his final move. "If even then you don't trust me, I won't hand this one over to you," he said seriously. "I've trusted you, so you should show a little trust in return." The two watched each other anxiously. They quickly made a decision. "Understood. We'll lead you to the leader, then blindfold you." No sooner had they spoken than they took a black cloth and covered Zed's face. He was blindfolded, his hands bound, and stood still. Behind that black cloth, Zed's eyes widened. Now it was time to meet the king of the dark alley. 2 hours later, the night grew even darker and more ominous. Zed walked on alert, feeling as if they had been circling around forever. Suddenly he asked, "You're looking for the black glasses, right?" Zed continued, blocking them. "Then don't waste effort, just take me straight there." "Do you think the black glasses don't know your leader's location?" One of them replied, "Not even the black glasses can find where our leader is." He responded calmly, "You don't seem to know anything about Arahan. The black glasses I've faced not only know your leader's hideout but also understand the limits of your influence, so lead the way." The man turned back and asked nervously, "Don't tell me the black glasses are nearby?" Zed replied, "I don't know, but one thing's certain. No matter what schemes you plot, you can't even come close to the black glasses' heels." He continued bluntly, "I'm not belittling youths, just that the black glasses are on a completely different level." The man sighed, "I see." Then the man turned and left. Understood. They gradually entered a place dimly lit by scattered lamps. They walked on like that with no one speaking, and so they silently moved forward in the hush. Someone removed Zed's covering and said, "We're here." One of the two stepped forward and knelt, calling out, "Leader." The other casually flipped through pages and asked, "Who is he?" Eddie kept reading intently. "Have you forgotten the rules? He's the king of the dark alley, Eddie." Kinzura's brothers bowed and explained, "Sorry, he said he wanted to deal with the leader." Zed watched from a distance and thought, "So he's the king of the dark alley." He seemed angry and ordered, "Enough nonsense, drag him outside now." Kinzura's brother nervously looked back when he saw Zed take out a small blue vial. He held the vial out to them and said, "Wait, give him this to drink." Kinzura's brother gaped in shock. "What is that?" Zed answered calmly, "Holy water, have him drink it and he'll recover quickly. You kept your word, so I should keep mine." He then thought it a waste but necessary. It was the only way to treat him immediately. The man took the vial, bowed his head, and said, "Thank you, sir." Zed immediately approached Eddie and said, "I want to negotiate." Eddie snapped irritably, "Don't bother, Mage, lost." Annoyed, Zed snatched the book from Eddie's hands. He flew into a rage and sprang up, "Damn it, wo the hell." Then Eddie realized in fear, Arahan. He snapped, "Why isn't Arahan here?" Eddie turned to question Kinzura's brother. "I trusted you, how could you betray me like this?" Hearing that, the man flinched and waved his hands. "Betray? No way, this person promised not to harm the leader or our comrades." Eddie ripped the book back from Zed. "How many times have we heard that nonsense? Nobles are all bastards." Zed glared at him. "King of the dark alley? Eddie. A genius among geniuses. Someone who never forgot anything he'd seen once." Eddie looked up annoyed, exhaled sharply, "You're young, but not Tunda Arahan, your face looks odd." Eddie asked curiously, "So you're the youngest of the Arahan children, the one abandoned in that detention area?" Zed answered honestly, "Yes." "Surprising you even know that." Eddie smiled wickedly. "So you want to negotiate, but how?" "I don't need anything from you." Zed replied, "Haven't you heard? How can you be so sure?" He sneered, "Noble minds are so predictable. Offer a pouch of gold or erase a commoner's status, am I wrong?" Zed lowered his head sadly and fell silent. Eddie lowered his head to read, "I know." Then he fell quiet and read intently. Despite his brilliance, he'd repeatedly tried positions in the administration and been passed over because of his low birth, which twisted him, grew to hate nobles and to think everyone else in the world was dumber than him. Zed smiled lightly, just like the character he'd seen in the game. Then he spoke up, What I will pay for this deal isn't money or a cleared identity. Eddie kept reading as if uninterested. All right, I won't go far. Zed quickly sat down and said calmly, what I give you is information. He sneered cunningly. I'll buy information from you with information. Zed sat up straight, looked directly at him and said seriously, what I pay you with as compensation is information. Eddie half joked, half serious, you're an interesting guy, you're going to use information to buy information? Zed admitted and asked him back, right, that's the only thing you want, isn't it? Eddie didn't answer directly but countered, how do you know that? Then Zed asked again, you can remember everything after seeing it just once, right? Eddie gave a small smile and answered vaguely, I'm pretty smart, but don't jump to conclusions. Saying that, he turned a page while staring at Zed. Zed nodded once, indicating he understood him. Then he noticed the book Eddie was reading and a few stacked volumes on the table. After mulling it over, Zed concluded, you seem to like reading, but there's only one book here, which means you discard the ones you've finished. Eddie gave a dry chuckle, then asked, sharp eyes, what else can you deduce? Zed made a confident assertion, you're interested in making a deal. Hearing that, Eddie looked at him skeptically. At that point, Zed analyzed Eddie's gestures more closely. From your posture, I can tell you turned toward me. Eddie was briefly stunned, finding it hard to believe. Finally, he raised both hands as if surrendering and smiled in agreement with Zed's proposal. All right, I'll hear what you have to say. Investing that much time seems reasonable. Zed sat up straight. In a low, sly voice, he stated his demand. What I want is everything about Arahan. I need specific information on my brothers. Eddie perked up a little and leaned toward him, remarking, is it an internal conflict? Information can be money, weapons, and sometimes a shield. Then he turned the question back to Zed. But you skipped the most important part, what information will you use to pay? Zed folded his arms, leaned back, and said seriously, information you don't yet know. Eddie was not satisfied with that answer and stubbornly pressed, I won't know until I hear it, since, as you see, I know almost everything. But Zed's face went cold and he refused to reveal a word. I'm not going to tell you either. Eddie, annoyed, snapped back arrogantly, what kind of deal is this? Your information could be worthless. Zed remained calm and retorted, likewise, when it comes to Arahan, don't I know more than you? Eddie laughed and taunted, ridiculous, you came to me out of fear. Zed noticed Eddie tapping the armrest, sensing his hesitation between compromise and stubbornness, so he softened his approach. I came here hoping to find something I don't know, but if you won't accept this arrangement, then forget it. After saying that, he fell silent and simply stared at Eddie's increasingly hurried tapping. Zed calculated inwardly trading requires knowing what the other wants. I know you well, but you know nothing about me. An oddball obsessed with information, should I apply more pressure? Thinking that, he said flatly, seems you aren't interested in the trade. Then I'm leaving, and decisively stood up to go. Eddie was quite surprised by Zed's action, but he said nothing, merely stared at Zed's retreating back. Zed walked away slowly, thinking to himself that it's fine if they don't trade right now. Thanks to the three Kinsra brothers, he met Eddie early and saved time. Besides, Eddie would contact him first anyway, so there was no rush. Thinking that, he smirked with quiet confidence. Suddenly someone approached from behind and politely said, excuse me, young master. It turned out to be the three Kinsra assassin brothers. They all bowed to him. The captain spoke first, grateful. Thanks to the holy water you gave, our youngest recovered instantly. This doesn't seem like ordinary holy water. Thank you so much. The man beside him added sincerely, thank you for keeping your promise. The captain, ashamed, said, I'm sorry I didn't believe you because you're a noble. Zed glanced at them and reminded seriously, there are sometimes good people among the nobles. I am not one to break my word. Hearing this, all three Kinsra brothers were in tears. The captain said emotionally, I've never met a noble like you. Young master, if it were any other noble, I doubt they'd care about our youngest's life. The man beside him, choking up, asked carefully, if it's not too rude, may I ask your name? Zed replied briefly, ZZ Arahan. The three Kinsra brothers bowed deeply and earnestly said, thank you, sir. We'll remember this forever, young Master Zed. Zed said nothing as he turned to leave, inwardly stirred, thinking he too may have once held prejudices against assassins. They have deep bonds and loyalties that stop them from betraying their comrades. Maybe they're better people than I thought. At that thought, his eyes grew a little misty. Zed bowed his head slightly and fell silent. Regaining his composure, he turned back to look at them and, seeing the 3 Kinzura assassin brothers still bowed, was startled, wondered. They're still bowed? Then he finally spoke, "You are Kinzura, right?" Hearing him, all 3 looked up. The captain answered honestly, "Yes, we recalled that." Zed calculated silently. For completions, having assassins is a notable asset, and 3 of them together could be very useful in future internal conflicts. After thinking that, he tersely told them, "You follow me." Not understanding his meaning, the 3 Kinzura brothers instinctively let out puzzled sounds. Back in Eddie's room, Zed sat up straight and stared at him seriously. Eddie crossed his arms and mocked. "So you came back?" Deep down he felt confident. Of course, someone like you putting on a tough act is pointless. The information about your brothers is your lifeline. Still, outwardly he teased Zed. "So what brought you here? You seemed uninterested earlier and walked off." Zed went straight to the point. "I want to buy the 3 Kinzura brothers." Eddie, expecting Zed to follow his initial script, quickly replied, "Right, the right person needs my information." But after hearing Zed plainly, he sat up straighter. He slammed the table and shouted, "What?" Zed calmly set the negotiation terms. "I'll pay with information." Eddie waved his hand, adjusted his glasses, and stopped him. "Now wait." Then he pointed at the 3 Kinzura brothers and asked Zed in surprise, "You came back for those guys, not to get information about your brothers?" Zed said coolly, "I don't need information about my brothers. Whatever I thought of that, it would still be a heavy loss." Hearing that, Eddie frowned and asked again, "A loss?" At that, the hand he had on the table tightened into a fist. The room fell into an odd silence, broken only by the fire crackling in the hearth. After a moment, Eddie laughed and said, "All right then." He spoke seriously, "You want those Kinzura guys, but the problem is they're captains in my organization, and I'm their leader." Zed's expression didn't change. He said firmly, "I'm willing to pay any reasonable price." Eddie, challenging, replied, "Well then, the reasonable price I'm thinking of will be much higher than you imagine." Zed asked back nonchalantly, "So what price are you thinking of?" Eddie bluntly stated his demand. "Everything you've experienced since leaving the prison, how you escaped, and what you've done since. I need at least that much information." He thought excitedly that money didn't matter. Satisfying his curiosity would make the information valuable. The return of the young Arahan heir who'd been abandoned in the prison would spark curiosity, but because it would expose shameful parts of himself, he wouldn't easily reveal them. Seemingly understanding Eddie's thoughts, Zed sighed softly and commented lightly, "Your tolerance is less than I expected." Insulted by that remark, Eddie leaped up, slammed the table and kicked a chair, shouting, "What? My tolerance is low? Me?" Regardless of his furious approach, Zed remained calm and taunted him. "I thought you'd ask for something more spectacular. People live within their limits." Eddie stepped up to Zed, grabbed his collar, and through clenched teeth hissed angrily, "You bastard, have you been holding back?" He unleashed a torrent of curses at Zed. "Bastard. You think you're so great? You damn son of a noble family, no real ability. Just born with good blood." Zed's expression didn't change. He simply stared at him without a word. Eddie, indignant, wanted to vent everything. "If you keep babbling with that loud mouth." But suddenly, seeing Zed's blazing red eyes fixed on him, he froze mid-sentence. Zed's red eyes seemed to glow. Eddie instinctively loosened his grip, thinking in fear, "What are those eyes?" The 3 Kinzura assassin brothers, seeing the tension between the two, anxiously shouted to intervene, "Leader, please Stophi's the heir of Arahan." After regaining his composure, Eddie let go of Zed, cleared his throat, and politely said, "Sorry, I got a bit worked up." He stepped back, trembling, and asked him, "So what terms will you set, sir?" Zed asked him one question. "Who stands before you?" Eddie answered truthfully, I am the heir of Arahan." Then he fumbled and babbled awkwardly, "Noyu just apologized. Sir, I was wrong, wasn't I?" Zed folded his arms and regarded him seriously, delivering a long manipulative spiel. "Right, Tarahan. If I were you, I'd be thinking about using nobles to my advantage. Now's the right time for that." Eddie, puzzled by his words, asked blankly. Use them? How are you telling me to use you? Zed continued in a low voice. I know you're obsessed with information, but the info you can pull from the shadows is limited. Eddie sheepishly admitted, that's unavoidable. There's no other way, sir. Seeing he still didn't get it, Zed sighed in frustration. You still don't understand? Eddie grew more flustered and hurriedly said, No, you actually haven't told me anything yet, sir. Zed fixed his glowing red eyes on Eddie and commanded manipulatively, Don't hide in the shadows any more, step into the light. I'll help you. Still, Eddie's will rebelled and he blurted in a panic, No way, you don't know what you're talking about. Zed kept manipulating, painting an inviting vision. I'll provide you a well-located building to open a detective office. Nobles run the world, so you must deal with them to get more information, right? Hearing that, Eddie quickly objected, No, don't think I can't rise just because I'm short on money. Commoners can't buy and sell buildings. Zed stated the plan seriously. I will own the building, not you. You'll be the tenant running the business there. Eddie, startled, couldn't help exclaiming, What? He added half as a suggestion and half as a question. I'll also dispatch Arahan's magic core to secure the placidoicent that satisfy the conditions. Note, the magic core are the elite forces of mage houses, equivalent to knightly orders of knight houses. Eddie let out a small ah, and Zed stood up while negotiating with him. I'm asking you to become my partner. I'll help you achieve what you want in the light, and you'll trade me information. We'll help each other. How wonderful! Eddie's heart stirred. He daydreamed about the future, half excited, half doubtful. Could he both get the information he needed and have members of the magic core? Can I really trust this? He wondered, then hesitantly asked Zed. Really? You'll provide the building and even assign members of the magic core? Zed asserted confidently. Yes, I am not one to break my word. And the three Kinzura assassin brothers behind him nodded in agreement. Eddie mulled it over. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Major events happen among the nobility, while beggars' tips are trivial. If the Lord even placed members of the magic core there, he thought ambitiously, this would be a giant diamond shield. I absolutely can't miss this chance. Eddie immediately changed his attitude. He grabbed Zed's hand and flattered him. All right, I'll cooperate with you. Zed smiled slyly, offered a compliment, then turned the question back to him. Good. You have the right mindset, but you know a deal always requires a deposit up front, right? Hearing that, Eddie hazily asked back, A deposit? Zed patiently reminded him. Information about my brothers and the three Kinzura brothers. Eddie went numb and mumbled, not knowing what to say. He brightened and smiled. His eyes glowed red as he looked straight at him and calmly confirmed, That's the deposit you need to put up. After some travel, Zed breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, before them stood the Arahan mansion. Seeing his complexion pale, Ryu asked with concern, Zed, you didn't sleep last night either, did you? Are you okay? Zed couldn't help teasing, You're no different yourself, Ryu. Ryu laughed sheepishly. I'm just overly excited. Meanwhile, he thought silently that he had stayed up all night recording every piece of information he got from Eddie. Each entry was shocking enough to stun. A list of his brother's allied forces in the city, expense ledgers, even personal details about their servants. He couldn't grasp where or how Eddie had gathered all this. If he gave him wings, he'd fly even higher. That thought made him truly relieved. For now, the remaining task was to buy time to grow stronger within Arahan territory while surviving the internal power struggles among his brothers. Zed understood clearly that today was crucial to that goal. How he handled it would completely change his standing. So he gave the order, Let's go in. Strange characters were carved all over the inner pillars of the mansion. Guards always stood at the gate to prevent hostile outsiders from storming in. As the group approached, a guard shouted, Stop, dismount and state your name. When the guard saw him clearly, he recognized him. Your young master Zed. We were notified earlier. Zed nodded in confirmation. I return at the master's command. Lead the way. However, the guard blocked them. Wait. Those people behind you cannot enter. He vouched for them. They're my companions. I will vouch for their status. The guard refused. Sorry. Outsiders cannot enter without the master's permission. That attitude left Zed seething inwardly. Damn, trouble already at the first step. There were ways to force entry, but he understood the bigger picture. Breaking the rules on Arahan territory wouldn't be a wise choice. So Zed gave up. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll return right away. The old man warned him, don't worry about us. Worry about yourself first. At the same time, the old man fretted. His instincts weren't reliable, but he had a bad feeling. Zed reassured him, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Then he entrusted, Kinzura, I'm counting on you. Having arranged things, the guard urged, let's go, young master. The family head is waiting. Zed did not dawdle. He led the way and reminded himself that he was carrying a responsibility. He told himself to stay clear-headed and not get tense. He had prepared as much as possible. Zed understood the core issue. What motivates a mage is pragmatism. Focus only on that. He might have accidentally entered Arahan's body, but from now on he needed to act meticulously like an Arahan to survive without mistakes. As everyone knew, the seventh youngest son of Arahan was a mage who valued pragmatism. He had to play these roles and win the family head's favor. Finally, though unwilling, Zed had to face it as the family head's chamber door opened. He ordered coldly, enter, youngest son. Before him sat the family head on a high seat, sharply appraising him. Zed knelt, bowed respectfully, and greeted the family head, and he coached himself inwardly, don't tremble, body. He pretended not to notice Zed's trembling and casually asked, how does it feel to return to the family after all this time? Zed promptly reported the situation. It's exactly the same as before. The family head looked puzzled. Exactly the same? What do you mean? Be more specific. Your formidable aura hasn't changed at all, and that bone-chilling cold remains the same. No sooner had he finished than the man laughed heartily. That booming laugh made the surroundings tremble as it rang out. Zed was shaken to the core. A single laugh rattled him, his ears buzzed and his vision blurred. The family head studied him and said, it sounds like you claim you can sense your father's aura. At that moment he realized he had been careless to say that. He toyed with him like a cat with a mouse. How could you possibly probe the realm of a great archmage? Zed was so tense he was sweating, staring fixedly at the family head. Before him stood one of the Empire's two archmagest men who had slain his brothers to claim the Arahan name, Zenedin Arahan. Suddenly Zenedin remarked, you've changed a great deal since I last saw you. In my memory you were a frail child. Zed immediately retorted that frail did not suit an Arahan. That answer pleased him greatly. Exactly, there's no way my son is worthless, unable even to sense mana. I heard you've awakened lightning. He suddenly became on guard, waiting to hear what Zenedin would bring up next. Then he probed, what do you know about that power? Zed hesitated and spoke what he knew. I know it surpasses the four main elemental attributes. Indeed, Zenedin was surprised, for in Arahan's history there had been no precedent for a power outside the fire lineage. How did you obtain lightning? He hadn't expected such a question. Zed considered and replied, I don't think it's entirely surprising. Arahan bloodlines hold limitless potential. This made him skeptical. You're not surprised to have awakened lightning? Zed calmly said he'd heard it was a power that might appear once in 100 years. Moreover, Zed believed such a blessed power naturally belonged to Arahan. Upon hearing that, Zenedin once again laughed heartily. He praised with amusement, you only speak things that are right. Inwardly Zed groaned every time the man laughed. It felt like his insides were being twisted. Please, stop laughing, Zenedin cheerfully instructed. It's been a long time since I laughed. I called you here because of the lightning study and develop it. If you reach a meaningful level, it will be worth more than any accomplishment. Now Zed understood his purpose. He wanted to turn the rare lightning power into part of his own legacy. Even the youngest son who managed to return alive would be exploited lucky to survive. If the Lord wanted something, he wouldn't kill him outright. Zed bowed deeply and vowed, I will obey the family head's orders. Just as he exhaled, Zenedin raised the issue Zed had feared. But first, I must address your misconduct. He pressed, tell Measurely you know the slave trader Dvito has ties to our house? Zed answered calmly, I do. This attitude drove Zenedin mad. Did you really execute that slave trader, and even stoop to using those lowly Bahal? From that stance Zed realized this madman was showing his true colors. Yes, the real game begins now. He calmly explained, I did nothing to harm the house. Slave traders are the kind of people who must be eliminated eventually. The man watched intently for Zed to finish. Seeing Zenedin soften, he continued to make his case. They act against the emperor's aims. I thought they'd be a long-term danger to the family. Hearing that, Zenedin judged, your words are contradictory. Slave traders bring substantial, long-term profit. They'll drain the resources of the South. This was exactly what Zed had hoped for. Anticipated this. Now he needed to persuade the Lord with pleasing phrasing. After thinking, he said, Lord, I believe utilitarianism includes both illegitimate profit and legitimate profit. This displeased Zenedin. Are you saying profits from slave trading are illegitimate? Ridiculous profit is profit. Zed steadied himself. He's 15, stubborn like any 15-year-old, so Zenedin might dismiss it as youthful error. Still he dug in. Why should the Empire's leading house accept filthy coin? Arahan should only have the brightest gold, even if it's the same currency. He was silent for a moment, then concluded that's sophistry. He probed further. Fine, then why did you accept Bahal's help? No matter how young or foolish, you must know Bahal is an enemy of our house. Zed recounted calmly. Bahal came under imperial command. It was a coincidence our paths crossed. I did not accept his help. Zenedin was losing patience. Do you dare lie to me? You accepted Bahal's invitation and were even gifted a white steed. Yet you say you received no help? He clenched his hand, voice tight with indignation. Lord, I don't fully understand this situation. The Lord asked, what did you say? Zed denied it again. I was kidnapped, not invited. I displayed Arahan pride before Bahal's Lord and brought back spoils from the enemy's stronghold, not gifts. Bitterly he demanded, so why scold me instead of praising me? He proactively mentioned the present Zenedin had brought up the white steed they considered their exclusive asset was taken by you. Not only that, Zed argued, but an Arahan riding Bahal's white steed only elevates our house's renown. Doesn't it? Inwardly he prayed, believe me's at 15 sincerely thought this act deserved praise. It seemed a single glance from the Lord saw straight through his intent. So Zenedin warned, youngest son, don't try to fool me with your smooth tongue. Zed's mind went into full panic. Damn it.
Please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more awesome content.